show. There's a few things that could definitely happen here. One of the things that I'm looking at is potentially Jade Cargill. And another one, which I wasn't expecting until I looked online earlier, was CM Punk. So CM Punk is actually in the area. You might remember yesterday, it was only yesterday on SmackDown, that he said that he was going to go and have a word. I think it was a phone call with Shawn Michaels. And I think because he'd said phone call, it didn't make me think NXT Deadline. I think because he said phone call, I was like, okay, phone call. But of course, he's now gone to meet Shawn, or he doesn't know quite what to do. He's in the area. He's teasing, you know, I'm in Bridgeport. Anyone know of anything to do? And of course, there's been a lot of chatter online about, yeah, go to NXT Deadline. And even Shawn Michaels has said, come and have a word with me in person. So I am definitely looking at that thinking, I mean, look, we know about social media, right? We don't need telling about social media and about how cheeky it can be and about swerves and about teases that don't actually result in anything, right? If there's any community that doesn't need telling about that, it's this one, right? We are acutely aware of social media and the way that it's used, but it does make sense for him to be there. It's the last big show of the year. He said that he's a free agent and he's talking to all three promotions. Him going and down to NXT Deadline to check out the NXT talent, maybe catch up with Shawn Michaels, you could understand why he would do that. You know, he's come back for the first time in 10 years. To be honest, when he was around last time, NXT was up and running, but of course we were in Full Sail. It was Triple H that was in charge. It was different to what it is now. Now it's, you know, the Performance Center. You got Shawn Michaels. I'd imagine he'd probably want to catch up with some of the trainers, kind of see some of the talent that's coming through. There might be a few names that he wants to meet, some people that he's been aware of watching from afar. Your Bron Breakers, your Carmelo Hayeses, your Trick Williams, your ILJA Dragunovs. You know, he's someone that is obviously a lover of wrestling. We've seen him at like Impact shows. So for him to rock up at Deadline, like, would it be that unusual? Like, no, I don't think it would, to be honest. So there's a chance that we get a little glimpse of CM Punk and he potentially could cut a promo just talking about what NXT means and some of the stars that are exciting to him, just to give it just a little bit of a tickle. We're looking for star power. We got Rey Mysterio on the show tonight. Rey Mysterio, of course, is going to be in the corner of Dragon Lee. So, and we've just had a week where we've had, I mean, unbelievably, not that long ago, we had John Cena, Cody Rhodes, Undertaker all appear on an NXT show. So I don't think it's the most out there thing to think that there's a chance that we could see CM Punk tonight on NXT Deadline. I also think there's a chance that we could be seeing Jade Cargill. I think Jade Cargill is someone that, as we said, you know, there's a chance that we could be seeing her also. I think that if we do see her, then it might be that this is her kind of saying, I'm coming to NXT. I feel like that's been pretty much confirmed anyway by Triple H, because Triple H came out during that press conference of Survivor Series and said, yeah, look, her development has been limited. It's not her fault, but we want to make sure she's ready. That to me says that, you know, she needs more time in developmental. That's what that says to me. She's not ready for the main roster. It's a flowery way of dressing that up. So for me, NXT is where she should land, and that's no bad thing, because I think the frustrating thing is people waiting for her. I think it's all right at the moment because people think she'll go in the Rumble, but if the Rumble comes and goes and we still haven't seen her, people will start getting frustrated, and it's not building her up. It's not making her a bigger star than she already is. It's just kind of keeping her at the same level. And actually, as more time goes by, that interest may even decline So, you know, you've got to have a plan. You've got to pull the trigger. We can't do a Gable Steveson, right? We've got to do something with her. So if her developmental or if her development is not that strong, then developmental is where she's going to need to land, which is no bad thing. Honestly, I know some out there look at it as like a disrespect, look at it as some sort of negative. It really isn't. We all have to learn, and she's still in the process of learning. And, you know, if the end result is that she will be able to maximize that potential that she so clearly has, well, that's all anybody wants. So it's no bad thing. So yeah, I do think there's a chance that we get a glimpse of her. We've seen more of her in NXT than we have anywhere else. You know, she's done a few little appearances backstage on Raw, SmackDown, but we actually saw her in the arena, sat on a throne, watching a match inside the Performance Center when it was Becky versus Lyra. So we've seen like her appear on the screen, and we've seen a few bits and bobs. We know that she's training at the Performance Center. I'm sure she's got a close relationship with the talent. I can't see any reason. I can't see any possibility that she's not there, because she's been training with them, and this is a massive show. They're not at the Performance Center tonight. This isn't a Performance Center show. They're actually in Bridgeport. So, you know, this is a big deal. She'll want to be there to support her new friends, but also to get a feel of you know, what it's like for NXT away from a Performance Center. And yeah, I think there's a good chance we see her. So I'm looking at Jade. I'm looking at CM Punk following what was put on social media. If we don't get him, then, you know, it's another one of those little social media swerves. Fine. But I do think there's a chance. Jade Cargill, definitely think there's a chance. Cora Jade, we know because of the QR code on Tuesday. If you scan the QR codes, we know that she is... Well, we feel like she's going to be there. I don't know why you would have her voice saying "see you at Deadline" and then she's not at Deadline. So I expect to see her as well, which some might be disappointed about, because it did really feel like she was main roster bound when she went storming out the locker room, but not to be, unfortunately. But it doesn't matter, because again, I'm a big believer in like training and investing and building and improving. I'm a big believer. I'm not a big believer in rushing. I'm not a big believer in just like, you know, let's get them to the main roster. Like, let's do it when they're ready. And if Cora Jade just needs that little bit longer, needs like that good hearty run as champion, needs to kind of find... I think her promos are still a bit weak, to be honest. Her matches are okay. I liked her heel turn so much better than when she was coming to the ring with the skateboards. I think that she's in a better place, definitely. But yeah, it doesn't bother me that she's still in NXT. Let's keep investing and building and growing and all that good stuff. So lots to look forward to tonight. Lots that's happening. As we said, our main event tonight, ILJA DRAGUNOV taking on Baron Corbin for the NXT Championship. It might not be the match that closes the show, but it's for the NXT Championship. It's the main event. We've got Iron Survivor matches. The men's may be the one that closes the show. Men's Iron Survivor match, of course, with stack full of people. Same on the women's as well. We got Dragon Lee against Dominik Mysterio, and we spoke about that, just saying that Ray was going to be there. Of course, Lyra is going to be in attendance, but we're not expecting her to have a match or anything. There's no matches announced for her, so no women's championship being defended. But we've also got Lexis King against Carmelo, which I really don't know what to expect from that one. And we've got a steel cage match as Roxanne Perez takes on Kiana James. That's been quite a build, actually. It's been quite a feud, that one. So looking forward to seeing how that's going to play out. And I've said it before, when it comes to gimmick matches or matches that have like a little stipulation, I think cage is my favorite. I think cage is my favorite because, I mean, back when I was young, a cage match was the absolute ultimate. There was no Elimination Chamber. There was no Hell in a Cell. Well, Hell in a Cell came along in 97. So pre-97, there was no Hell in a Cell. There was no Elimination Chamber, as we said. Like, there was no Money in the Bank or anything like that. We didn't even do ladder matches all that much, to be honest. I mean, the first ladder match is 90... Oh, I want to say 92. I think it's 92, the first ladder match at a house show. And then the first time we see it is 94. But my point remains. For me, growing up, the one that you got on a more regular basis that was the blow off, the big be-all and end-all, was just a simple cage match. And if done right, they can be so compelling. They can be so interesting. Like, you can use the cage, you can bust people open, you can climb over the top, you can go out the door, you can win by pinfall. Obviously it means it's harder for people to get in to interfere, but they still can. People obviously jumping off the top, and I don't know, it just allows for like lots of different things. And I've just got a real soft spot for it. There's been some great cage matches over the years, and it's still one that we don't get that often, to be honest. It's not often you get a steel cage match. Probably get a couple a year. I don't even know if we've had one in NXT this year, although we did get the Creeds against, was it Pretty Deadly? But I can't remember if that was this year or last year. But again, you know, you tend to get a couple a year, and we're going to get one tonight. I really do love a good old cage match. Got a soft spot for them. Let's jump in the chat as well. I am just putting a tweet up because I was sat here going, I forgot something, and that's what I forgot. I knew I was forgetting something. Carlin, 1985. Gareth says, hello, everyone. Have a great night. Carlin, shout out to you. I hope you're good. Hope you have a good night as well, my friends. Man United Hodge said, hope you are well. What's the predictions for tonight? That's a good question. So we've got a lot of matches. We've got a lot of things to get our teeth into. Let me jot this into this tweet, and then I will be with you, and we can break it all down. Should I have done this before the stream started? Sure. Has it been a bit of a nightmare day? Definitely. To be honest, I haven't done much. It's not been a nightmare for any particular reason. It's just the weather is so bad. It's really bad around here. So I've been trying to sleep, and oh my god, I've kept waking up every like 5 minutes. It's not good, man. It's really not good. Like, the weather is so moody around here. You can at one point I thought the roof was going to come off. The wind was really blowing, really blowing. So yeah, trying to get any sleep, trying to get ready for this stream has been a bit of a nightmare. So I ended up getting a little later than I wanted. Desperately trying to get some sleep, and so it's just kind of delayed everything, unfortunately. But that's all right. We're here now, and I've sent that tweet out, so I feel a lot better. So let's quickly blast through this, shall we? Do the predictions, and then we'll jump into the chat. So Axiom against Nathan Frazier. I'm going to go Axiom, and the reason why I'm going to go Axiom is because Nathan Frazier tends to keep coming out on top, and he could come out on top again here, but then I just don't know where this is going to lead Axiom. Axiom's trying to convince Nathan Frazier to join him as well. So I'm thinking if Axiom wins, this will just be another way of him going, listen to me, I know what I'm on about. You need to do this. We need to do this. And he's going to have a much more convincing case if he's victorious than if he loses. If Axiom loses, it's going to be hard for him to convince Nathan to do what he wants him to do if he's just lost the match. So I'm going to go Axiom. Men's Iron Survivor Challenge. So Dijak, Trick Williams, Josh Briggs, Bron Breakker, Tyler Bates. There's one name there which really stands out to me, which seems like the pick, but I do just wonder if someone's going to stop him. Trick Williams could be the breakout star of NXT. Trick Williams, I think, is so interesting because for the longest time he was a sidekick, and he had, like, you know, he could talk and he had a good size to him and he had a good look, but he was like this guy that was on the side that we never really saw wrestle too much. since like he's kind of stepped out of Carmelo's shadow and we've started to see him wrestle more, and certainly since he's been kind of able to spread his wings a little bit and not have Carmelo like around him all the time, this guy has just shone. I mean, the whoop that trick chants that have really started breaking out, I mean, incredible, and they've embraced it as well. They've got behind it. It's on his merch, it's on his jacket and everything. So he is someone that looks the part, can wrestle, can talk. And to be honest, when you're looking for a future star, those are the three parameters you really look at. What do they look like? Do they look like $1 million, aka Jade Cargill, right? Aka Brock Lesnar, aka, you know, Roman Reigns. Like, do they look like a billion, not a million, $1 billion? I think Trick does. Trick's got a really good size to him. He's a tall guy. He looks really cool. He looks like a cool guy, the kind of guy you'd want to hang out with. And I think he looks the part. I think his height makes a big difference. I also think he can wrestle. I've seen him have some really fun matches. Granted, against good opponents like ILJA Dragunov and Wesley, but it doesn't matter. He's still had good matches. Whether he could have a good match against someone just starting out, whether he could lead the dance, I don't know. And that's something I need to find out. But I've seen him have good matches, granted, against good opponents. And promos, he is so comfortable on a microphone. He can talk. Don't know that he's got kill shots. Don't know that he's got the ability to chuck. I don't know that he's got the wit to chuck in those lines that make you go, whoa. You know, I had praise for CM Punk's line when he had a shot with Seth saying, yeah, keep singing the song. I love that because in that moment when they were singing Seth's song to CM Punk, what was going through my head is, how does he deal with this? How does he deal with this? And I always find myself asking that question during certain points in people's promos, because I always put myself in that situation. I'm like, right, if I was in the ring, what would I do? What would I say? And I never quite get to formulate a response to that, to be honest. I never quite have an answer, because by the time I've worked out what I would do, they've already responded. But normally the question pops in, what would you do in that situation? And I was listening to them singing Seth's song while CM Punk was in the ring, and it went in through my head, what would I do? And he responded by going, keep singing. I love it. Keep singing. That's the only thing he's got. And I was like, that's a good line, man. That's a good line. That's a witty line. That is, he could have prepared it, because he has to know at some point the crowd are going to sing that song. So he could have prepared it and thought, okay, if they sing the song, what will I say? So it may have been something he'd thought about in advance, or probably a better chance that it was just off the top of his head. Probably a better chance that that just came to him in the moment. That is something you can't really teach. You can't really teach people that. You can't really teach people to, you know, it's what Triple H said about Jade Cargill. Anything that's going to get thrown at her, we want her to knock it out the park, right? That's the kind of thing that we're talking about. You know, that if she had a promo that was all scripted, blah, 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 and the crowd starts singing someone else's theme song, how does she react in that moment? Do you acknowledge it? Do you not acknowledge it? Do you go in hard? Do you just pass it off? Do you just have a little comment like, I love Seth too? Or like, you know, and then get back to your promo? You just acknowledge it, go back to your promo? Or do you do what CM Punk did? A diss? Sing it up. I love it. It's the only thing he's got, that song. I thought the way Punk dealt with it was excellent, and I had praise for that line. And this is a question mark I've got about Trick. You know, in those moments, I think he would be able to deal with it. I don't know how he deals with it, and I don't know if he's got the wit to be able to deliver such a line. That is a question mark around his promos, but his promo delivery and his confidence on a microphone, really good, excellent, no issue whatsoever. So the moment from what we've seen, there's question marks about his wrestling against lesser opponents. There's question marks around his ability to think on his feet. But outside of those, and I'm only asking those questions because I've not seen them. I'm not saying he doesn't have the ability. I'm just saying I've not seen it. But outside of those, tick, 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 he is there or thereabouts when it comes to like being a big breakout star. He is there or thereabouts. So for me, it's a no-brainer. He wins this. Dijak, Trick Williams, Josh Briggs, Bron Breakker, Tyler Bates. Bron Breakker don't need it. He's already had a run with the title, and he's already feuded with ILJA. He doesn't need it. Josh Briggs is one part of a tag team. Just being in this match is kind of like when we put Montez in an elimination chamber. It's a good spotlight. We're having a little look at him, but he ain't going to win the match. Dijak is an option. I will say Dijak's an option. We have done Dijak ILJA. It was amazing. It was earlier this year. It might even have been Stand and Deliver. It was amazing. We could absolutely have Dijak win this match. We could absolutely have Dijak win it. And actually, if Trick doesn't get it because of Carmelo, then Dijak's my second pick. I think Dijak's right there as well. Trick or Dijak for me. Tyler Bate, to be honest, I didn't even think he'd make it into the match. I didn't even think he would get into the match. So the fact he got into the match was a surprise to me. So I'm certainly not going to be picking him to win a match I didn't even expect him to get into. So Dijak or Trick. Trick would be my play. Trick would be the direction that I would go. But I do just wonder if Carmelo, a jealous Carmelo, is going to come down and try and cheer on Trick, try and help Trick, and end up costing Trick. Trick versus Carmelo is a match we are definitely getting, right? And I don't know when, but maybe Stand and Deliver. Maybe Stand and Deliver. Now, you could either do it without the title, or you could do it with the title. Like, I think there's a chance that Trick could become NXT champion, and we could have him defend it against Carmelo. So this is where it gets a bit tricky. Do you go with Trick winning this, and actually, you know, Carmelo could still come down, try to interfere, not succeed, Trick wins the match, he then is going to have an opportunity to win the title. Maybe he wins the title in like early 2024, defends it at Stand and Deliver. Maybe he wins the title at Stand and Deliver, and then we do the Carmelo feud after. Maybe we do the Carmelo feud before, and then he goes on to win the title. So there's definitely a path for Trick to win this match. There's definitely a path for Dijak to win this match. For me, it's one of them two. It's Dijak or it's Trick. And I just don't know which direction they're going to go. I don't know if they're going to have Carmelo interfere. I don't know if we're pulling the trigger on Trick and we're really going to try and get him up into that title picture. Because don't forget, he becomes #1 contender. That means I don't know when he gets that match. I mean, I'm guessing we'll do some sort of event around the Rumble. So it could be that he faces ILJA at the Rumble. Like not at the Rumble event, but you know, the NXT show around that time. So yeah, it's tricky. I think the name that stands out there that is the one to get behind is Trick Williams. So for that reason, I'm going to go Trick Williams wins. But please remember, I also think Dijak is a very close second, because it really just depends which path they go down. Next, we got Tiffany, Stratton, Lash Legend, Blair, Davenport, Kelani, Jordan, and Fallon, Henley. Now, again, a little torn on this, but we won't spend as long on it. Tiffany's already been champion. I don't think we're going back there. Lash Legend, I mean, just amazing for her that she's in the match. Fallon, Henley, definitely potential, but I don't know that we're going to have her win. She's probably my third pick, though. She's probably my third pick. And then that leaves me with Kelani Jordan and Blair Davenport. Now, you can make an argument it's too soon for Kelani Jordan, and that's a good argument to make. I'm listening. But I really like her. I think she screams superstar. I think that considering the limited times we've seen her, her promos are great, her look is great, her matches. I mean, you want to talk about a natural. She is just... wow. some of the stuff that she is doing, I think she's got like a cheerleading gymnastics background, and I think that really translates well because her agility is excellent, and just her balance and her movement, her pacing, the flow of her matches are excellent. Sometimes people can be a bit flat-footed, can be a bit plodding. I find Nikita Lyons that way. I find her to be a little bit happy feet is what they call it. Like, her footwork's not quite right, and she can just be a bit juddery, and it doesn't flow as well for me. Her background is in like striking, kicks, strikes. They're excellent. No doubt about that. Her kicks are fantastic, but I don't find her movement, her flow, her the way that she kind of goes through the match to be aesthetically pleasing. Let's put it that way. But Kelani Jordan, amazing. And all you got to do, really, I feel like because that flow is so good, because her movement is so good, all you need to be doing is you just need to be adding moves. That's all she needs. She just needs to improve her moveset. Just keep adding like different moves, because her actual flow through the match is just like, it's like beautiful, man. It's so good. I'm such a fan. I think she's got true potential. So I don't know if you pull the trigger and let everyone know we've got something special here, right? And you give her a title shot, which she doesn't win, right? She won't win it, but she could win this match, which would be massive for her. And then she could have a title shot, which she won't win. But again, what a big kind of, statement this would be. So Kelani Jordan, I'm going to say no, because it might still be too soon. So I'm looking at Blair Davenport. Blair Davenport, a big name on the indies, big name in AEW as B. Priestley. She had matches in AEW on Dynamite as well. And big name in the indies. I believe she was over in Japan as well. She has traveled the world. She is someone that we haven't really put enough of a spotlight on. She is the person that was attacking people in the parking lot. We did a few little feuds. I mean, wasn't the one between her and Gigi? I think her and Gigi had a bit of a feud recently, which was kind of heated. But really, shy of that, we haven't done much. She's a big name. She's a sleeping giant. She is someone that is more than ready for this opportunity. And so I'm going to go with Blair Davenport. But keep an eye out on Kelani Jordan. I wouldn't be surprised if she is the MVP of the match. Then we've got ILJA Dragunov against Baron Corbin. Dragunov wins, hopefully, but I loved the suggestion the other day of Corbin winning, which means that ILJA is then free to leave NXT, go in the Rumble, and be on the main roster. Love. Because he could go to the main roster, be in the Rumble, not win the Rumble, but end up getting into a entanglement with Gunther, the Ring General, and that could then lead to something quite tasty, because we could then end up getting obviously ILJA being the one to dethrone Gunther. So that'll be big tonight. If Baron Corbin can overcome ILJA, that would be massive, and then for many reasons, for Corbin and for ILJA. And then hopefully that means ILJA is off to the main roster. I don't think he will be. I think that ILJA is going to retain, but I will keep everything crossed if he loses, that's the reason why. Dirty Dom against Dragon Lee. I think Dragon Lee's winning. I think that this was always the plan for Dom to lose the title at this show. It's the last big show of the year. So I'm going to go with Dragon Lee being the one. Really gutting that for Wesley. This was meant to be Wesley. And of course it's not. It's Dragon Lee. But at least the Lee is getting the belt. It might not be Wes, it's Dragon, but, Then we've got Roxanne against Kiana. I think it'll be Roxanne. Babyface gets the win inside the steel cage. Carmelo Hayes against Lexis King. This is interesting because the whole thing here is that they're working together, and people really believe they're working together. And so they're having a match. Carmelo wants a match to show that they're not working together. They're not on the same page. doesn't really prove anything, to be honest. I mean, you know, people have matches in wrestling promotions, so it doesn't really prove a great deal. I suppose if he's going to be really vicious, like overly vicious, that would be a statement. So I don't know. That's a hard one to know what to make of it. I mean, I feel like Lexis King needs the win. Lexis King is someone that's only just come in. Like, could you imagine him losing at pay-per-view? Granted, it's against a tough opponent like Carmelo. It could be a gallant defeat. He could look good in defeat, kind of a situation. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Lexis here. If you want to build him up, if you want to make him a player, if you want to make him someone, having him lose at pay-per-view in his first big proper match, I mean, you can say, well, you know, it's up against Carmelo. Yeah, well, they booked it. Like, he didn't have to be up against Carmelo. He could have been up against anyone, but he's up against Carmelo. So I can't see why you would give him an L, why you would have him lose. So I'm going to say that Lexis King gets the job done, but which is going to further frustrate Carmelo, which then might lead to Carmelo taking those frustrations out later in the show. So I'm going to go with Lexis getting the win, but I think the performance is going to be really important. I'm really cold on Lexis King. I don't think his promo delivery is very good. I think that there's been a few awkward moments. When he was out there in front of the people, that seemed awkward. Now, have you noticed we don't have him out there live? We do it backstage, pre-record. So I'm kind of looking at Lexis King with a bit of a, don't know, man. You know, this is someone which is seemingly not as comfortable as some of the other talent we've got in NXT. So we need to... I don't know. We need to get some momentum going. We need some good moments for Lexis King. I really like his entrance, and clearly there's potential there, but just not blown away by what I've seen so far. So hopefully I will be tonight. So yes, that is a little breakdown. I think we did a pretty good job there of being quite thorough. I will get into the chat. I just need to share this. This link, which I've done. Is Amari Miller injured or so much? She's not been on NXT for a while. I believe she is. I believe Amari Miller did pick up an injury. Let me double check it. Amari Miller NXT. Where's the news? Amari Miller and Nikita Lyons return. Over the weekend, two talents returned. They were out with ACL injuries. Both women have been out of action since January. Nikita appeared in the NXT crowd last week. There's no word as to when they will return on TV. Well, we've seen Nikita actually getting physical now. So we know that she's back, and Amari Miller is apparently returned at a house show as well. So yeah, both coming back from ACLs. There we go. That's what I wanted. Mitchell, shout out to you. Days, the fact that we could get CM Punk on an NXT show in 2023 is insane. What match are you most looking forward to tonight? Most looking forward to will probably be the men's Iron Survivor Challenge. I am looking forward to several matches tonight. I like a cage match. I've got a you can put anyone in a cage. I'll watch it. I'll be thrilled. I do like a cage match. So Roxanne against Kiana, and that's been a good little feud. Actually, they really don't like each other. I think they do in real life, but the characters, they've done a great job of building up that animosity. So I am very interested to see the cage match. I suppose in a way Carmelo Lexis King is one that I'm intrigued by, but they're sort of both heels to me. I mean, Carmelo is not someone I trust. He is someone that's a great in-ring competitor, very smooth, and I like him, but I don't trust him, and I think that we are on the verge of a heel run for him. In a way, this feels a bit like heel versus heel. There is a story to it, though, so I'm intrigued by it, but it's not really much more than that. I'm a bit worried about Lexis King. I'm a bit worried that like the match ain't going to be that great. I really hope it's a banger. I hope I'm so wrong and it's an absolute banger. I mean, that'll just make the show even better, because I think the Iron Survivor Challenge matches will be fun. And we've got the cage match and ILJA Dragunov. I mean, need I say more? So probably that match is the one I've got the most concern about. But there is a bit of a story to it. There's something going on there. So there is intrigue. But it's far from... It's probably the match I'm most concerned about is Carmelo Lexis King. Cage match. Love cage matches. I'm up for that. Iron Survivor Men's is probably the one I'm most excited for, because I'm just really into Trick Williams at the moment. And I think that there's a few interesting elements to that match. I mean, Bron Breakker is like, you know, the Brock Lesnar of NXT. So he is someone which you've always got to pay attention to. Obviously, I've got a soft spot for Tyler Bate. He was literally born a few miles away from where I was born. So I've got a soft spot for Tyler Bate, and I've always enjoyed watching his journey. I don't think he wins this. I wasn't expecting him to get into this, but hopefully he has a good showing. Intrigued to see Josh Briggs go solo as well. So just for this match. So see what he can provide, see what Dijak can do, and of course, all eyes on Trick Williams. So I think it's going to be the men's Iron Survivor, because I'm interested to see who wins. I'm interested to see the concept. I'm interested to see if Carmelo is going to interfere. And then a very close second would be ILJA and Baron Corbin, because ILJA, I think, might be my favorite wrestler in the world. I think he is like every time he wrestles, you know, you are... I mean, it's funny, isn't it? You hear these wrestlers say, oh, I want to be remembered as someone that gave 110% every time. You know, every time I wrestled, people saw me like always giving my all. And you hear that a lot from wrestlers when they retire. But I don't know that anyone can truly say they gave their all every time they stepped in the ring, apart from ILJA Dragunov, who just always seems to be in hellacious wars. Just always... I suppose if I was going to compare him to someone, I'd compare him to like an Eddie Kingston, in the sense of Eddie Kingston seems to go in there and always be in hellacious wars and always pushing his body to the limit. And I've got so much... I mean, I always enjoy watching Eddie Kingston as well. He's one of my favorites in AEW for the same reason that ILJA is one of my favorites as well. Like, just really give everything. It's credible. We don't do stupid stuff. Eddie can, unfortunately, get too into those chops, you know, where they're just like standing like, come on, give me the chops. I hate that spot. It's just a horrible modern spot. It's come over from Japan, which I just think looks stupid. It's one of those spots that like was done well a few times and people like really enjoyed it, and now everyone's copied it. But and Eddie can just get sucked into that a bit too much. But ILJA is someone which, you know, he's just... He's got a great moveset. He's impactful. He is someone that... you know, you get the feeling he could break his jaw. He could break an arm and he would continue fighting, you know. I love that about him. And I love like his is it H-bomb? That, I mean, I've never seen it before. It's so simple, but it's just, I love it. I love it. It's just the opponent is lay on the ground and he just like Superman punches them whilst they're laid down. But it's just like, I've called it like the exclamation point before, because that's how it feels to me. It's like, finish him. Bang. I love it. I mean, if you love the Superman punch, you've got to love what Dragunov does with that H-bomb. And him delivering it off like the second rope as well. We've seen him do like some variations on it. Brilliant. Obviously, he's got a great moveset. He sells. I mean, his selling is the best probably in wrestling, but that's because I think he's not actually selling. I think he is actually always hurt. I think he pushes his body to the point where he is always on the verge of breaking down. So, what match do I think I'm going to enjoy the most? I mean, that's no contest. The match that I'm going to enjoy the most is going to be ILJA DRAGUNOV, and I'm already sure of that. The match I'm most excited for, though, is going to be the men's Iron Survivor, because I just think there's a lot of stuff that could go down there with Carmelo and Trick and Dijak, and I've not seen a proper Iron Survivor Challenge match. They've done it once before last year. And there was, I think, a big UFC show, someone said, the same night. So we didn't do Deadline last year, believe it or not. 2023 was the year where I was like, right, this year I'm prioritizing the wrestling. I don't care if we do Mike Tyson versus Tyson Fury. Like, I will prioritize the wrestling, and that's what I've done in 2023. But that wasn't always the case in 2022, and we didn't see Deadline last year because of a massive UFC show. So I've seen highlights and clips of last year's event. I've never gone back and watched it. But I've seen clips of it, and I've seen clips of the Iron Survivor Challenge. I get how it works. I've seen bits of it, but I'm looking forward to watching a whole match. So yeah, that's kind of where I am in regards to this, and feel free to let me know in the chat what you're looking forward to, which way you think these are going. Just because I'm giving my thoughts doesn't mean you don't give your thoughts as well. Which way do you think this is heading? Who do you think's going to win these Iron Survivor Challenge matches? Carmelo has lost his marbles since he lost his title to ILJA, says Jennifer. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, yeah. Oh, yes, lost his marbles. He doesn't... I think as well, to be honest, what I like about it is it makes you question if he's actually always been this way, or if it's a case that he is, as you said, lost his marbles, gone off the deep end. You know, is it a bit like Charlotte and Becky? Charlotte is a Flair, and she always had to know that she was going to get opportunity. Becky didn't know she was going to get opportunity because she's not a Flair. She's had to work, and Charlotte's had to work, right? Let's not make any mistake about it. I really love Charlotte Flair, so there's no shade on Charlotte Flair. But, you know, their relationship was good when Becky was not as successful, and Charlotte seemed to be doing, you know, main event in WrestleMania and all this kind of stuff. Granted, Becky did as well, but there was a period before Becky became the man where Becky was struggling. Do you remember when Becky used to shout straight fire, or she used to come out in her steampunk attire? You know, she was the only one of the 4 horsewomen that didn't win the NXT title, only ended up getting it this year. So you can see the kind of journey Becky had. It was tough. There was, you know, moments probably where she was like really doubting if it was going to click for her. And not only did it clicked big time. So, big time, Bex. So, I look at that relationship, and I look at when Becky started to become the man and really got over and was on the video game and everything. And Charlotte seemed to not like that as much, and their relationship suffered. So I wonder, it's hard, isn't it? I mean, is it that Carmelo lost his title and now he's lost his marbles? Or is it that he enjoyed being the man and having Trick by his side, and now that Trick is out making moves on his own, qualifying for matches that Carmelo hasn't qualified for, and having, at the moment, you could say more success than Carmelo, you know, is that grating? Is that a problem? Is it that this has always been a problem and that Carmelo has always been this way? Or is it that he is just as you said, lost his mind since losing the title. I think that's something that can be explored. You know, Carmelo, if we go down this road, Carmelo could go either way. You know, he could go either way. He could say, like, it was all working, it was all brilliant. We, the Trip Mello gang, we were a success when I was the champion. When you, like, broke away and went off on your own, that damaged both of us. It's your fault, Trick. Actually, what he's saying there is, why can't we go back to how it was when I was the champion and you were stood behind me? That's kind of what he's saying. So I think that there's a few different ways that you can go. You could go that way, or you could, you know, you can go down the other way of him saying, like, I've got no problem with you going, like, off on your own. But if you're going to do that, you're going to become my competitor. Like, you know, it's going to put a strain on Trip Mello gang, and I don't think you thought about that type thing. So it could be jealousy. It might not be jealousy. You've got the option of going either which way. But because of that, I think it's very intriguing. I want to know which way they're going to go. I want to know how they're going to play the story out. I want to know if they're going to, you know, Trick might see it one way. Carmelo might see it another. It's good. I like it. This is what good creative looks like. And I am interested to see how that plays out during the Carmelo Lexis King match. I'm interested to see how that plays out during the Iron Survivor match. Alvin said, if Baron Corbin wins the NXT Championship, how would you book him going forwards? Well, I think that, to be honest, the belt is sort of irrelevant, because I still don't think we've sorted out his character. I like the burn the ships. I like that. Right, I like the theme, so I think he's got a good theme. I think he's got a good Titantron, but I think he's still tweaking and playing around with his ring gear. Every time I see him, there seems to be something just a little bit different. Like, for example, the arm sleeve things that he wears, that had, like, burn the ships written on it, and then the last time I saw it, it was all black. I've seen his ring gear with, like, flames down. I've seen text down. I've seen text removed. I've seen him, I think, top on, top off. Like, he's really played. He cannot find the right look for his ring gear. And I still don't think he's cracked it. I still don't think he's solved what the ring gear should look like. Which is staggering when you think of, like, everyone that works backstage and all the creative ideas that they must be able to check around. They've got, like, wardrobe departments. They've got, you know, can they not call up a stylist or something and, like, get him something that looks sharp? I mean, it would probably help if they could decide, does he wear a top, does he not wear a top? Does he wear a singlet? Does he wear, like, you know, if we can just get the actual item of clothing that, or items that he's going to wear as a starting point, that would help. Is he going to wear arm sleeves? Is he not wearing arm sleeves? So I feel like in-ring wise, his ring gear, we haven't quite sorted it. I think his look's not quite right. He's got a good height. I don't think he's got a great physique, and I don't know why, to be honest. I mean, if I was Baron Corbin and I was getting paid the money he's being paid, I mean, how do you not have time to go to the gym? I mean, how do you not find an hour a day to go to the gym? I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. So that side of it, like, just feels like we've still got work to do. The theme's good. The graphics are good. His in-ring is fine, actually. He's had some great matches. Really enjoyed his match. He had a match with, was it Wesley or Trick Williams? I think it might have been Trick. I remember saying, this is the best Baron Corbin match I've ever seen. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Trick. And we were really, really impressed. So, how do you book his title reign? Well, to be honest, there's other things that need sorting first. I still don't think we're at the point where we've got everything fixed that needs to be fixed. Once that's all sorted, then, you know, you just book a title reign where he just defends against the number one contenders. I don't think you really have to reinvent the wheel, because, to be honest, we're not really trying to do a great deal with Baron Corbin. We're not trying to. I suppose it's not that we're trying to figure out who he is. We're just trying to figure out how to package who he is. So it's not like we need like big in-depth storylines or anything like this. I feel like the work that we have to do with Baron is get the packaging right. I would even make the argument he doesn't need the title. I'd even make the argument he doesn't need to be NXT champion. The biggest thing we can do for him is get the packaging right, and then he can go back to the main roster with this new packaging. He's only in NXT because the main roster haven't got anything for him. And the reason why the main roster don't have anything for him is because his packaging is dull and we don't know what to do with him, right? And we've tried so many different things. He's been happy. He's been a king. He's been broke. He's been constable, hasn't he? Commissioner. We had him as, he's been a lone wolf. Like, we've tried lots of different stuff with Corbin, but none of it seems to land. So if we can get the right gimmick, get the right packaging, which I still don't think we have, I don't think he needs the belt. And because he doesn't really need the belt, it's hard to like go, yeah, well, we could do this match and we could do that match and we could do this story. So that's not what he needs. He doesn't need that. He needs good packaging. He needs and so I suppose in a way that's going to be interesting. What's he going to look like when he walks out tonight? You know, what's his ring gear looking like? What's his entrance gear look like? What's the burn the ships and the theme? How does it come across in an arena, not the performance center, in a bigger space? We have seen it before and it's good. But there's always something you go, oh, I'd just tweak that. Oh, I'd just change that. I'd love to see him where I don't say that. I'd love to see him where I go, that's it. That's it. That's it. That is it. It's hard to know what the theme is as well. I mean, like, burn the ships. You know, I mean, what are we trying to do with that? What is that? Burn the ships. I mean, is that like... It's not a pirate, is it? But it could be a pirate. Is it like is it a rogue? Like, I don't know. You can say, oh, you're thinking too much into it, and that's fine. But this is the kind of thought process that you would have if you're trying to flesh out and understand the character. Like, we're trying to figure out what Baron Corbin is. We've given him burn the ships. I love the visual. I love the ship on fire and everything. But how does that connect to his character? We know how the Viper connects to Randy Orton, right? How does burn the ships connect to Baron Corbin? What does that actually mean? This is what I mean by we got to flesh it out a bit more. And I hope they find answers to these things, and I hope that it shows itself tonight. Michael said, do you think Lola could be the new face of WWE's women's division? She could, but it's probably not likely that she will. The reason why I say that is because a lot of things need to go right in order for her to become the face of the women's division. And I think she's a very exciting talent. She's someone that they clearly have got a lot of high hopes for. I think that she is a former MMA fighter. She's got an MMA background. Her striking is excellent. Her in-ring is improving. Her look is amazing. But the reason as to why I would say she could, but it's unlikely she will, is because she needs to keep... I mean, we haven't seen much in the way of her promos. So I can't really say... I mean, if her promos are awful, that's a huge problem, right? We haven't seen much in the way of her promos. We haven't seen much of her talking. She's done a few little bits backstage, but... we need to see that, and that's a big aspect. Also, sometimes when people are coming through and developing, they can hit a ceiling. So her wrestling is improving, but it may get to the point where it doesn't make much more improvement. At the moment, things are looking good. So at the moment, like, this is why I'm happy to say she could if she keeps improving. She could if her in-ring promos are good, compelling, her delivery is strong. But the reason why I would say it's unlikely is because there's just so much stuff that's got to go right that is it likely that all these things are going to go right? Don't know. It's hard to say because there's so much stuff I mean, I don't even think she's had a singles match at a premium live event. She's in a tag team at the moment. She's done a few singles matches. They've been all right. They're clearly invested in her. They clearly want her to succeed. But I think she definitely gets to the main roster. And I think that she stands a good chance of being a champion. But where's her ceiling? Is she going to be able to be so good that they give her like loads of TV time? You know, is her promos going to be good enough where she demands that amount of TV time? So I think she's definitely someone to watch. Definitely someone that we've got questions about. Her in-ring promo in particular. I think that we still need to do some work on her presentation, to be honest. I think that she looks the part, but at the moment she's still sort of just, there's not really much there. She just comes down and dances away. I mean, that can get you quite far. I mean, Bianca still comes down twirling her hair. So, you know, Lola coming down, dancing away, like, you know, that can easily translate to the main roster. That's not a problem. But I would like to see things, you know, continue to flesh out a bit more. Want to find out a bit more about her. Want to see her promos. Want to see her have some good, really good matches as well. We haven't really seen that from her. She's had matches. They've been okay. They've been at the standard you expect, and we've seen improvements. But, you know, I can't sit here and go, wow, yeah, check out this 4-star match. Check out that match. Check out this. Check out that. We haven't seen that yet. This is why I'm saying we need that. We need that. We need that. We need that. So, yeah, she's got potential. She's definitely got the back in. I told the story the other day of how she was at the WrestleMania 39 ticket launch party. So they clearly have got high hopes for her. But, you know, it's going to be competitive, man. I mean, she's going to be the face of the women's division in the future. You're going to compete against Jade Cargill. You're going to be competing against Rhea Ripley. You know, you're competing against Bianca Belair. You've got some tough competition if you want to be the face of the women's division. You're going to have to out-talk, out-wrestle Rhea Ripley, Jade Cargill, Bianca Belair. Sasha Banks is 32. Did we look the other day? If Sasha Banks comes back, she's going to have to be better than Sasha Banks, because I don't know how old Lola Vice is. I think she's in her 20s, so she is a little bit younger. She's 25. And how old is Sasha? Sasha Banks is 31. 6 years difference. So, you know, if Sasha it comes back in next year or in 2 years' time, and Lola gets called up in, say, 2 years' time, Sasha will be 33. Lola will be 27. Sasha's got, say, 7 years there where she could compete in WWE, which it's going to be hard for Lola Vice to be the face of a division that's got Sasha Banks in it, and has got Rhea Ripley in it, and has got Jade Cargill in it. So this is why I think that's a tricky one to answer, to be honest. But yeah, she's a great talent that's got great potential. There's just a lot more we need to see from her. Big Time said, the gripe I've got with Lexis is the gimmick. He's portraying a pretty deadly Tyler Breeze cheesy mannerism. Not saying be a loose cannon right now. He's trying too hard to scale it back. Yeah, I think the facial hair looks a bit cringe, personally. I don't look at it and go, oh, that's cool, that's sharp. It just looks weird to me. It looks like something out of the Fifth Element film. It looks like something which belongs in like a futuristic sci-fi movie. Like, he could have been in Blade Runner or something, like Total Recall. He could have been a character in Total Recall. I don't know. I don't know if that's a reflection of modern times, if that's something that the pop stars of today are doing. But the look doesn't work for me. I really like the throne entrance, if we're going to look for positives. I like the throne entrance. I don't mind the Lexis King name. I don't mind that sort of rock and roll sort of presentation. I think there's a lot you can do with that, actually. That it's kind of rock and roll. That's the kind of vibe I get from him. But like, it wouldn't surprise me if he had a tour bus. Let's put it that way. But I agree. I just think that his promos are just awful. I think his delivery is awful. I think that live promo is what I think it might be the worst promo I saw this year. And I'm not just saying that. I genuinely would have to really, really think if I saw a worse promo this year than that Lexis King one. Because certainly if you put in how important it was as well, because this was the first time we'd seen him and he'd talked backstage, you know, he'd done his little vignettes and everything. But this was his opportunity to be in amongst two of the biggest stars in NXT, Trick and Carmelo, really insert himself and, you know, get his point across and whatever. And, it was clunky. They were stepping on each other's toes verbally, like interrupting each other, talking over each other. The delivery, the positioning, the way he was stood. If you go back and watch it, there's a lot about it, from the body language to the delivery to the interrupting each other. It's just a steady stream of awfulness. It's just a car crash of a moment. I really thought it was not good at all. A really bad reflection of him. So I'm not saying that is going to be his usual standard. I think that was a bit of nerves. I think it was, I don't know how well rehearsed that segment was. Something clearly went wrong during it. So hopefully whatever it was that went wrong can be fixed. If they didn't really rehearse it because they were short of time, maybe that's the reason. Maybe it's not him. Perhaps it's they didn't get time to rehearse it as much as they needed to. And it meant that it didn't come off as clean as it should have, right? But it did hurt him, because I think a lot of people saw that promo and the reaction was, this is the hype. This is the guy we're meant to be like excited about. This is Brian Pillman's kids. I mean, it's a high bar, that his dad has set for him, of course. And I don't mind him not having the Pillman name. That doesn't bother me in the slightest. It doesn't bother me that Bron Breakker is Bron Breakker. I'm not bothered. I think like it's fine for them to be off on their own and make their own, step on their own 2 feet. I think if you know wrestling, if you're a wrestling fan and you know wrestling, then I think you know who these people are anyway, so it shouldn't make a difference. And if you don't really know wrestling, there's maybe a chance you don't know who their dads are anyway. So for me, it doesn't make any difference. I don't look at it and go, oh, it'd be so much better if he was, Pillman. No, because he'd still have cut the same awful promo. That won't have changed his promo. It doesn't change what's actually being presented on screen, like how bad that segment was. It won't change the fact his beard looks awful. So I think that you're right. I think that there is definitely something in the gimmick that doesn't seem to be sitting very well, very naturally with him at the moment. But also, I just think we need to be very honest about where are his abilities. We need to... I can't answer that. I mean, that's something they'll have to be working on at the Performance Center. I don't know if they have got I'm guessing they do have some sort of a test. I mean, I'm guessing they do, because when they do the tryouts, they must put the people that are trying out through some sort of a test to see if they can meet the mark, right? Now, I'm not saying that he wouldn't pass a tryout test, right? I'm not being disrespectful like that. But I'm just saying, is there a test that they've got where they can really gauge where he is? For example, in promo class, do they just give them 3 minutes, we want you to talk and that's it? Or do they tell them to cut a promo and we're going to interrupt your promo with something and we want you to react to it? Like, do they do that as well? If you think about the wrestlers that have been through that system that are no longer with WWE. I'm thinking Billie Kay off the top of my head, right? She was with NXT for quite a while. Peyton Royce, she was with NXT for a while. Now, you know, people that were in that system that are no longer in that system, I would flipping love to get like some real in-depth information as to what a week looks like. What does a week look like? Don't just give me the highlights. Oh, yeah, we're there 5 days a week. We spend 8 hours there. We'll spend an hour in the gym. We'll do an hour promo class. Lovely, right? Lovely. But give me more specifics than that. What do you do in promo class? What do they throw your way? What is it that they look to improve? How do they go about improving it? What's the actual structure of the promo class? Like, do you do it on your own? Do you do it in front of people? Is it that you have to work your way up to doing it in front of people? Do they take you off to the side first, or do they just throw you in the deep end? Is it 1 minute? Is it 2 minutes? Is it 3 minutes? Do they play like, you know, crowd chants and ask you to react to them? Or like, how is that structured? And how is the in-ring side of it structured? So like, today we're going to learn backdrops. Today we're going to learn suplexes. Today we're going to learn, like, how is that structured? What is the process? What does a week look like? How do those classes look like? I mean, if someone had been in NXT, I don't know if this channel is out there or not, but I would love for someone to like do a real in-depth breakdown. That would be fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. To know, like, to get just a bit more of a glimpse as to what it's like. I've seen those videos where you kind of go around the performance center, and I've seen like the different spaces but it's not even that now, to be honest. I mean, the performance center is not the performance center it used to be, because the performance center is now where they film the shows. They've now got a new performance center, which to my knowledge, we've never been properly introduced to. The most I've ever seen of the new performance center was when, was it Roxanne was filming a little thing, and I think, was it Bron Breakker came storming in. I remember this on an NXT episode. Bron Breakker came storming in and started verbally having a go at someone, and I think it was Roxanne that was filming. It may have been someone else, but they were filming this big confrontation, and everyone was watching this confrontation. I was there going, is this the performance center? I was having a look in the background like, how many rings we got? We got 6 rings. I can't see it. Is there any offices? Or I think it's just a warehouse that's like next door. I think it's a warehouse that's still within the same area. Because if you've ever been to the Performance Center, it's just a row of like warehouses basically, and WWE have got the warehouse at the end on the corner. So I think they've managed to get another one of those warehouses, and they've just put some rings in there, and they just use that now. But I don't know that to be the case. I just believe that's the case, and I've never actually seen around in there. So I'd love to get more information on that. Love to get more information on that. I think the Performance Center and the developmental side of WWE is so fascinating. I think, like, if you've kind of followed the history when they used to use OVW, and then they used Florida Championship Wrestling, FCW. There's a whole documentary on that on the network. Big thing when they moved to NXT, and there was a big kind of, they welcomed all the journalists, and there was tours, and we really got to look around the Performance Center. And it was fantastic, really insightful. But it's not that now. It's not that now. And we still didn't get, like, real in-depth, you know. I mean, to be honest, they could, on the network, quite easily do a show of just showing you what a week looks like at the Performance Center, showing you, like, some performance promo classes and all that kind of stuff. There's been the odd thing where you've had a glimpse. I remember Breaking Ground gave you a good glimpse inside Performance Center, but I mean, that's like probably 8 years ago now, and as I said, it's not that anymore. So there are definitely places you can go to get a glimpse, but I don't think we've had any kind of detail to the level where someone that's actually been through it could actually give you that kind of information, you know. And there's so many people that could give us it. Rick Books could give us that kind of information. Like, if there's an ex-wrestler that's been in NXT that's looking for like a channel content idea, that's it right there. Just tell us about what goes on in NXT. What's a typical day? What's a typical week? Tell us some funny stories that happened. Tell us some promos that went wrong. Tell us some training matches that went wrong. Tell us some house show stories from NXT. Like, really just dial in to some of the stuff that we don't know about the developmental side. Motor City Machine Guns are one of my favorite tag teams of all time, says Mitchell. Lexis was in AEW for 3 to 4 years. If he hasn't improved on anything, it's their fault, not his. Well, yes. I would say it's his as well, though, because just because you're at a place that's not really aiding your development doesn't mean that you still can't take it upon yourself to develop. You know, he can seek people out for, like, you know, going over things. You've got, you know, some amazing people around. And to be honest, I mean, all I keep hearing is about how people don't ever ask for advice. I mean, I'm sure you've seen all these clips that do the round of, like, there was one famous from Tully Blanchard where he's no longer with AEW, and the guy that you know, the Dutch Mantel podcast. He's a great guy. This guy. I mean, I don't know his name, but the co-host that does it with Dutch Mantel. I think he does a great job. I think he's an excellent podcast host, interviewer. He might even be my favorite, actually, of all the people that kind of do that sort of thing. I think Chris Van Vliet's very good as well, by the way. But yeah, he was interviewing Tully, and he said, so how often would people come up to you and ask for advice? And Tully was like, I never had anyone once ever ask me for advice. And I was talking to Rick about it the other week. Rick's obviously there now. Apparently no one has gone up to speak to Rick for advice either. So yeah, you can blame AEW, but unfortunately it seems like a lot of these youngsters, just for whatever reason, I don't know if they're shy. I don't know if they... I don't get it. I don't understand. I mean, if I was someone that had been in the business a long time and I was kicking about backstage, I would find it more disrespectful that no one asked for my advice than if someone did ask for my advice. You know, if I don't get it. I don't understand. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, I'm a wrestling fan. So if I'm backstage as a wrestler, I would want to talk to these legends because I would want to talk to these legends. I would want to talk to them. I'd be like, oh my God, you're Tully Blanchard. And he'd be like, yeah, no. And I'd be like, blah, 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 blah. Enough. We would go having conversations. And naturally, and what was you thinking about in that moment? And what was it like when you had this match? And what was it like when you did? And what was it like when you did that? I don't understand this. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand why they're not using the legends that are around. I mean, is there just a bit of a thought that they're out of touch and they don't know the current product, I don't need their advice? Is there something like that? I mean, there are things that were true in wrestling in the 50s and 60s that are as true today as they was back then. You know, I mean, at its core, this is about entertaining a crowd. This is about, like, you know, getting reactions out of a crowd. And what they were doing to get reactions in the 50s and 60s may not work in 2023. But, you know, Gorgeous George, who was a heel in that time period, would come down to the ring in his finery and I'm better than you, and he would hand out his hair clips, his bobby pins, his Georgie pins, he called them. Hand out his Georgie pins to the crowd, and the crowd were like, I don't want this. You know, I mean, like, he's coming down, swanning round, and he's got his perfume and everything. I mean, that level of arrogance can still be seen today in an Austin Theory. You know, that level of arrogance translates. So that was the 50s. So, like, how can these people not have... These people have drawn serious money as well. Serious money. They know how to get heat. They know how to get over. Or at least they know of ways that have worked, may work in 2023, might not work in 2023, but why would you not at least listen? Why would you not at least get it? I just don't get it. So yeah, you can point to AEW and say their developmental system, their support, their training is not good enough, but there's definitely something in these modern wrestlers not asking enough questions. I don't know. Maybe it's society as well. I mean, maybe it's a case that people are just always on devices and their social skills just aren't as good. They're not as, I don't know. I would be so excited to, like, if he was backstage with Ric Flair and he was just there, like, would you not go up to him and go, Mr. Flair, it's an honor. Could I just get a moment of your time? Like, I would imagine he'd be more insulted that you didn't do that, to be honest, than if you did that. And if he didn't want to, he'd make it clear it's no hard feelings. You know? It's no hard feelings. But at least you tried. Maybe now's not a good time. Listen, if I can ever get just a moment of your time, I'd really appreciate it. I'd love to just, run a few things past you. What else has he got to do? Yeah, it's so frustrating every time I hear that. Every time I hear these stories, you go, why? How? Don't tell me that they're not asking Sean questions in NXT. Don't tell me that. I'll flip. I'll flip. How could you not ask Sean, my God? Jeez. I'd be like Sean's shadow. He wouldn't be able to get rid of me. He'd wake up in the middle of the night. I'd be in bed with him and his wife, asking him questions with a notepad. So, yeah. It's concerning, isn't it? Big Time said, Lexis King seems like a guy that during his AEW time was pitching ideas for the character and it just was shut down. Ends up in NXT and the platform bringing his vision to life, and that's just not good. Well, I mean, maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. I don't know is the answer. I don't know if this is his vision or if it is WWE putting this onto him. Normally, it's the other way around. Normally, it's been WWE saying, no, we want you to do this. And then they go to AEW and then they have freedom. So it's strange to think of it being the other way round now. And it actually being that they're now getting more freedom in NXT. That's not traditionally how it's been. It's been more, but then, listen, this is a different WWE, isn't it? With like Endeavor and TKO and Triple H and Shawn. And so maybe there is some truth to that now. Maybe the wrestlers are being allowed to kind of explore the characters they want to explore a little bit more. But certainly, historically, it was the other way around where WWE were like, we've got this creative for you. And then if they wanted to do their own sort of thing, AEW was where you could kind of express yourself a little bit more. So yeah, maybe this is a Lexis idea. Either way, it could still work. It just hasn't quite landed yet. We still haven't seen loads of him though, so I'm not off the Lexis train, right? I was never really on the hype train to begin with, if I'm being brutally honest, but I'm still on board. I'm on a carriage, like, right at the back. I'm still on the journey. I haven't got off. I'm still on the Lexis journey, but yeah, it's been a bumpy ride, man. I mean, honestly, when I get to the destination, I might be asking for a refund. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. He's got a big opportunity tonight. And I am definitely looking for him to knock it out the park. Travis said, like I said, it proves Punk right. AEW doesn't have any respect for the legends. I don't know that it's an AEW thing. I don't know. I think AEW would, and we said this yesterday, I think they would really benefit from Tony spending some money, getting some sort of a performance center, some sort of training facility. I mean, they seem to rely on the Nightmare Factory, and I got big concerns on that. I got doubts about the Nightmare Factory. I mean, QT Marshall has parted ways. I don't know if that means the Nightmare Factory has parted ways. The Nightmare Factory, to me, seems to be like talent gets produced, trained, and then kind of spat into AEW, where they would go to Dark, they would go to Elevation, right? But I don't know that there's a system there for like Julia Hart, Sky Blue, Nick Wayne. Like, where's the support for those guys? If it's just grab someone, can you grab 5 minutes with Bryan Danielson? I mean, that's not sustainable. That's not sustainable. That's not something that's a structured teaching program, is it? Can you grab a few minutes, run this past such and such, or I'll see if I can grab such and such this week. I'll see if such and such can give me feedback on my match. I'll see if such and such can do this. I mean, I don't know what it's like backstage in AEW in that regard. I don't know, right? So there may be an amazing training program that I'm just not aware of. But it's certainly not been reported. And my understanding is that they were using the Nightmare Factory. I don't know if they ever sent anyone to the Nightmare Factory. It seemed to be that people were being trained there and then brought into AEW. But where's the support once you're in AEW? I mean, WWE have got NXT. I mean, Baron Corbin, don't have anything for him. Little bit cold. Not sure what to do with him. Send him to NXT. Los Lotharios, little bit cold, don't know what to do with them. Tried the Kiss Cam stuff and all of that. Send them to NXT. Dana Brooke did the 24/7 stuff, worked well, but away from that, we've always struggled. Send her to NXT. Now, some of them end up getting cut. And, you know, they end up getting victims to budget cuts. It's clearly not a good thing if you're being sent to NXT because you need a rebrand. This is clearly not a positive for Baron Corbin, right? It's you can turn it into a positive. You can turn it into a fresh new start, right? But it is also a way of the company saying, we haven't got anything for you right now. We haven't got anything for you. Creatively, we're bankrupt. I mean, that is like how boring you are and your character is. We have nothing for. There are many more people we want to invest our resources into than you at the moment. So I sort of feel like you can look at it as a downer. It's better to look at it as a positive. It's better to look at it as like, I'm going to go there. I'm going to have a great time. I'm going to, like, you know, pass on some knowledge to some of the up and comers. Going to, you know, make some new friends, like get some new acquaintances. I'm going to be working in the same building every week. I'm not going to be on the road as much. I'm going to reinvent my character. I mean, there's plenty to love about it as well, but it's not a great sign, is it? It's not a great sign. So, but at least they've got that. At least they've got a place where you can go and work and hone your craft and improve your skills and reinvent yourself if needed. And it's a system that works. I mean, we see them take athletes and spit out wrestlers. And they're very, very good at it. I mean, that is something that has had a lot of thoughts, a lot of work, a lot of experience and knowledge has been poured and continues to be poured into it. I mean, think of the people: William Regal, Dusty Rhodes, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, thingy, what's his name? Tensai. He's down there as well, isn't he? I think runs the thing. So, like, and he's been over in Japan. I mean, he's worked all over the world. He met Finn Balor over in Japan. So you've got a lot of knowledge. Del Rey, Sarah Del Rey's there. She's a brilliant female wrestler. Isn't Drew Gulak working there now? I think no, not Oni Lorcan is working there now. Robbie Brookside over from the UK. Norman Smiley, he works there as well. Like, the amount of experience and knowledge that is just in that performance center, which just means that you can take a lump of coal and turn it into a diamond. Oh God, that AEW are so desperate for that. So desperate for that. Because it would improve their TV products without doing anything. I mean, like, if you spent, I don't know if it would cost 10 million, right? But if you spent 10 million on I mean, how much did they spend on a video game? 50 million, right? maybe that pays off in the long term, right? So I'm not going to say that was a bad move, right? It doesn't strike me as a great move at the moment, but we know that this game might have flopped, but at least they've got the foundation in place for next year and the year after and the year after, right? So it shouldn't cost us much in future years. They've got a game that they can just update the skins, make little tweaks and changes, sell a load next year, sell a load after that. Maybe they get to the money that they spent on it eventually, right? I don't think they're anywhere near at the moment, but maybe it breaks even. Maybe it makes a little profit. Maybe it makes a little bit of a loss. As long as it's kind of there or thereabouts, I think they'll be all right with it, right? But the one thing they don't want is to be in the hole by 50 million. So was that goods? Was that not goods? We'll have to wait and see. I've got no doubt that if you spend 10 million, right, which is a drop in the ocean compared to the video game, on a performance center, which I don't even know would cost that much, to be honest. I mean, what do you really need? What do you really need? I mean, you need a building. You need to rent a building or even buy a building. Get rings. You need some staff. I mean, I think a 10 million doesn't strike me as being like outlandish, but if you could get the right people, the right trainers, you could work on promos and whatever, and you could send some of your talent that's like young, that's coming through, to really go and like hone on their craft there. I just think that's got to improve the shows. That's got to make matches better, promos better. It's just got to improve everything. It's just got to lift the standards even higher. And again, you can then start bringing in your own people, putting them through that system. I think the Performance Center has been one of the biggest and best investments WWE have ever made. It's the heart really of WWE. It really is. It just keeps pumping out all these new wrestlers, whether they're like from the indies, whether they're like athletes that have just, you know, not succeeded in their own field and now they're being turned into wrestlers. It just really keeps everything alive. It's the heartbeat of the whole thing. AEW ain't got it. AEW ain't got one, to my knowledge. They ain't got no heart. There's no heart. So, yeah, I would definitely look for something along those lines. But to be honest, I mean, it's all right for me to sit here going, oh, I'll do this, I'll do that. It's not my money. And I also don't know what their current system looks like. But if it is, oh, I'll see if I can grab 5 minutes with Bryan Danielson. That can't be right. Can it? That's not a structured learning program. Seeb, shout out, buds. Hope you're well. Seeb said, do you think you'd be able to pull some plugs and get an exclusive interview with an interesting wrestler? I'm surprised you never asked Bray, considering you followed each other. Well, the truth is, could I do that? I think I could, because so back in 2017, I was doing Wrestling Shop Live. I think the first Wrestling Shop Live. And that was really the first thing I'd ever done outside of my house, right? Other than toy hunts. Wrestling Shop got in touch with me. And this is why I love Wrestling Shop, right? And I know people will be like, oh, he's advertising, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm not. They have not paid me to say this, right? I have been working with those guys since 2017, so 6 years. They are one of the first companies, one of the first people to get in touch with me, and they gave me an opportunity to go to their warehouse where no one had been, to have a look around and film and show off like their warehouse, and no one had done that before. And that was big for me, and it was big for the channel, and it was good for them as well, of course. But from there, we then they invited me to do their live event, Wrestling Shop Live, and that meant I could meet people, and that was the first time I was meeting people. So people that had watched the channel, watched the toy hunts, could then come to London, and I would be there for 2 days. I'd sign stuff, pictures, pictures, how you doing, thank you, all this kind of stuff. I had a great time. And I think it was from that then WWE Kids Magazine got in touch with me, and they were like, we're interested in putting a little article in the magazine. And my relationship with them has been for the past 6 years as well. So I've been, not so much recently, not so much this year, actually. It's kind of settled down a little bit, but then saying that, magazine sales are probably settling down as well. But I still review the magazines. We still do fun little videos with the magazines, and occasionally they'll hit me up and go, do you want to put some stuff in the magazine? And I've done countless, honestly, over the 6 years, so many articles in those magazines. It's all like favorite matches, favorite moments, best WrestleMania moments, best Survivor Series moments, future stars to keep an eye on. It would be fun, actually, to kind of go back through, because I think I've still got every magazine over the past 6 years. It would be good to look back on some of those old articles now that I used to put in there. I mean, they're not like thoroughly in depth. I mean, it's like this person, here's a little bit of spiel. This person, here's a bit of spiel. But that came about because of Wrestling Shop. So I've got a connection with Wrestling Shop. They have they got D'Lo Brown, for example. We did have a chat with D'Lo at Wrestling Shop Live this year. But they've got a few connections. I'm sure Kids Magazine have got some connections. Because of all of that, WWE in the UK got in touch, and they were like, would you like to meet Cesaro? Would you like to meet Braun? You know, it's funny how one thing then leads to another, and that's all it ever was. It was like, and Wrestling Shop was the first piece of the puzzle. So it goes like bang, 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 then you do that, then you do that, then you do that. So yeah, I mean, I could drop an email to someone at WWE in the UK, and I could hit them up and say, listen, when they come over, is there any chance I could get a few minutes? I could hit up WWE Kids Magazine, who have also got connections, and I could say, is there any chance I could get, like, you know, a chat? I could, like, you know, could I go that way? I could even speak to Wrestling Shop, who have got great connections in WWE. So those are my connections, if you will. Those are the avenues that I could explore. I have no interest whatsoever in doing that. I have no interest whatsoever in speaking to wrestlers. I have no interest in doing interviews. That's never been some content I've ever wanted to make. That's never been a motivator. It's never been anything I've wanted to do. I've never ever wanted to interview wrestlers, and there's a reason for it. And the reason is that I think if you're going to do that, I think you have to do that. And I think if you're going to interview a wrestler, then you need to interview wrestlers like Chris Van Vliet. So he interviews someone, and then like next week he'll have someone else, next week he'll have someone else, or next day he'll have someone else, and he has them all lined up, whatever. And he does a great job. He's great at it. I mean, no shade on him at all. I really like him. I think he does a great job. Same with that dude that works with Dutch Mantel, you know. He also has interviewed some other people. And there's a few others out there, you know, like people that work for Fightful. They get interviews. Fightful get interviews. You do see people like Wrestle Talk going over during WrestleManias and SummerSlams and all that kind of stuff. But no, it's never been something I wanted to do, because I think, you know, that's something that you would always do. You would always do interviews. I think the odd interview on the channel might just look a bit odd. And I suppose we have done the odd interview, and I think they look a bit odd. We did an interview with Braun because I got asked, would you like to do it? And, you know, I'm never going to turn it down, but I didn't request it. I had an interview with Cesaro. Again, never going to turn it down. I didn't request it. I certainly wasn't against it. It was a pleasure. Both of them, I've said before, absolutely fantastic people. Brilliant people. I mean, honestly, if they weren't, I would tell you. Because what do I care, right? What do I care? So if they were moody, or there was any problems, or once we'd stopped filming, they were shouting or being divas, I would happily tell you that. They weren't. They were both fantastic. They were both absolutely lovely. Couldn't have done more. Lovely, 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 right? So Cesaro is amazing in person. Braun, amazing in person. Yeah, great. The only thing I'd say about Braun is that, and I felt sorry for him, was that he'd been there a while. He'd done a big sign-in, and he did just say, can we stop getting, like, doing the pictures with the cars now? Not to me, but to the WWE representative, because he was promoting. It was the same time that, do you remember the car? Was it the car that came out, the wrecking car? And I think you got a Bron figure with that wrecking car because it was based on him flipping it over, I think. So you got the car and you got the figure, and honestly, the amount of pictures that different papers and people took of him with the car, you'd think that he would pose for 5 minutes and that would be it. It was like they were doing it in the front of the shop, they were doing it at the back of the shop, he was standing behind the car, he was holding the car, he was reacting to the car. There were so many pictures that he was having with this car. I felt sorry for him, and eventually he was like, can we stop doing stuff with the car now? I was like, fair play. I would have said that about half an hour ago. Other than that, he was just it was awesome. Yeah, he was great. Big guy, obviously. So yeah, no, I haven't. It's never been a motivator. It's never been something that I've wanted to get into. I suppose you're always a little bit concerned that the wrestlers are going to be a bit off or a bit moody. I enjoy talking about the products with fans. Like, I enjoy talking about what we watch, where do you think it's going, blah, 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 all that stuff that we do. Actually talking to the wrestlers, I think there's other channels for that. I feel like the channel would have to be dedicated to that. But if there was, I suppose, a way of getting some answers that I'm just not seeing out there, I suppose that would be interesting. Like the NXT stuff we spoke about, I don't see those answers out there. I don't see some, but I don't think you'd get that in an interview, because I want in-depth detail, you know? I want some real stuff you can get your teeth into. I want to know, like, tell me step by step, what's the first thing you learn? I think it's running the ropes, and I think it's taking bumps. I think it's like literally like falling onto your back. But like, once you've done that and you've run the ropes, what do you then, how long do you do that for? What's the next stage that you would progress to? Like, you know, what's that process like? Tell me, like, when do you start promos? Do you start that week 1? Do you start that week 5? Who's the promo class with? It used to be Dusty. It's clearly not Dusty now. Who does promo class now? How often do main roster stars come down? And if they do they do a bit of a speech? Do they take questions and answers, like, or are they just kept to one side? I would imagine they do integrate, but what does that look like? Do people come down that we don't see on NXT? Like, could it be a case that, like, Randy, for example, we know that Randy has been going to the Performance Center, so Randy's been going recently. He was not shown on NXT. So are there other examples? I think there's loads of stuff like that, but this is where I don't think one interview would cover that. I feel like that's where you need a channel kind of dedicated to it, which is why someone that used to be in NXT, if they were looking for content ideas, there you go. James said, Andy said, will we see Cora and Jade tonight? Yes and yes. I think you see both. I don't know in what capacity. Jade, I think there's a chance she's just in the crowds, or backstage, or coming out of an office with Sean. Either way, I think we definitely see her. And Cora, I mean, yeah, I mean, her voice was used. I've heard she's in the area. So I think we definitely see Cora. I think we definitely see Jade. I don't know that they're going to get involved. It could be they're both in the crowd. It could be they're both backstage. I'd feel more that Cora could definitely make her presence felt. Maybe Roxanne wins the cage match and then Cora steps out in the entranceway with a kendo stick and, you know, maybe do something there. Or maybe Cora attacks someone in the Iron Survivor women's match, takes them out that match, which then starts a feud there. I feel like Cora could definitely get involved. Jade Cargill, not so much. But I've said all along, this is the show that I feel that Jade will appear on. Because I think she'll be in the Rumble, but I think NXT is really where she should call home. We've seen before, though, you can be in NXT and still make appearances on Raw. So even if she's in NXT, it doesn't mean that she can't appear on Raw and SmackDown as and when she needs to. And she can certainly still be in a Rumble. So I'm feeling pretty good for Jade tonight. Q the Nightlight said, I'm willing to do interviews with anyone, but after Billie Eilish comes and pays me, or Uncle Vince, or Triple H, or Linda. Alvin said, do you think WWE could create a Christmas premium live event? Not exactly on Christmas, but maybe a few days before. What would you call that? I don't know why oh, that's why. In my head was Seasons Beatings. And I was like, why is that in my head? And it's because I've got the network on, and that's the name of one of the playlists, is Seasons Beatings, which did make me smile. Do I think they could do one? They could do one. I don't know that it would be a good idea. The reason why I say that is because Christmas is just so busy, frantic. It's not a normal time of the year. You've got a lot of people that are out Christmas shopping. You've got a lot of people that are out seeing friends, seeing family, working late. I mean, don't forget retail goes like late at night shopping, goes to like 10 o'clock at night or whatever. So people that would normally watch wrestling maybe at work on late shifts and are missing the shows. So December, as we said, historically is not a great month for engagement because it's just a very weird time of the year. There's no other time of the year like December where you've got arguably the biggest celebration, for many people is at this time of the year. And, to the point where we all catch up with friends and family. And I've said 27th is when my family come round to this house. And I can't stream on the 27th. I will not be here on the 27th. So even I'm disrupted. So, they used to do TLC in December, tables, ladders, chairs. It never really got great engagement. And they ended up dropping it. And they replaced it with Day One, which was on January 1st. So it was a premium live event to launch the new year. But even that has gone now. We don't even do that now. So now there is nothing between Survivor Series and the Royal Rumble. And that really should tell you everything you need to know about this time of the year. That should tell you everything you need to know. WWE that love shows and money and don't put on a show in December, a big premium live event, because it's just a horrible time of the year for engagement. It's hard. And, on TV and everything, you're competing against American football. The American football season, I believe, is in full swing at this point, probably getting to an interesting point, because by the time, isn't the Super Bowl like February, which means that, key games are going to be, I'm guessing, January, which means this is probably the final scramble to see who's going to get into the playoff places or whatever. I don't really know how it works, to be honest, but I would imagine that, they've been playing for a little bit now, that it's starting to heat up a little bit, and the games are only getting more important, not less important. So, yeah, it's just not a great time for shows, to be honest. Cora Jade is dating Bron Breakker. Cora has to be well breasted by now. See what you done there? See what you did there? Amin said, Days, do you think we're going to get Grayson Waller Bron Breakker next week? I don't think so. I don't think they'll go with Bron. I think it's interesting as to why would you have the mystery person go up against Grayson Waller? Why would you have the mystery person go up against Grayson Waller? My feeling is you would do that because the person is going to be a baby face. Because you could have had him go up against Kevin Owens, but instead, they're going up against Grayson Waller. So, babyface is what I'm looking at. I think Bron has got a chance because I think he is in that group of people that are literally very close to being called up anyway. So he definitely has a chance. But if I was to have a little gamble, put some money on someone, I think I'd be looking at Von Wagner. Von Wagner's a face. He was actually involved in the draft. He was a free agent in the last draft, so they clearly see something about him, and he has appeared on the main roster before. I mean, they've kind of tried to call him up before, and he's been on the main roster before. Didn't work out, went back to NXT. And I think that he is someone that is big. They like his look. He's not terrible in the ring. He can do some stuff. I think they've really invested in him quite a bit as well, with this whole backstory and the photo and the scar, and they've really been investing in like him as a person to give some depth to his character. And I think the reason why they've done that is because they really are interested in making some moves with him. So I'm thinking monster looking babyface who was involved in the last drafts, who they've just spent a lot of time fleshing out his backstory. Heel that they've chosen to be his opponent. That's why Von Wagner would be the way that I would be leaning. But Bron has a chance because he is still part of that group as well of people that, we're just waiting for them to get called up, really. And to be honest, even if Grayson's in the ring and Bron comes out, Grayson can still... in my mind, I can visualize that shocked face. I can see the shocked expression as someone is making their way down to the ring that he wasn't expecting. Like, I've got the NXT person. This is going to be easy. And then, oh my God, here comes Von Wagner. Oh my God, here comes Bron Breakker. Like, I can see that reaction, yes. So, Bron definitely in with a shout, but not the one that I'm predicting. But it's only a guess, if you will. But you can see what I'm basing it on. You can see I'm not just plucking a name out of thin air. I'm doing it for reasons. So Von is what I've gone with. But yeah, Bron stands a chance. I think Trick stands a chance. It doesn't matter that they're involved tonight. I mean, we're talking about next Friday. So it doesn't matter what they're doing tonight. We're talking about some on Friday. So yeah, I think there's a few that are in the running. Basically, like, if you're in that top level that are close to getting to the main roster, your Carmelos, your Tricks. Trick might need a little bit more time, but I think they're really high on him. Von, Bron, like, I don't think ILJA. I think he's too busy unless he loses the title. If he loses the title, then we could be looking at ILJA for Friday. ILJA would then become a very interesting shout. But if he's still going to be champion, I don't think they'll put the NXT champion in that tournament. I don't think they will. But yeah, good question. That's one that people are speculating on, and we'll find out on Friday. What happened to Monica in the chat? It's been a long time, says Michael. Since I've seen her and Sunny were very tight in the chat. Yeah, Monica, I believe, was just really snowed under. She used to pop back. I haven't seen her in about, about a year. Probably a little over, actually. But she was saying, like, that last time I spoke to her, she said that I think she had got, like, a new job. And she had like some loads of responsibilities at home. I mean, it's life, innit? People come and go all the time because people's lives change. The time that you used to be able to give to wrestling might not be the same amount of time you can give a few years later, unfortunately. So it's just one of those where life can sometimes get in the way. But it's great when we see these people return, and we saw a load of people coming back for Survivor Series. People like, oh, I've not been able to get into the streams, and like, it's great to be back. I hope everyone's doing well, and it's cool, man. We've got a great community that I think really do, like, if you've been here a while, you'll sort of know each other. You'll know what each other's about. And as we said, you know, we get like 10,000 views consistently for Raw, consistently for SmackDown. So that says to me it's this like the same sort of, yes, there's movement, people come in and go in all the time, but I think there is a real number of people that are, you know, there week in, week out. And I think that sense of community is something which, to be honest, I would love to strengthen even more. I've tried a few different ways of trying to do that. I don't know that I've really succeeded, to be honest. But we did start a community podcast. We did start a podcast, which was really for you lot to, you know, get your thoughts across and send in video clips and everything. The Wrestling Escape Pod was set up for that purpose. That's why I wanted to do it. And I thought, like, what, you know, I didn't know if we were going to get stuff in all the time. I didn't want it to just be more of this, because we do this all the time. So that's why I reached out to Tommy and I was like, listen, it'd be great for us to bounce some thoughts around and then throw over to whatever the community had sent in. The truth is, the community does not really send much in. I'm not down on that. That's not a problem. I mean, because I've kind of already thought that not everyone would want their voice to be heard. Not everyone would want their face to be shown. But yeah, that's why the web's there. If we had an hour's worth of you lot sending in videos, then we would play an hour's worth of you lot sending in videos. If we had 10 minutes of it, we would play 10 minutes of it. If we had half an hour, we'd play half an hour. But sometimes you only get a few clips. But then, you know, I can look at it and go, well, how often do I mention that on these streams? How often do I mention that was the purpose of the web? It's just not a problem. It's there if people want to use it and send stuff in. If they don't, it's not a problem, because me and Tommy can just talk and, you know, conversations go in weird and wonderful places. You know, we end up talking about films and games and everything and anything. So I like how that feels different from these streams. I wouldn't want it to be more of the same, but that's why that was set up, was for the community. And we've tried a few different things with the member streams as well. I think they're really fun at the moment. We're doing some good stuff there with the Sporkle quizzes, which we're having some great fun with. Yeah, you know, there's a few different things that we've done over the years. Maybe there's something else we can introduce. I'm not sure. I'm always open to ideas, so feel free to drop me an email if you think there's something that the community could, you know. I would love. I tell you what, the ultimate would be. I don't think we'll ever get there, but I would love there to be like a website where you can have your own profile, picture, talk about your favorite match, favorite wrestlers, have some lists, and then like if you see a name in the chat, you can go to that website, see their profile, the person's profile, and you can learn a bit more about them. And like, you know, you've got that. I suppose in a way that sort of exists with social media, but sometimes people's names here aren't the same as there. We don't really have a place where you can see everyone. You know, I don't know if like a public list could be created. Maybe that's something. Maybe a public list where we could create that and you lot could like follow each other. Because everyone likes to have more followers, don't they, on social media? Well, imagine if everyone here that's a regular was to follow everyone else and like everyone's numbers got boosted. That's only a nice positive thing, isn't it? And all you're getting is more like-minded people. So, I mean, I think there is lots that we as a community can do, but it's just what is it? How do you go about it? And maybe that's a little project for 2024. Maybe that's something to have a little think about, and maybe that's something we'll throw around on the member streams and see if the members have got any thoughts. Because yeah, I think we've got a great community, and it's great to see so many like people like on this similar streams, you know. Amin said, "Do you think Roman returns to SmackDown next week?" He is, yeah, he is. I think it's already been confirmed. Nina Gang said, "You just made the list." Nice. James said, "Doesn't make it wrong, don't agree." I think I've walked in on a conversation there. Big Time says, the conversation sparked with CM Punk slight AEW jab, not getting a crowd pop. People said they just did not care or didn't understand the reference. Or do people really live in a WWE bubble? I don't know the answer to that because I can't say what other people are thinking. I do think there's a lot of people that live in a WWE bubble. I do. And I think that a lot of wrestling fans would be very surprised at how many people only watch WWE. I used to be that way in the 90s. You know, I said I didn't watch WCW. Didn't watch it. I wasn't following it. And actually, back then, it was easy to not watch it and not follow it. You know, now it's probably harder to avoid AEW because of social media and YouTube and just, oh, you like wrestling? Check out this, you know? So, like, in this day and age, it's hard to believe that you can actively avoid AEW and actively avoid all the conversation and the chat and everything. But I was someone that I didn't watch ECW. I didn't watch WCW. I wasn't interested. Didn't bother me. I was WWE, ride or die, baby. I didn't have a hatred for those companies. I didn't have anything against those companies, but they just weren't companies that I had grown up watching. You know, I grew up with going and getting DVDs of WWE, and I was really learning about the history of that company. So if I saw a WCW videotape, well, that's somewhat different. That's not going to help me understand Hulk Hogan's story. You know, even as a kid, I wanted to know, how did Hulk Hogan start? When did it start? Who did he get the title from? How long has he been champion for? Who has he faced? Like, what happened at WrestleMania 4? I don't have that videotape. What happens at that show? So if I see a WCW videotape at a garage sale, a car boot, that's not going to help me answer the questions that I've got. That's only going to present more questions about a company which I haven't even interacted with yet. So that can wait. That can, like, maybe I'll get to it one day, but oh my God, I need to know what happened at WrestleMania 4. I need to know when Hogan won the title. I need to know all these things. So I was very focused on WWE, not out of shade for other companies, but out of a thirst for understanding WWE better. And even at a young age, that was a motivation for me. That was something I wanted to know it all. I wanted to understand it. I wanted to really grasp it, and I wanted to know how the pieces connected. So, yeah, I kind of think that there are still people that feel that way. I would imagine there are still people, like kids in particular, that get into WWE that, I mean, think about it. When I started watching wrestling, it was the early 90s. WrestleMania 1 was 85. When I started watching, it was 92. I had 7 years to catch up on, basically. Yes, I had all before that, but you can learn a lot if you just go back to WrestleMania 1, yeah? You don't need to know so much about Bruno, Pedro, Superstar Billy Graham, all that kind of stuff. It's good to know it, but if you can just at least get back to the beginning of Hulkamania, and you can at least get back to WrestleMania 1, then you're doing all right, yeah? Because WrestleMania 1 predates the Rumbles, it predates Survivor Series, SummerSlam. So as you go through that journey, you'll pick up on those shows, and you'll pick up on the start of Raw, and you'll pick up on the start of SmackDown, blah, 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 blah. So for me, I was filling in those gaps, but I only had 7 years to fill in, really. Anything before that, I was never going to find videotapes on. And it's only been since the internet came along that I've really been able to shine a spotlight into that kind of pre-WrestleMania world. So, think about now. If you're a kid now, you ain't got to catch up on 7 years. You've got to catch up on 40 years. You've got to catch up on nearly 40 WrestleManias and the Attitude Era and Ruthless Aggression. And you've got to catch up on all of this stuff. how much time is it going to take for you to watch every WrestleMania if you've never seen them? How much time is it going to take you to watch every SummerSlam? How much time is it going to take you to watch all of this stuff? We're going to get to a point where it becomes impossible to do it. It's going to get to a point where like you can't watch every show they've done because there's not enough time to do it. So I think that if I was to get into WWE and love Randy Orton, and I want to know what happened, I want to know John Cena. Yeah, I've heard about Cena, I've seen Cena, but what did he do? And I want to find out more about Cena. Think of that back catalogue that I've got to go through. Think of that stuff I've got to watch. Eddie Guerrero, you know, all the old WrestleManias, Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man. I mean, sure, their stories continue in WCW, but you don't really need to watch anything other than WWE if you want to understand WWE. So, I think that there are people that don't watch other promotions, don't get into other promotions, because there's enough back catalogue to get your teeth into if you really want to understand the history of WWE. And I also think that as a result, so some people, kids in particular, might not have really known what he was on about or like whatever. But to be honest, the way that it came across, I knew what he was on about. I didn't care. It did not really land with me. I didn't see it as a, oh wow, he's talking about that now. I didn't see it as that. It wasn't a moment. It wasn't something that, you know, I've got a lot of praise for the Seth line. I thought that was a good reaction line. Him like talking about, oh, who would talk about someone, or who would focus on someone that would punch people backstage. You kind of go, yeah, that's a reference to the brawl out. That's a reference to whatever. That was it. I mean, it really wasn't any more than that. It really wasn't like, it was just a little, oh, I see what he's done. But it wasn't a moment that made me go, oh, I mean, should it have? I don't know. Did it have that reaction to other people? Maybe it did. But it didn't land with me. I don't know. I think part of it is that it's lame. I'm sorry, it's lame. It's like him mentioning something that he is potentially not meant to mention. If you're going to pop at that, it's quite childish. I think it's quite a childish thing. I think that, like, I'm a lot more excited about where he's going and matches that he can have. And I think a lot of WWE fans we're more interested in who's he facing next. Is he going to fight Seth? Is he going to fight Roman? Is he going to fight Kevin Owens? You know, who's he facing at the Rumble? Is he in the Rumble? Who's he facing at WrestleMania? These are the things that I think a lot of WWE fans are really focused on. So when he's coming out doing his little tongue-in-cheek, who would trust someone that punches someone backstage? I don't know that this crowd is really like, oh, he's mentioning the... that's lame. That's lame. I think that's just lame. Like, for me, I'm more interested in him listening to what he's got to say about Seth and what he's got to say about Roman. And I think the crowd were as well. So, other than him just like these little things, these little references, you know, let the I don't know. I don't even know who would pop at that, to be honest. I don't know. Who would get excited by that? I agree. I think he thought there was going to be a bigger reaction to it. But who is popping at that? Who is popping at that? Here's Bron. Tyler Bate is just happy to be here. Trick Williams is shaking. I've beaten Trick. We'll hear him from Bron Breakker. Dijak. These four men are in trouble. I find his beard distracting. Maybe this is a modern thing. Maybe I should be doing that. I don't know. I mean, you can see what my beard care regime is. My beard grooming regime is let it grow, don't think about it. But like he's got it like shaved like perfectly and everything. Maybe this is just the modern thing. I don't know. I think Lexis King's look stupid. I think his look distracting. I think it's one of those that in like we'll look back on in like years' time, going, "What were they doing? Why were they doing that?" Like a little trend thing, maybe. Don't know. I mean, I'm all for, you know, keeping neat and tidy, but don't know, that line, those lines looked very distracting. They were so sharp. They look very distracting, and I think Lexis King's is very distracting as well. It is inspiring me, though. Perhaps I need to do the same. Perhaps I need to stop putting grey dye in my beard, because that's what I do, yeah? Don't think otherwise. Don't think otherwise. This is an age. I dye it grey. Perhaps I need to stop doing that, and then also I need to, like, you know. Next time you see me, oh my god, I am gonna look fabulous. I'm gonna look so cute. I'm gonna look like just the cutest button. Right, the kickoff show is underway, and NXT Deadline kickoff show. It's the CGI one. It's rubbish. Seeb said, I thought I'd let you know. I've been informed by my source that Song Yadong is struggling to go out tonight for his fight, as he's heavily emotional knowing that you won't be watching. I can understand that, buds. I can understand that. I think he's also struggling, because I would imagine he's probably a big supporter of the channel, and so he's probably watching the stream with us. I class him as part of this community. Yeah, I could imagine there's a few reasons why he's struggling. It is a shame. I would love to be watching him in action tonight. I love watching Yadong. But, you know, as we said, wrestling, it's always tricky on a Saturday. You always have to, you know, pick a lane. And as we've said before, like, that's, you know, sometimes can be a tricky decision. But I made the call last year, and it's no... It was never really in doubt, to be honest, that if I had to pick wrestling, I'm picking wrestling. That's what this channel is. So, and that will be the case in 2024 as well. So, yeah, it's NXT Deadline, and unfortunately we are missing a good main event. Undercover Manager said, evening days, evening. I think Punk's line regarding having dirty boots, he's put in the table, I look as a better line, a more suitable, as he's been working in a mess. So he currently has dirty boots. Okay. Undercover Manager, shout out to you. Wrestle with Andy said, I'm going to be keeping one eye on NXT and one eye on Yadong. Well, just a normal weekend then. Sounds like a normal Tuesday, that. Here's Dijak. See, Dijak looks better. He's got this bit like nice, right? But then, okay, it's tidy, but it's not like distracting. He's got a nice beard. I aspire for a beard like that. There we go. Hearing from Dijak, and steel cage match coming up tonight. Roxanne Perez against Kiana James. Days, when do you think we will see the Demon next? What, Finn Balor's the Demon? I think he will show again. I don't know if he will have to exit Judgment Day. I wonder if, like, we get Damian and versus Finn, which feels like a match that we probably will get eventually. I wonder if Finn will feel the need to have to bring out the Demon for that. So, I don't know. I can't. I mean, he was in Judgment Day when he brought out the Demon against Edge. So he doesn't have to leave Judgment Day, but I sort of feel like whilst he's in Judgment Day, he doesn't really need the demon because he's got the numbers. You know, the demon gives him that little bit extra, but actually at the moment he gets that little bit extra by Damian Priest being around and Dominik being around and JD being around and Rhea being around. That's where he gets his little extra from now. So it doesn't really feel like he needs the demon until he's going to go off on his own. And then, you know, when he needs that extra, it won't be people, it'll be the demon. So, yeah, I don't think we'll see it. We may see it in the feud with Damian Priest as and when that shows. And then other than that, when he goes off on his own. Because as we said, you know, that for me is the little bit extra. It's that little bit extra, which he just hasn't needed when he's been in Judgment Day. James said, predictions. Roxanne is going to win. She'll be beaten down after the match. Cora comes to her aid. Oh, big prediction. Big prediction. Face Cora Jade. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. I much prefer her as a heel. I think she's a much better heel. Let's see. I think it's a good prediction. It's not one I'd considered, so I like the prediction. I'm just thinking, how do I feel about Cora as a face? I don't like it as much. I personally prefer her more as a heel. Doesn't mean that they're not going to do it, though. I like the prediction. Bold. Brave. Amin said, do you think Randy will steal the title from Roman and win it? I don't. I think it'll be Cody. Adam said, Drew versus Jay is this Monday in Cleveland on Raw. Big match. Adam said, CM Punk toured the new WWE headquarters. I wonder if he went to the Snackdown. Do you think he had a snack at the Snackdown? He probably did, in all fairness. It's the only thing I know about it. That, and it's got a belt at the front, which I saw him pose in front of. Jim said it could be cool for the demon to turn on the Judgment Day. SB said, what match are you most invested in? Well, the one that I think is going to be the best match, and SB, shout out to you, my friend. I saw you became a supporter of the channel. It's greatly appreciated. And again, I'm going to say a big thank you, because again, we keep dropping those LOL videos, and I gotta be honest, man, the comments and the likes, the views are where I thought they would be, to be honest. I thought that it would take time for people to warm to the videos, because you've sort of got to take a chance on them. The thumbnails don't really give too much away, and it's a new series, so I know that people are, you know, clicking and taking a chance on them. But what encourages me more and what I really appreciate is the fact that all the comments are just like, great video, really enjoyed it. And the likes, if you look at the view to like ratio, it's like they are amongst the best on the channel. like the amount of people watching compared to the likes, that percentage is like brilliant. So I feel like we're on the right path. And I really appreciate people taking time to give them a chance and leave their comments and leave their thoughts. And there's even been a few suggestions for future videos in that series. And I've been jotting them down. If you have a suggestion for that series, leave it in the comments of one of those videos. It's going to get harder the more that drop for me to go back to like the first one. So always try to go to the latest one, because the latest one is the one that I obviously am more likely to see. If you leave a comment on like the first one, it might be a bit harder for me to go back to that and keep checking them all, you know. But what I do, my system is, when someone leaves an idea, right, I screenshot the comments, I put it into a folder, and then I put the idea on a list, and I actually showed the list to the members the other day. So I add it to the list. So my plan is that once I've done, 50, because I've got 50 planned already, then I can go to that list and start doing the ones people have suggested. and start adding them in. And some might already have been recorded, some might already have been done, some might already be planned. But to be honest, we've already had a few suggestions that weren't. So eventually I will get to the point where I can start giving people shout outs and start showing the comments on screen, which is what I want to get to, you know. So if you leave suggestions, you can start getting shout outs in those videos. But you're going to have to wait a bit because I've already recorded 25. So, and we've only put 3 on the channel. I've already 25 are done and ready to go. So yeah, the rest are being worked on. So yeah, a big thank you for people that have checked those out. And another one of those hit the channel today. So SB, appreciate you your support as well, my friend, becoming a member. I hope that Cora stays heel and Roxanne is a face. Whilst Cora is trying to get her to turn, Rox finally snaps and becomes a heel. It would be an interesting dynamic in my opinion. Rox becoming a heel. Well, I would take that over Cora becoming a face, definitely. Cora as a heel, I agree, I think is the better way forwards. We're just seeing NXT Anonymous, who, I mean, they are in a lot of places, aren't they? They were in that hallway, they were in the room with Carmelo and Trick. They just always seem to be around, don't they? Crazy. Always around, always around. Is no one in NXT worried that they've put up these cameras and that NXT Anonymous is like secretly filming all this stuff that's going on? Why are we not making like an effort to track down who NXT Anonymous is? I mean, we know the actual answer. The actual answer is because I don't think this is meant to really be anyone. It's just meant as a way to show you stuff that we shouldn't really be seeing. That's why we do it. But I'd still like to see Sean like at least mention we need to find this NXT Anonymous. even if it's just like a little throwaway comment. I'd still like to see him acknowledge that there's cameras being put up and footage being recorded and then leaked that he is seemingly not in any control of. Benny Hill or Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, Country Mile. It's funny, actually, because I did watch a bit of Benny Hill as I was growing up, and it was on TV. But I think it was shown in America a lot more than it was shown in this country in, like, you know, more recent times. So maybe the 90s. I mean, I remember seeing it on TV, but it's funny because, like, I don't know. I don't know where I've picked this up from, but like Benny Hill seems to be a name that's really associated with the UK. When I would think there are, I mean, maybe not so much now, but not that long ago it really was, and I think it can only be a reflection that the show was really shown quite a bit in America compared to over here, where Benny Hill is a comedian. He was very, very popular, but there are lots of people that I think are in a similar boat. And but yeah, he was massive. I mean, we also had people like Hale and Pace. You know, they were also massively popular, but you don't hear about them. Yeah, I mean, there was quite a few people got their own kind of show like that. But I don't know, he's a name that gets mentioned quite a bit from time to time. So I think that whatever he did in America seems to have massively worked. But I think a lot of his stuff is cancelled now because, like, a lot of it is like, you know, squeezing boobs and whatever, and you're not allowed to do that now. That's been cancelled. You can't squeeze boobs anymore. We're all woke now, mate. We're all woke. No more boobs to be squeezed. If you squeezed any boobs today, even your own, you're a disgrace. Who is Cora Jade and why is she so hype, says Matt. So she is a youngster. I think she's still like 22, something like that. She is someone that has great potential. I think that she is someone that has got a real connection with the crowd. When you get these really young girls coming in that have got great potential, I don't know what it is about them, but people seem to get really overly excited. Yes, I'm looking at you, Julia Hart. Yes, I'm looking at you, Sky Blue. Yes, I'm looking at you, Roxanne Perez. Yes, I'm looking at you, Cora Jade. I don't know what it. I don't know. I can't explain it. I don't know why these. I think it's because people. I think people get so excited about, oh my God, have you seen like how young they are and like the potential that they've got, that they really get like fixated on that. And she's someone that, I mean, she's a good wrestler. She's a decent promo. She's got a good look. She ticks a lot of boxes. She's definitely going to make it to the main roster. She is someone that I think people are excited about, and understandably so, in the sense of she's going to go to the main roster, and I think she's going to, you know, be in the mix. But is she going to go to the main roster, and is she going to be a bigger deal than Kelani Jordan or Lyra Valkyria? Like, is she going to go and be like a bigger deal than those people? Is she going to be a bigger deal than Lola Vice? I don't know. I don't know that she is, to be honest. So I don't think that she is anything. I don't think she's like, she's in ring wise, she's not the second coming of Bryan Danielson, right? I think that she is someone that's young, dare I say, cute, which probably plays a factor, you know. And I think maybe because she's young, she's like relatable to kids on social media. I think it's hard. It's a tough one for me to explain because I don't quite get it myself, to be honest. But then I'm a boomer. You know, I mean, I look at Roxanne and I think she's got great potential, but I don't think she is worthy of the hype that she came in with. You know, people were like, oh, Roxy, she's amazing, all this kind of stuff. I mean, she is good. But again, I can think of like other women that are good in NXT. Again, I think it's her age. She's good and she's young. So you go, wow, if she's that good at this age, think about what she'll be in 3 years' time when she's still only, I don't know, 23 or whatever. Which is true, you know, that is true. But is that why people are into her? Is that why people are into her? Are they really into her because, like, she's 20 and she's really good and they're just really excited about what she's going to be? Because the fanfare she came in with made out like she was going to be, you know, this Owen Hart, this amazing talent. I think her matches are fine. I think she's good. I'm not throwing shade on her. I think she's good. But I don't know that she is. I mean, she calls herself the Prodigy. You know, she like, you know, and people paint her out to be like this, you know, incredible talent. When I think she's good. I think she's in the mix. She had a run with the belt, and it was all right. It was all right. Her live promos aren't that great. I think her matches are good. I think she can go to the main roster. I think she will continue improving, and I think she'll be a star. But I don't know. The excitement I feel for like Kelani Jordan and Lyra Valkyria is more than the excitement I feel for Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez. So for me, they're in the mix. So I don't know. It's hard for me to put my finger as to why there's so much hype around them. Because I don't think it is so much about their wrestling. I don't think it's so much about their promos. I think their age plays a big part. I think their potential plays a big part. And to be honest, I think their looks play a big part. But they're good. They're good. Again, it's similar. I feel like we have this conversation a lot. If ever I've got like a little critique, I think sometimes that can get confused with hating. When I'm not hating, like, I think Roxanne is a good talent. I think she's going to go to the main roster. I think she's going to be a women's champion. I think she's got a great future. And I think Cora the same as well. But I agree. Like, there's more hype around them than there is around a Kelani Jordan. Dare I say more hype around them than there has been around a Lyra Valkyria. And yet I enjoy Lyra's matches more. And I enjoy what Kalani's potential is going to be as well, you know? I just think there's some great women that are around. And it's difficult sometimes to kind of know what it is that's getting people over. And we've spoke about it. I think looks play a part. Age plays a part. And I don't know, maybe social media activity plays a part. If someone puts out a cute little picture that grabs everyone's attention. I mean, there was a lot of hype around Nikita Lyons as well. And I've never seen a great Nikita Lyons match. Or heard a great Nikita Lyons promo. But there's a lot of hype around her. And you ain't got to look too long to figure out why. So I think there's I think the best thing is watch these people yourself and you make the call. Like, don't get sucked into the hype. Watch it yourself. Because to be honest, the hype can be a bad thing in the sense of if you think someone is going to be amazing, like Cora Jade, oh my god, there's so much hype, Cora Jade, everyone's talking about her, blah blah blah, and then you watch her and it's just okay, that can leave you underwhelmed. So all this hype can actually be a negative as well, and it can actually set like too high of an expectation, which to be honest, I think it was why I watched Roxanne and I was like, yeah, she's all right. But it didn't match my expectation because she'd been so hyped up. All I heard was like, oh my god, they've signed Roxy, this is going to be amazing, she's such a great talent, blah blah blah. And then I watched the match and it was all right. So sometimes the hype can work against it. Sometimes the hype can actually be a bit of a negative. So just like everything, watch these people, make your own minds up. You'll probably have your own ranking as to where you see these women and where you think they are. And for many people, you might have Roxanne as number one. You might have Cora as number one. For me personally, they're around middle of the pack. I've got people that I'm looking at that I'm really excited by. And as I said, Lyra I've always had a soft spot for. And Kelani, I'm super high on at the moment. I think she's brilliant. You know, there's a few. There's a few. We could get into a whole conversation about ranking the current women's wrestlers, ranking the current male wrestlers. With half an hour to go until we get to NXT Deadline, this might not be the stream for it, but maybe we could touch on that on Wednesday, where we could like dig into the potential that some of these people have and like what the current ranking is. I was thinking of that actually. I was thinking what else can we bring onto the streams to like really flesh them out a little bit more. And I was like, man, imagine if we had like a bit of like our own community ranking system. I mean, these are just ideas. They're not things that I'm actually bringing in. But that could be kind of fun, couldn't it? If we had a current, like if someone has a good match, they potentially move up the ranking a place. If they have a bad match, they might drop down the ranking. If it's a bad promo, they drop down the ranking. And then like we just sort of keep tabs of like, you know, where people are. It's not done on wins and losses. It's done on the quality of the segments. And that could be really interesting, couldn't it? So if someone has like a really good match, we go, where are they in the ranking? Oh, they're 5th. Is that good enough to move them to 4th? And then, like, you know, we could maybe have that conversation. But to be honest, that's the kind of thing that I think would need to live on, like, a separate website rather than something we would introduce here. So, I don't know, maybe that's food for thought. Because I have spoke about the scoring system and maybe using a website for that as well. Don't know, there's lots of things we can potentially do. There's lots of things we're not actually doing, but I'll give it some thought. Ezra said, who do you think will be the mystery NXT participant? I'm leaning to Von Wagner. The reason why, as I said earlier, is because I think they could have chose those brackets to have gone in any way they wanted. And they have specifically chosen to have this NXT person go up against Grayson Waller. And they could have had him go up against Kevin Owens, could have had him go up against a few different people, but they've chose to put this NXT person up against a heel. So that immediately makes me think they're a face, right? So it makes me think this person is a face. I could be wrong. It could be that they just want to have someone go up against Grayson that Grayson can beat. So, you know, we'll chuck someone out there. Grayson beats them. He then progresses. But I think that it's going to be a face. I think they could have chose him to go up against anyone. They've chose a heel. I could see Grayson being shocked as this person comes out, like thinking he's got it easy, and oh my god, it's backfired. It's not going to be easy. In fact, chances are he ain't going to win. So I'm looking at a monster. I'm looking at a face, and that makes me think of Von Wagner. So Von Wagner is the person that I'm leaning towards. Bron Breakker was mentioned earlier. I think if we step away from the face thing, then Bron Breakker makes sense. I think Trick Williams could make sense as well. Could be a lovely way to introduce him to a wider audience as we continue to build him. Carmelo, maybe. I don't know about Carmelo. I don't feel so good about Carmelo. I feel like Von would be my number one. Maybe I'd put Bron at number two. I think that there's a chance that it could be someone like, it depends what they want to use it for. If they just want to introduce this person to a wider audience, it could be an Axiom, or it could be a Nathan Frazier. You know, it could be any of those. If they just want to introduce them to a wider audience. If they want them to make a big statement, then a Bron or a Von, you know, that's where they make more sense. I don't think, though, that this is a call-up. I think this is just for this tournament. So that's why I think it's interesting, but I don't think it's going to have like long-term repercussions. I don't think this person is then going to be on SmackDown. I think so. It's just like a glimpse, if you will, of someone in NXT. So yeah, for me, that's kind of where my thought is on that. Big Time said, Dragon Lee certainly looks like he could be a regular in NXT again if he wins the title. The loss to Santos and the matches with Cedric and Axiom makes me think that creative plans aren't there yet, says Big Time. Tall Guy said, Lyons is a good striker. That is true. She can knock you out. That is also true. If she can get better at all the other stuff, that would be awesome. It's just that, it's that pesky other stuff in it. It's all those other things that come with being a wrestler. Cusses. She's very popular. She's got a great look. And that's part of the battle, you know? I mean, we've said before, when someone comes out in that entranceway, they grab your attention. I mean, that's half of the battle won. So, and she definitely gets attention. She can strike in ring as well. But as I said, I just find her movement a little bit flat-footed at times, a little bit laboured at times, a little bit doesn't flow as well as some of the other girls. But then, you know, she's a bit of a different cat. I mean, is she a little bit more in the kind of Nia Jax mold? Who also is very much that way. Her movement doesn't flow as beautiful as some of the other women. So, you know, maybe that's not the right expectation to have for Nikita Lyons. But my question then would be, well, if she's more of a monster, if she's more of a, you know, she is a bigger girl, and if we're presenting her that way, then I don't think her presentation is quite right. I think that her presentation isn't quite doing her justice then. So I don't know. Nikita's not someone that I'm quite high on. She's not someone that's near the top of my list if I was to have a ranking. But I think there's still potential there. I mean, I'm not. Again, I think these comments can kind of come across a bit wrong. Not that I'm. How do I word it? I'm not trying to be disrespectful to these people. I'm just critiquing. I'm just saying, look, this is where I think they are. This is my issue with them. This is what I would like to see from them. This is, you know, that's just my opinion on it. To other people, they might be like, no, Nikita Lyons is perfect. I wouldn't change a thing. Just like some people out there might say the same about Baron Corbin. I wouldn't change a thing. Burn the Ships is brilliant. His ring gear is absolutely fine. That's fine. It's fine. If that's how you feel, that is honestly fine. But yeah, the reason as to why I'm not giddy over Nikita Lyons is because I think her look is fine. I mean, it doesn't really do much for me, but I can see that it has an effect. I can see that people are, you know, besotted with her. I think that her in-ring is what interests me a lot more, and I think her in-ring is just not that crisp. I think that her striking is excellent, but as you say, you know, outside of that, I don't think her movement is that great. I don't know about her selling. I've not seen a 4-star match out of her. I don't even know if I've seen a 3.5-star match out of her, to be honest. She's been away for so long. What we need to do is just get her back. Let's get her back, and let's get moving with her, you know. Because this is developmental, and she is learning. So, and that's fine. This is why these criticisms shouldn't be taken as hate, because it's not. They're learning. But we have to be honest with where we think they are and where we think they can get to and where they stand in the pecking order against other women and other guys that are currently in the system, you know. Here is Nathan Frazier. So we're actually going to start with our first match. It's going to be Nathan Frazier versus Axiom. Let's go into the chats. Let's get a poll going, shall we? And see who you lot think is going to win. So, who wins? Is it going to be Nathan Frazier or is it going to be Axiom? So, we are inside Bridgeport. We have got that big, long... They love this, don't they? They love this kind of flat, long screen. It's the NXT way. So here is Axiom making his way down. Now, he wants to try and recruit. He wants to try and recruit Nathan Frazier. He's been trying to convince him to, I think, wear a mask. He dropped a mask down on Tuesday. And it seemed like he wanted him to kind of wear this mask and join him in potentially a tag team. That was the vibe I was getting. Booker T, of course, on commentary. Maybe it'll be Grayson against Tyler Bates then. I mean, maybe. The only reason why I didn't go with Tyler as an option is I am looking at what's happening with Butch, and I think Butch seemingly is calling someone. We saw that obviously on yesterday, so he's seemingly calling up someone, and I am just wondering if the person he's been calling is Tyler, if it's time to bring Tyler up and actually put him with Butch. He might have been calling Sheamus, he might have been calling Ridge. He was on the phone to someone. And I do just wonder if it was Tyler. So if that's Tyler, chances are he won't also be in that tournament. So that's why Bates a perfectly acceptable option. I think pretty much anyone in NXT is an acceptable option, but that's why he didn't make my list, because I am just looking at that Butch situation. So, fast-paced action here. I believe it was WrestleTix put out how many people are in the crowds. It was set up for 5,000, wasn't it? Backslide by Axiom. WWE have sold an extra 1,500 tickets in the past 6 days for Raw. Okay, here we go. Deadline. Available tickets, 161. Current setup is for 5,400 and there's 5,200. So, just over 5,000 in attendance for this. These two locking up. I would love to know what it's like to go. I mean, I don't think there would be a meet and greet. I mean, there could be, because they've got enough wrestlers that aren't on this card, you know, that could be doing meet and greet type things. There's plenty of people that didn't make this card. You know, like Stacks, Tony, for example. They could be outside, like, walking around meeting people. I don't know that they would do that, but they are excellent at doing that for house shows. As I said, when I went to a house show back in 2018, there was a table, it had 3 NXT stars for free, just meeting people. And I think one was Deonna Purrazzo. It might even be in a video. I might even have, I don't know if I put it in a video or not. But one, I think, was Santana Garrett. I think one was Deonna Purrazzo, and I think the other was Xia Li, but I could be off with those names. But that was the sort of, back in 2018, the sort of people that were, and clearly Deonna was not as big as she is now. Xia Li was nowhere near as big as they were now. They were relatively unknown at the time. There's still a hell of a queue to meet them, though. Axiom goes face first into the turnbuckle, and I want to go to an NXT house show when I go back to Florida, actually, next year. I'm going to Florida next year. I want to get some toy hunts done. People love the toy hunts, and Florida was so good for that. The problem with the UK is we do have Smiths, and that's awesome, but the thing with Smiths is it's actually only like they're long rows. There's about 4 or 5 really long rows. So it means that the aisles, there's not many aisles, and they're always busy. So trying to get in and trying to film, it can be tricky because there's just always people around. If you go somewhere like Walmart or Target, normally you're the only person in the aisle. And you've got so much time to film, and it's just easy, relaxed. Whereas with Smiths, it can be a bit like get in, get the footage, get out kind of a situation, and sometimes you have to stop filming as there's people around, and you have to be careful, obviously, when there's like other customers about. Suplex there by Nathan Frazier, but USA is great for that. Target, Walmart. I don't know if there's anywhere else, actually. I know of those two. I'm sure there probably is. I need to speak to Mitchell about it. He lives in Florida. He's going to give me all the... He doesn't know yet, but he's going to give me all the inside info as we get closer to it. Lovely stretch being applied here by Axiom, and he's grinding in to the... I love that. I love watching two people really battling to try and win a contest. And I think if you've got that stretch applied... that grinding into the midsection, it's just that little bit extra that you know that would hurt. This part of the body being stretched, and then someone grinding their knuckles into it. You can... I love that. I find it satisfying in a sick way. So in the middle of the ring, and down to the ground we go. As oh, look at the speeds. So, that was lovely. Lovely by Frazier. Off the ropes. Moonsaults over. Grabs the heads. Springboards. Flips over. Beautiful. Goes for the cover and only gets the 2. Nathan Frazier back up to his feet, and a kick comes in by Nathan Frazier. And again to the side of the heads. Big shot coming in by Nathan Frazier. Chop coming in there by Axiom. Frazier against the ropes. Drop kick there by Axiom. Against the ropes goes Frazier. He holds onto that top rope. Kip up by Axiom into a beautiful suplex. Lovely kick followed up as well. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Axiom frustrated. Axiom is on his knees, trying to get back up to his feet. It's been a nice pace to this. Few close pinfalls. Chop coming in there by Nathan Frazier. Oh! Massive chop back there by Axiom. Inside cradle. Kick out by Axiom. Nathan Frazier comes over. Axiom has got a sleeper applied. Breaks out of that hold. Against the ropes. Collides into Nathan Frazier. He grabs Frazier. Picks him up. Puts him on that top rope. Puts him on that top rope. Axiom looking to climb up. I'd like to see Frazier get off that rope. He was just kind of stuck there for a while. He wasn't even making an effort to get off the rope. Axiom goes over to the corner. Goes up looking to moonsault to the outside. Big moonsault. Got some great air time there, Axiom. That looked good. That looked good. Big NXT chant from the crowd as Axiom grabs Nathan, hurls him into the ring. Axiom climbing up in the corner. Axiom climbing up. Nathan in the middle of the ring. Axiom is almost perched. Nathan pops up looking for a big superplex. Gets it. Falcon Arrow. Oh. Twisted net breaker instead. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Oof. Booker T said a lackadaisical cover. Both guys down. Both guys battling away. I love the selling. I mean, look at these moments where both guys are down and they're selling and they're desperately trying to get their breath back. Nathan Frazier going over to the corner. Climbing up. He's looking to moonsault, is he? Phoenix splash, but didn't land it. Goes for the kick. Axiom. Inzaguri misses. Against the ropes goes Nathan. Axiom, kip up. Oh, that's so good. That's good. Axiom kips up, but as he kips up, straight into a super kick by Nathan Frazier. These two have got great chemistry together. Look at the facials. Look at the sell-in by Nathan Frazier. Springboards. Oh! Yeah, don't know where Axiom got that kick to land. Oof. I mean, that was... He really, really went big there, Nathan Frazier. He came off the springboard off, but Axiom was too far away. I'd love to see a replay of that. It's quite reminiscent of Ray and Logan, where Nathan comes off the ropes and is rotating over and Axiom's just nowhere near close enough. Inzaguri kick coming in there by Axiom. These two putting it all out there. That netbreaker was brilliant, said BDP. This is a crazy match, says Puff Dutch. Superplex. Nathan going over to the other side. Axiom. Is that like a drop kick of sorts? 1, 2, 3. Axiom gets the win. So Axiom is victorious. And 38% of people were correct. I think did it just click over to 30? No, 38. I think it had just clicked to 39, but I think it went back. So 38% of you were correct. We had just over 100 votes in the chat. Axiom picks up the victory. Axiom against Nathan Frazier. And Nathan Frazier really did put in a battling performance. But I think from a storyline perspective, this makes sense. Because Axiom is trying to convince Nathan Frazier, come and join me. Come and join me. And that's it's going to be easier to do with a victory, as we said earlier. Big win that for Axiom. He'd lost to Nathan Frazier in the past. There we go, and these two embrace. These two embrace, and the NXT crowd, the NXT universe, applauding away. And there we go. Right, we got 9 minutes to go. Roman Reigns being shown. He is going to be on SmackDown this week. So, little video on that. Nathan Frazier is impressive. Feels like a young Shawn Michaels, says Thomas Flip. Respect to Nathan, said BDP. Old school 205 live pre-show vibe, said Mark. Michael, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you. I really appreciate the support. Axiom wins 3.5. Could have been a little bit longer, said WWAW fan. Yeah, feel free to put in your thoughts and your scores on that one. Axiom is on his way, said BDP. Very good British lads, says Merc. I think, is the Axiom Spanish? I think I'm right in saying well, he is A-Kid, and I think A-Kid is from Spain. I don't think he's not. Kane was born in Spain, but like moved to America when he was very, very young, I believe. Or did he move, or was it a case that he was? Actually, don't know how long he spent there. Let's have a look. Born in Spain to a United States Air Force that was stationed there. He grew up in Missouri. But I don't know how long he spent in Spain. But technically, Kane was born in Spain. But he's not of... he's American in his citizenship. So, is A-Kids the first, like, Spanish professional wrestler? Currently signed. He's previously in NXT. Blah, blah, blah. He became the first Spaniard, and at the age of 20, the youngest wrestler to ever compete in a singles match rated 5 stars by Dave Meltzer. Oh, right. That's interesting, isn't it? First Spaniards, and the youngest to ever get 5 stars from Dave Meltzer. Axiom. It's announced A-Kid would be competing in Shikara. A-Kid made his WWE debut. They were defeated by Kiana, signed for the brand, made his singles debut. A-Kid became the first NXT, blah, 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 blah. No. Well, he's from Spain anyway. He's a good-looking guy, man. I don't get it. I don't get why we put him in a mask. I'm doing him dirty. How old is he? He's 26. 26. Will CM Punk be on NXT Deadline after teasing it on SmackDown? Oh, he could be. Yeah, he could be. Mark says, good NXT UK live, lads. Yes. Yes. Okay, we're just previewing Dominik and Dragon Lee. I didn't know that Kane was in Spain. Yeah, it's one of those quirky ones that a lot of people don't know, to be honest. But it's one of those, did you know this type things, you know? One of those fun little things that you can put in a... It's great for a thumbnail. But, yeah, it's like... Jericho was born in the US as well, and like he's obviously synonymous with Canada. There's a few actually. The cane in Spain, the cane in Spain falls mainly on the plane. That's how we remember it. Yes. Notorious NR3. Corgus said CM Punk fears Dom. Facts. Is Roman going to talk about Randy's return to the blue brand this week? I would think so. I think he'd probably talk about a few things. I mean, I'm guessing he'll talk about CM Punk. I'm guessing he'll probably reference it. He'll probably reference Randy. I do think that AJ is going to make his presence felt. So I think AJ could interrupt Roman. I think AJ Roman at the Rumble. I'm looking at that. Could be Randy Roman. But AJ is expected to return on Friday. So got to think he's got to be slotted in somewhere. And don't forget, last time we saw him, he was taken out by the Bloodline. So he's going to want revenge as well. There's a lot of people wanting revenge on the Bloodline. Is Ava a general manager? I don't think she's general manager. I think she just assists. It would be lovely if we'd been given some clarity on that. We've never really been told what her role is, to be honest. So it would have been nice to have had some clarity. But yeah, I think she just assists. Bitblob, shout out to you. Will you stream UFC? Your dong is fighting. No, we are here for NXT Deadline. Ben said, I don't think AJ Lee would face Roman at the Rumble. Yeah, I don't think AJ. You're right. Now that we think about it, you're right. AJ Lee probably ain't gonna do that. Dragon is gonna win tonight, and that would be a downsize. Ava is not ready yet, says Mike. Who do you think from NXT will compete in the men's and women's Rumble matches? Well, to be honest, I think it'll be quite limited because I don't think did they use any in this year's Rumble? It was quite a surprise, but we did not see loads, if any. I remember it being a bit of a talking point. Let me go to this year's Rumble. So, in the men's, there was none from NXT, which you would think would be impossible because Triple H is booking, and it's just a great opportunity to show off some NXT talent. So you'd think, you know, if someone had said to me, do you think there'll be some NXT people in the Rumble? Yeah, definitely. That relationship, Triple H loves, as he still sees that as his baby. So yeah, of course he will. And the answer was no, he did not. There was not a single one. The only one that you could potentially count would be Booker T was in the Rumble. And he is the NXT commentator, but I mean, to class Booker T as NXT is I don't know that we can do that. In regards to the women, we got 3 in the women's. So we had Roxanne Perez, we had Zoe Stark, and we had Indy Hartwell. So maybe the women's, to be honest, I think the men's, it might just be a case that there's so many guys on the main roster that they're just really trying to get people into the Rumble. They're just trying to use as many of the main roster guys as they can. For the women, there's not as many as there. So for the women, we might have to dip into NXT. So I think Jade Cargill, definitely. Feel good for Jade Cargill being in the Rumble. I think that we could get, I wonder if they'll repay, apparently they've been really impressed with Kelani, so I wonder if they'll give Kelani a run out. I wonder if they'll give Kiana James a run out. I don't know that they'll do Lyra because she's already the women's champion. So I don't know that they'll do Lyra. But last year they did Roxanne, Zoe, and Indy. And Zoe and Indy would find their way to the main roster very quick after that. Roxanne, of course, is still with NXT. So do we do Roxanne again? Do we do Cora Jades? We could do Cora Jade. Cora Jade's probably a good shout. Cora Jade. Jade Cargill. Maybe one more. There was 3 last time. Maybe one more. Maybe Kiana James. Maybe a Nikita Lyons. So, yeah, but I don't think there'll be many, just because there wasn't many this year. Wow, we're starting with Shawn. We're starting with HBK. Wow, I wasn't expecting this. Shawn Michaels. Let's go. Let's go. This show is already goated. Shawn Michaels in a suit, cowboy hat. Let's go. 2-time Hall of Famer. The Heartbreak Kids. Yes. Well, there we go. Premium live event of the any premium live event that's going to have Shawn Michaels making an appearance. Mr. WrestleMania. The showstopper. Hello, boys and girls. Here he is. Welcome to NXT Deadline. Let's go. This is WWE's final premium live event. And I've got one question. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Oh, let's go! Let's go! CM Punk! CM Punk! CM Punk! CM Punk! CM Punk! Oh, they did it! They did it! Well, at least I hope they did it. At the moment, we've just got the... Oh, they did it! They did do it! CM Punk makes his way out. Wow! NXT! 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 Yeah, man, what a way to start the show. Obviously, there was thoughts that he could make an appearance. This could be a really interesting segment, though. You know, him stepping in there just to have a little back and forth with Shawn Michaels. Clearly, he's not going to go to NXT, but even so, wow, what a great way to start this premium live event with Shawn Michaels, CM Punk. We got Rey Mysterio, who's going to be making an appearance later. Obviously, the card looks pretty good. But CM Punk is here. Wow, look at that. Absolutely brilliant. What a great event to be at, you know? But CM Punk on NXT. Brilliant. I mean, this could be a fun little segment. How the hell is Shawn going to convince CM Punk to join NXT? Listen. I can give you a North American Championship match this week. I'll do that. We've got Shawn on one side, CM Punk on the other. Do you want to tell people to suck it? Who would have thought? Me and you, eh? Nice hoodie. He's wearing a Bret Hart. I didn't notice. You guys made up. This is all about healing. Nice hoodie. That's great. That's great. I didn't even notice. I was so shocked at seeing him. Didn't even click. Montreal Screwjob. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. Oh, man. This is the best premium live event of the year. It wins. I grew up watching you. So, a picture, CM Punk and Shawn Michaels. Get a picture. Is CM Punk going to be on SmackDown? Is he going to be on Raw? Look at us. Who'd have thought? It reminds me of that Hot Ones clip. Look at us. Hey, look at us. NXT chant from the crowds. So they want CM Punk, but surely they'd like... CM Punk, CM Punk. There we go, it got there. Oh, what's that about? I don't know what that's about. They've just played the music. That's it. Time to go. Look, a smile on CM Punk's face. Huh? They just ended the segment. Huh? How should we end it? I don't know. Should we just play the music? I don't know. Shall we? Why are we overthinking it? Just to play. Press play. I'll do it. Look in my eyes. What do you see? It's time to go. It's time to go. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Weird, isn't it? Do you reckon Sean was like, listen, that was not personal? Do you know what Sean should have said? It's your own fault for wearing that hoodie. That would have been goated. That wouldn't have happened if you didn't wear that hoodie. Had you have wore a HBK hoodie, you would have got another few minutes. Look in my eyes, what do you see? The pipe bomb of this generation. This guy is everywhere, says Lee. CM Punk would have gone on for the whole show. Oh, what's the problem? I don't get it. What's the problem? We just stream, just go for an extra 10 minutes. CM Punk. What's the issue? What, we've desperately got to get to Lexis King. Come on. Come on. I'm walking here. I didn't expect CM Punk. I'm not going to lie, said Jazzatron. Punk screwed Punk. Punk screwed Punk. Well, I got to tell you, that is random. That is a little bit random. Okay, I don't know what match we're starting with. Is it going to be the girls or... Oh, there's a big cheer. Huge cheer. Oh, it's because it's Ray. We're starting with Ray. Ray on crutches. Obviously, he's just had surgery. Tell you what, Shawn Michaels, CM Punk, Rey Mysterio. What is this? Here is Dragon Lee making his way down to the ring. I love his entrance. I love that dragon that kind of swoops around and then it goes to the entranceway, opens its mouth, and he sort of like walks out. It's cool. Looks good. Shakes the hand of Rey Mysterio. I call less than 3 backstage promos. He's a deadbeat dad with a dead leg. Well, I feel like this is definitely newsworthy for those that have chose not to watch NXT tonight. So let's just quickly do a quick little video for this moment. 'Cause what a moment. Great moment to start NXT Deadline. CM Punk makes an appearance. So HBK, the Heartbreak Kid, made his way down to the ring, and then out came CM Punk. And there was a brilliant moment where CM Punk is wearing a Bret Hart hoodie, and Shawn Michaels looks at it and says, "Nice hoodie." And CM Punk responds, "Listen, you lot of friends. It's all about healing." And then he went on to talk, get a selfie. He got a selfie with Shawn. And yeah, both of them seemed to get a little bit lost. CM Punk said, "Look, you forgot what you're meant to say. I've forgot what I'm meant to say." And basically, like, the segment sort of fell apart a little bit. CM Punk did say that, you know, people don't know where I'm going. Am I going to go to Raw? Am I going to go to SmackDown? Am I going to go to NXT? There was a bit of an NXT chant. The segment, it was hard to know exactly where it was leading. And then they just played his music, and that was that. I mean, that was it. We just cut the segment short, and we went to our first match. So there really isn't much to report in that regard. There's no big epic promo or anything like this. It's just a lovely moment for the fans. They get to see CM Punk. We get to see Shawn and CM Punk in a ring. It was worth it just for the hoodie moment, to be honest. And it was lovely seeing CM Punk get a selfie with Shawn. He did say a lot of people had come up to him and said, "I grew up watching you." And he said, "Well, I grew up watching you, Shawn, so can I just get a selfie?" So that's basically what went down. There'll be, I think, a bit of a talking point about the fact that it got a little bit derailed. The fact that they just randomly played the music to end the segment. So I think there'll be a few comments on that. But it was great. It was just a fun way to start this premium live event, and something that kind of caught us by surprise. So CM Punk in an NXT ring. Who thought we would ever see that? Right, Dirty Dom has made his way down. Dominik in the ring with his North American Championship. Dragon Lee, it was a dreadful hoodie, said DeBose. I have seen better hoodies. I can confirm that. Right, North American Championship on the line. Look in my eyes, what do you see? Dragon, Dragon, Dragon Lee. Da-da-na-na-na-na. Look at these two head-to-heads. This is going to be a little bit similar to Nathan and Axiom. It's going to be high-flying, fast-paced. Ray has gone on to commentary. So Ray's on commentary. Whoa, Dragon Lee goes over the top, comes crashing down. Dragon Lee coming out of the gates. Fast. Explosive. As Ray calls him the future of Lucha Libre. I've got Dragon Lee on this one, says Mitchell. Yeah, there is no Judgment Day around, which is a little bit strange. Okay, so at the moment we've got Dragon Lee getting back up to his feet. Dominik Mysterio back in the corner. Rey Mysterio on commentary. This is our first proper match. We have already had Nathan Frazier against Axiom on the kickoff show. We've also had a little CM Punk, Shawn Michaels moment, which was cool. Dominik being kept grounded. I think there's a good chance to get a new champion here. I think there's a really good chance to get a new champion. Certainly with no Judgment Day around to help Dirty Dom. Does that point a little bit more towards him losing the title? Let's see what you lot think. We'll put a poll in the chat. Who wins? Dom or Dragon Lee? Dom or Dragon Lee? Who is picking up the victory? Nunya wants to destroy James in some sort of mic battle or slam contest. I don't know, but can we allow it, says William. Well, it can be allowed on the Wrestling Escape Pods. If you want to battle each other, promo battles. Promo battle would be good. I'm definitely open to that. Mitchell said, I feel like Dom without Rhea is like the Chiefs without Taylor Swift. Dom is losing. Well, there we go. The Chiefs without Taylor Swift. She's been a big player for them. She's been a big player. She's a very good quarterback. Dominik hurling Dragon Lee into the corner. Dragon Lee in quite a bit of discomfort as Dominik climbs up. Dominik looking out at the crowds, flashing the guns, blowing a kiss to his dad. That's nice. Listen, if CM Punk can come back to WWE, that relationship can be mended as well. Anything is possible. That's what I've learned. I'm sure this has been hard for you and your wife and your daughter. Booker T just talking to Ray about, obviously, the situation. That's interesting. So Booker's like, listen, Dominik's maybe achieved more than even you achieved at this point in your career. Obviously, Ray's not going to disagree with that. And he says, yeah, but he's took the wrong route and he's definitely hanging with the wrong people. It's kind of interesting listening to Ray and Booker on commentary. I think they're adding some really good commentary. A little shimmy there by Dominik. Dominik in control at the moment. Dragon Lee kicks out. Taylor was at the Packer games and they lost to my Green Bay Packers. Go, Pack, go. Let's go, Dom, said Merck. Not JPEG said, did Chase U start a GoFundMe yet? I don't believe they did. I can't remember what they were going to do. They were talking of bake sales. I mean, I'd go to that. I'd go to a Chase U bake sale. I'd go to a Chase U car wash. But I think they decided against that in the end, didn't they? Okay, suplex by Dominik. It's difficult, isn't it? I don't know if this is the right place for this match. It might be. This might be the right place for it. It sets the show off on the right tone, but it's very similar to the match we just got on the pre-show. I don't know if they might have been better starting off with an Iron Survivor and then going into these matches, you know? Do you want to see CM Punk versus Seth for the title? Sure, I'll take that. CM Punk Seth definitely feels like the match, doesn't it? It feels like where we're going as well. Again, we've got Dominik on the outside of the ring, just throwing some barbs to the crowds. Dominik is up top with Dragon Lee. Forearm strike there by Dragon Lee. Dominik again trying to get back up. Another forearm strike by Dragon Lee. Is this going to be a tree of woe? Dragon Lee climbing up, looking to stomp down on Dirty Dom, and he does! On the outside of the ring, you don't ever see him really doing it that way round. Holy. Days, I wasn't sure if you like these nuts. I'm a big fan of nuts, mate. All different kinds of nuts. Quite often you'll see me with some nuts in my mouth. There is someone with the last name Hames. Dom is out here redefining my way of physics, says Jazzatron. CM Punk was in the ring earlier. Down goes Dirty Dom. He's got Dom on his shoulder. Dominik goes into the corner quite hard, actually, as Dragon Lee moves out the way. Testicles! Drop kick there by Dragon Lee. Picks up Dominik. Oh, lovely kick there by Dragon Lee. He goes up looking to stomp down on Dirty Dom. Boom, and he does. Rolls him over, goes to the cover. 1, 2. Oh, and Dominik grabs the rope. That's great. Love. You've got to love a good rope grab. You've got to love a good rope grab. Dragon Lee backs up to the corner. Dragon Lee getting back into this contest now. Charging out. Oh, big. I tell you what, that was a huge drop kick by Dominik. 2. And shoulder up. Tell you, not a bad little match, this. Not a bad little match. Dominik charges over, goes against the ropes, into a snap German. Dominik gets back up, kick coming in, a big knee coming back there by Dragon Lee. These two work really... Oh... Botch. Just as I was going to say, these two work really well together. Botchity botch. Doesn't matter, though. Powerbomb by Dominik. Dom has got Dragon Lee. Slings him over to the corner. Dragon Lee is on that middle rope. Dom is going to do a 619 right in front of his dad. Dominik misses with the 619. Dragon Lee gets back up. Scouts round the houses into powerbomb. Sit down powerbomb. 1, 2. Kick out by Dominik. This is good, man. It's not a bad little match at all. Not a bad little match at all. Round the houses. Lovely. 1. Is that a blockbuster? 2. Oh, Dragon Lee gets it. Dragon Lee gets it. Dirty Dom loses the North American Championship in a really, really competitive contest. Really competitive contest. Dragon Lee, we have got a new... It's because the Judgment Day aren't here, says Ray, and do you know what? He's probably not wrong. Dirty Dom loses his championship. Let's go, Dragon. We felt earlier when we did our predictions earlier on in this stream that this was going to go this way. I think this was always the plan for Dominik to lose the title here. And Dragon Lee has picked up the championship, picked up the win. The future of Lucha Libre is now the new North American champion. Dragon Lee steps out the ring, goes over to Rey Mysterio. Goes over to Rey. I don't know why he's saying smut wrestler. So, Dragon Lee victorious. and new NXT North American Champion. Is that another flipping video? Probably is, isn't it? Congrats to Dragon Lee. Controversial take. Dom is the GOAT North American champion, says Russell Andy. I don't know who his competition would be, to be honest. I mean, Adam Cole had it. Okay, let's turn that down. Video, I think it might be. Again, I always think about those people that aren't watching. I always think about those people that maybe join us during the streams, but tonight they are out or they've chosen to watch UFC instead. Or, you know, I mean, it's Christmas time. They're out with families. So it's just like, listen, this has gone down. So, yeah, I think it is. And Dominik's a main roster star, and he's in the Judgment Day. So it's one of those where I think people would be interested to know. Haven't got a great image of it, though. I mean, there are some images online. I tell you what, this Xylot themes, they always seem to have the shot. That's the average image that's doing the rounds on social media. But compare it to that. That is so much sharper, so much better. And every time I see these sharper images, it's normally this Xylot themes that is responsible for it. So credit to Xylot themes. For what, I don't know why or how, but they seem to have the sharpest images compared to other people that get screen grabs and theirs just don't look as good. So, credit where it's due. Breaking news coming out of NXT Deadline. We have got a new North American champion. Dirty Dominik Mysterio is not champion anymore, and he came out on his own. There was no Judgment Day, so that meant that he was going to have to win this match one-on-one. Of course, we thought there could be a possibility that Judgment Day might attack during the match, might get involved, but there was no sign of them at all. This was a one-on-one match, Dirty Dom against Dragon Lee, and it was Dragon Lee that came out on top. It was a decent little encounter, actually. He had some nice moments in there, and as we said, Dragon Lee picks up this victory. Rey Mysterio was ringside. He was on commentary, so he celebrated with Dragon Lee after, offering a few words of celebration, words of advice afterwards. And yeah, this is something that I think most people would have been expecting, if we're going to be honest, because I don't think Dominik was going to be carrying this belt going into 2024. Dominik, I would imagine, is going to have a feud for WrestleMania, and so getting the North American Championship NXT belt off him now makes sense as we head into 2024. But still, that's another belt that's going to be leaving the Judgment Day. It's a big story, obviously, that's got repercussions for them and for Raw, and of course for Dominik. So I'm sure we're going to see the fallout of this on Raw. But yeah, our new NXT North American champion is SmackDown superstar Dragon Lee. To be honest, I mean, it's a bit weird it being Dragon Lee. You can look at it, and as I just said there, SmackDown superstar. But this was going to be Wesley. I've got no doubt that Wesley was going to be victorious had he have been in this match. And I think the plan was that he would win that belt back. So heartbreak for him that not only is he now injured and out for an extended period of time, but also I think he would have been North American champion. And he isn't now. Kappa, shout out to you, buds. Days, are you all right? I'm good, thank you. Just gonna leave this here. Rhea. Well, there's me dancing away. I can't even read the message. Rhea, if you don't come home to me with that championship, don't bother coming home. Did she say that for this one, though? Is that so much she said for this? She has said that to him before. You are correct. But, I don't know that she said that this time. I don't know that you're right. The fallout's going to be interesting. American Championship to Dragon Lee. Oh, hello. Next match already. Let's go. Iron Survivor match. I'm a survivor. I'm gonna make it. Okay, Iron Survivor match. Is it gonna be the ladies? Here come the girls, girls, girls. Now, I've not seen one of these from start to finish. If you're not aware of the rules, they're on screen right now. 25-minute time limit, 5 superstars battling to be the #1 contender to start the match. Every 5 minutes, someone else enters. Falls can be won at any time, pinfall, submission, or DQ. When a superstar scores a fall, they get a point. When a superstar loses, they are forced out the ring and into a penalty box for 90 seconds. I wonder what made them think of that. Why don't they just lose a point? If you get a fall, you win a point. If you lose a fall, you lose a point. I wonder why they would thought about penalty boxes. Superstar with the most falls when the clock hits 25 minutes is going to be the champione. Now, unlike a Royal Rumble, I don't know what number you want to be, because the first two have got 5 minutes. What about if you get a pinfall in the first 5 minutes? Does your opponent have to go in the penalty box? Or do we have to just wait a minute and a half? What do we do then? Do we all just sit around waiting for a minute and a half? I mean, I'm guessing you just don't book that, but it's a fair question. It's a fair question. What if you pin someone in like 30 seconds? So it's going to be Fallon that's coming out first against Blair Davenport. Fallon against Blair Davenport. Maybe adapted from King of the Ring match, says Birdman. Don't know. I don't know what a King of the Mountain match is. So I'm going to say yes. Here is Blair Davenport. Let me change this. So there's no point putting who's in there now. I'll just put Women's Survivor match. There we go. Now, how do I do a poll on this? How do I do a poll on this? Because I've only got so many spots in I've only got so many spots. 57% of viewers correct. Who wins? So, is it gonna be Blair? Is it gonna be Tiffany? Is it gonna be Fallon? Or is it gonna be Kelani or Lash? I'll put Kelani and Lash together because I think, as we said earlier, I think it might be too soon for Kelani, although she's someone that I would like to win it. I think we haven't seen much of Lash. So, Fallon, Tiffany, Blair. I think Blair's my pick. But let's see what you lot think. Who wins? We are underway. These two trying to get pins. Blair, 0. Fallon, 0. Kelani, 0. Lash, 0. Tiffany, 0. 1. There's lots of back and forth pins here. They're just constantly trying to get pins. This is boring. Dope. Kick coming in there by Blair. Another pin. But even if they pin them, does that mean we wait a minute and a half? 1, 2. Yeah, even the crowd aren't really into that. I don't know if they thought the crowd were going to be like, yeah, pumped up by all these pins. It's rubbish. Kappa said, what's your favourite female superstar entrance? Favourite female superstar entrance? I don't know that I have one. I don't know that I have one. Might have to be Asuka. I mean, Asuka's got good masks. She's got, I like her music. She always does a little performance. She's got a great robe. So, might have to be Asuka. I mean, I don't think there's much competition, to be honest. I don't think there's really many great entrances. I mean, there have been some one-off WrestleMania decent entrances. But, yeah, maybe Asuka. Sasha always had some good ones. I like Sasha. Sasha's at Brooklyn when she came out of that car was pretty cool. The car pulled up when she was facing Bayley. That was pretty cool. At Bayley, when she used to have the wacky inflatable people, that was pretty sick as well. Do you know, it's been so long now. There might be some people that don't remember Bayley doing that. There might be some people that didn't even know she did that. Had the wacky inflatable tube men. There ain't no stopping us now to celebrate on the floor. Let's go. Okay, so knee in the back. We've had 3.5 minutes so far. Nikki and Bree have the best, said it's McCade's. Okay, so Blair pulling back on the arms of Fallon. And we've got a minute to go, and then we're going to get our next entrant into this match. Fallon goes down. So, who's going to be next? Who's going to join? Who's going to be number 3? Fallon, again, getting around the back of Blair, chucking Blair down. Drop kick to the back of the heads. Fallon goes to the outside, throws in a big shot there to Blair. One, two, and kick out by Blair Davenport. So, less than 20 seconds to go. Again, head first into the turnbuckle. And again there by Blair. Crowd are counting down as number 3 is about to join. It is Tiffany Stratton. It's Tiffy time. Oh man, that was amazing when Fallon dressed up as Tiffany. So these two have got quite the history. Tiffany comes down, grabs Fallon, hurls her into the barricades. Blair grabbing Fallon, but Blair goes into the barricade instead. Forearm strike there by Tiffany Stratton. Sunny, top is Blair. Next is Tiffany, then Fallon. Next is Kelani or Lash. Who wins? Blair, Tiffany, Fallon. I put Kelani and Lash together, as I said, because I really like Kelani, but she was just in a breakout tournament. So, is it too soon for her to win something like this? Props. It props is. Shot coming in there by Fallon. And Tiffany comes over. Throws in a big shot. Kick coming in. So these three working together. I think it's another 5 minutes, isn't it, until someone else comes in. It's a real disadvantage if you are, like, last. You really are. You ain't got much time. Big shot there by Fallon. Fallon is having to deal with 2 heels at the moment. This match doesn't feel like it's quite got going yet, but obviously we're still in the early stages. Crowd a little bit quiet for it. Right now, that Tiffany and Blair have both got submission holds on Fallon. So they've both got Fallon in a tricky situation. Sounds dank. Blair Davenport for the win, said Boomers. Blair Davenport for the win. That's my pick as well. We'll have a look in a minute and see where people are in regards to who they think will be victorious. Kicks coming in there by Tiffany. No falls at the moment. Into the corner. Blair goes into Fallon. Yeah, 2 more minutes until we get someone else coming in. Kick coming in there by Tiffany. That's what I'm talking about. Tiffany turns on Blair. Can't trust anyone. It's like the Rumble. The match stipulation really is something that works on live crowd that isn't the PC. I'm not sure about it. It's going to drag. I needed convincing of it, and I still need convincing of it. But we're still early doors. Tiffy top. Tippy top. Kick out there by Fallon. Kick coming in by Tiffany. But let's go Fallon, said Zykami. Let's go Fallon. Let's go Kelani. That's who I want. I want Kelani to win. She ain't going to win. I really don't think she's going to win, but I want her to win. Right, we're only 30 seconds away from the next new person coming in. Fallon gets chucked down. Oh, that was good. I like that. That was very innovative. That was actually really good from Tiffany Stratton. That's probably the best thing we've seen in the match so far. Blair gets the pin. So it was Tiffany that did the work, but it's Blair that gets the pin. So she gets the pin on Fallon, which means Fallon goes in the box for 90 seconds now. So Fallon has to get out the ring, go into the box. Now we've got Kelani. Let's go. Kelani collides into Tiffany. Down goes Blair. Cartwheel. Double back elbow. Kipper by Kelani. She's all kinds of fired up. Kick to the midsection. Oof. Over in the corner. Another cartwheel. Into those back elbows again, but this time scouted. She lands on her feet. Double drop kick. Roll through. Kelani. Oh, look at this. Man, we have not... This woman was in a breakout tournament. A flipping breakout tournament. Kelani with a forearm shot. She goes up into a... Look at that. Over the top rope. Into a drop kick. Split med moonsault. Yeah! Kelani. Jeez, Jesus. Forearm strike there by Kelani. Booker said Kelani is ready for this. She debuted 6 months ago. And here she is in an... Oof. Tiffany grabbed her, dropped her to the outside. Fallon comes exploding out the box. I feel like this match has sort of burst into life now. I feel like it's got more going on with it. Big chop coming in there by Fallon. Fallon jumping up. Blockbuster to Tiffany, goes over, throws in a shot there to Blair. Knee strike. 1, 2, 3, and it's Tiffany that goes into a box. So it's Blair 1, Fallon 1. Money. I like the little countdown clock that appears above their names when they have to go in the box. I like that. 1, 2, Kelani looking for a cover, not finding it. Roll up, innovative by Fallon. Scissors to the body, and she rolled up Kelani. Goes over, looking to bridge. Oh, Kelani bridges into backslide, looking to backslide 2. Oh, only got a 2. Strike coming in there by Fallon. Kelani with a forearm strike. Fallon goes against the ropes. Kelani kick to Blair. Blair goes flying to the outsides. Arm drag. Over goes Kelani. And at the moment, we've got Fallon. 1-4 for Fallon. I hope you're having a good stream. Kian, shout out to you. I was surprised CM Punk was at Deadline. What did you think of SmackDown? I thought it was all right. I thought that it was a pretty stacked show. It had lots of things on it. You had CM Punk, you had Cody, tribute to the troops. I mean, you always want to feel like you've watched something and you haven't wasted your time. And I thought that it was, I felt like I'd watched something. I mean, you know, we don't normally start a show with a piano and a song and a musical performance. It's very unusual to see, like, servicemen all in the front few rows and CM Punk cutting a promo and Cody obviously cutting a promo. A couple of people chucking some guns around. I mean, that was not a normal show. So, yeah, it might not have been a show that people were crazy about. I saw some people that were a bit like, you know, didn't meet my expectation type thing. But no, I felt like I watched something and that was good. So I was entertained. I was happy. No complaints from me. Clothesline there by Tiffany as... Fallon goes in the corner. So we're just waiting for Lash to get into the ring. I'm just waiting for... We need a legend. We need a Lash legend. I'm so lost with this stipulation, said Big Time. I think the stipulation makes sense. I don't know... I don't know that it... I don't know that it works. I mean, I suppose Lash is coming in and she's only 1 fall behind at this stage. But she is behind. She's coming in and she is behind, and that could be worse. I mean, she could be coming in and she might be 3 falls behind someone. That's the bit I struggle with. You see, with a Rumble, you're not behind if you come out at number 1. It's a bad draw and you're going to have a lot of work to do, but you're not losing. Whereas right now, Lash has only just got in the match and she is losing. She's got 10 minutes to try and turn it around. So that was my problem with it. And as we said, like, when the two that start it off, if someone pins someone and you have a fall within that first 5 minutes, 1, 2, 3, what does that do? So she does get 2 for that. But it's only 1 fall. That's only one fall, isn't it? Okay, well, okay. They say that's allowed. You can stack 2 people on top of each other, pin them, and get 2 falls. So they count that as 2. I don't know if it should count as 2, but it does count as 2. So that would mean if you can stack all 4 opponents on top of each other, then you would get 4. Well, do you know what? I mean, look, they've established that that is the rule. So that's the rule. That's fine. Lash goes to the outside. Kelani is going over the top. Kelani, I think she got a bit over-eager there, Kelani. Careful, love. I mean, that was a big moonsault to the outside. She went colliding into the commentary table. Tiffany and Fallon are inside that cage. They're doing a good job of not going at each other, considering how heated and how much they hate each other. What's this? Oh, look at this. Metaphor have arrived. Metaphor have arrived. Noam and... here's Jakara. Where's Jakara? So, they're blocking the door. So, this means that Tiffany and Fallon are trying to climb out of the cage. Why didn't they get some rope and, like, wrap it round? But look, these 2 are climbing out the top. Fallon is on top. She goes into the commentary table. I think she's all right. She seemed to go a bit knee first, but I think she's okay. But Metaphor have come down and they're blocking the exit to this penalty box. Tiffany jumps off the top, comes crashing down on the other members of Metaphor. It was like a swanton. I didn't quite catch what it was, but Lash is standing tall. Lash is in control at the moment. Get another double up, says Booker. Yeah. 1, 2. Kick out by Blair. Another big splash. 1, 2. Kick out by Tiffany. Kelani is perched. She comes down, gets caught. Picking up Kelani. She's got Kelani up in the air. Kelani goes over. Middle of the ring. She's trying to get Lash over. Kelani desperately trying to get her over. Tiffany stomps down. And stop. Oh my God. Vicious. 1, 2. And Fallon makes the save. That was a vicious stomp. Clothesline to Fallon. Stomp to the back there by Blair. 1, 2, 3. Kelani gets pinned. So Blair is on 2. Lash is on 2. I wonder if this match would just be better if we didn't do the coming down bit. If everyone just started off at the start. Maybe if everyone just started at the same time. Maybe that's the only issue I've got, really. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome, because since all 5 have been in, it's been pretty fun. Kelani goes into the penalty box. Lash comes in. Also, what happens if it's a draw? We haven't done that, have we? I don't think we've explored what we do if it's a draw. Lash has got 1 on her back, 1 on her front. She's Blair on her front, Fallon on her back. Drop kick by Tiffany. Fallon goes down. She turns over, goes for a pin on Lash. We've got 3.5 minutes to go. Tom is cheering on Fallon. Tiffany getting back up to her feet. Chop coming in. Forearm strike coming in. Lash going for a cover too, but Fallon makes the save. So there's 3 minutes left. Tiffany is on 0. Kelani's on 0. Kelani comes out the penalty box. She is well behind and running out of time. I think actually, I mean, I don't know that it should count, but putting people on top of each other is a great quick way of closing a gap. So they're saying that that does count in this match. And, you know, that could change everything. I mean, you could be like 3 behind. And in the final seconds, you could stack all 4 on the top of each other and win the match. So I suppose in that way, it allows you to always be in it, you know? So I suppose it's good in that regard that it allows you to always be in the match. 1, 2. I mean, even if you're down by 4, in the final few seconds, you can stack 4 people together to tie and maybe take it to like a sudden death thing or something. 1, 2. Tiffany gets a pin on Lash. That means that Lash is going to have to go in the penalty box for 1.5 minutes, and we've only got 1 minute and 40 minutes left anyway. 1 minute and 40. So she's going to be pretty much out for the rest of this match. So Blair just needs to get 1 to take the lead. So it's 2 to Blair, 1 to Fallon, none to Kelani, 2 to Lash, 1 to Tiffany. Kelani looking to cover Tiffany and Blair. But Fallon makes the save. Fallon makes the save. Fallon tries to get one herself. Can't get it. Can't get it. She's stuck on 1 at the moment. Anyone that gets pinned now, they're out the match, aren't they? I mean, they're done. They're done, mate. You're done. Okay, we've got a real mixed bag here. We've got Fallon with a single leg Boston Crab, but she gets kicked off. Caldub, shout out to you, said Trent 7 just debuted for Impact. Oh, that's good. I'm pleased for him. I'm pleased for him. I'm glad that he's found some a landing spot. Ooh, Cal, I hope you well, dude. Fallon going over. Knee strike coming in there by Blair. Going for the cover 2. Oh, Fallon is pinned. And that's going to give Blair the win with just 12 seconds left to go. Well, you don't need to get Blair. You don't need to get Blair, or just pin 3 other people. And there we go. Blair Davenport wins. Blair Davenport wins. Blair Davenport is the Iron Survivor. Well, there we go. What do you think of that? What do you think of that? Did you like it? It's the Wicked Witch of NXT. Goth Dominance, said Merc. What did you think of that match? Did you enjoy it? Put it out of 10. Just seeing some replays of some of the best moments. I knew she would win. It should have been Lash, said Prince. I think Fallon should have won, says Kappa. Owen said, I enjoyed it once everyone had entered the match. I agree with that. Match definitely cooked between the midway and the end. I agree with that. I think my only criticism is I would not do the staggered entrance. I would just start with everyone at the start. I am your Iron Survivor, says Blair. I will be seeing you at New Year's Evil. So here is Lyra. She said that she would be in attendance. She comes out. Oh, look at what she's wearing. Jesus. Got a little thing on. Little. Who's that? Cora. Cora has returned and she attacks. Cora returns. She attacks Lyra from behind. She holds up that NXT Championship. So much better than the girl that would come out with a skateboards. That was a face. That was a girl. This is a woman. So there we go. Cora makes her presence felt. She attacks Lyra from behind, who came out after Blair had said a few words about Lyra. I think Cora was literally just sat there waiting for Lyra. She came running out. She must have just been like in gorilla hiding. In my mind, she was like behind a box, just waiting. Is that Lyra? No. Okay. Just waiting and waiting. And then as soon as she saw Lyra, she was like, right, go. John, shout out to you. Humble Rumble said, I wouldn't let another person jump on my back like that if I was a wrestler. BDP said, Cora looks fabulous. Cora is finally back. It's about time, said Elijah. Cora got 0 crowd reactions, says Brony. The resident mean girl is back, said JMBer. It's a shame that Cora got implants, said John. Well, each to their own, and you know, it's a personal journey, isn't it? You know, if she is maybe a bit self-conscious about it, then and it's something that she wants. Fine. Days, she was a skater girl. She was a skater girl. Been with the skater boys. Zachary said, did you notice all 5 women's attires matched the graphics at the bottom? That can't be a coincidence, said Zachary. I did not notice that, no. Lash Legend should be in the Rumble, said Ezra. Triple threat at New Year's Evil, question mark, says Alvin Pike. Maybe. Maybe. We're an hour into this show. It's been pretty fun. We've had CM Punk, we've had Shawn Michaels, we've had a title change, we've had, I thought that match was good, fun, enjoyed it. Some skater girls are hot, said Zoe Killer. Well, yeah, and, you know, I'm sure that Cora could have been classified as being a hot skater girl, but I thought that, I just think she's a much better heel. It just seems to fit her better. You know, maybe, hopefully, a lot of those skater girls could have a look at this and, you know, question whether they're on the right path. Because maybe inside a lot of skater girls, there is a powerful woman just yearning to come out. Just yearning to be set free. And really, that's what wrestling is all about. It's about setting young women free. Deep. Resident Mean Girl. There's about 8 different Mean Girls in NXT, and 2 of them were in this match, says Adam. Jazzotron said this pay-per-view is delivering. Horror King Mayhem said, I'm a fan of Lash now. Big Time said she was gone for about 3 months. It's not like the second coming. No, I mean, Jesus has been gone for over 2,000 years, hasn't he? So we can't compare 3 months to the returning of Jesus Christ. You are correct. A Bibby video. We do have a Bibby video right now. Bib, 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 bib. We do have a bibbity bobbity video right now. Next, what is going to be our next match? Oh man, we've still got so many matches. So many. We've still got to do Carmelo against Lexis King. We've still got to do the cage match. We've still got to do ILJA against... Oh, hello, backstage. Baron. Here's Carmelo and Trick. And we've still got the men's Iron Survivor. It's no joke. Iron Survivor Challenge. I'm telling you, it's no joke. You got this in the bag. You make sure you take care of business. I ain't holding back on him. He's trying to come between Trick Mello gang. I ain't holding back on him. Here we go. Lexis King then. All eyes on Lexis King. Lexis King making his way down to the ring. Is that beard not as... That's better. Wasn't it jet black before and it was really... That looks better. It looks more natural coloured. Did he just go mental with the dye or something? Is that where we were going wrong? That looks better. I like his ring gear. I like his ring gear. It's a bit Street Profits, but it looks classy. Facial hair looks so much better. So much better. Okay. Okay. We've got some little tweaks, little changes, and they look better. Here's Carmelo. Lexis has got the worst facial hair I've ever seen. Looks kind of weird, said Alvin Pie. Dude, you should have seen him before. I wonder if I can find an image. Got a personal dog. I mean, I've got a picture of how it looked before. It doesn't look like that now. I mean, it's different. It's different shape as well. I'm trying to compare the colouring. I'm trying to see if he's changed the colour. If it does look more of a natural colour, or if he's just changed the shape of it. But that's how it was before. Sort of down, straight into a little thing like this. This looks better. It definitely looks better in my opinion. I like his ring gear. Takeover, headlock takeover there by Carmelo. He's a long-haired Dollar Tree Seth Rollins, said Jazzatron. He's trying to get back up to his feet. Against the ropes goes Carmelo. Shoulder tackle there by Carmelo. Forearm strike by Lexis King. Takedown by Carmelo. We need this match to be good. We need a good performance by Lexis King here. That's what I'm looking for. We need some momentum. There's people talking about his facial hair. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. The look just seems to work better here. Carmelo slingshotting in Lexis King. Lexis King goes down in the ring, pops back up. Shots coming in by Carmelo. Over in the corner goes Carmelo. Lexis King charges over, grabs Carmelo. Ooh, lovely takeover. I thought he was going to go for a powerbomb, and I think he was. Arm drag by Carmelo. Drop kick by Carmelo. Very quick, very explosive, very smooth Carmelo. Against the ropes goes Carmelo. Goes under the bottom rope. Chop misses there by Lexis King. Big strikes coming in by Carmelo. Kick to the midsection. Chop there by Lexis King. Again, he's... Oh, into the ring posts. I love that by Carmelo. He's like, oh, did that hurt? Did that hurt? Oh, didn't. He's climbing up. Is standing on the hand of stomping down on Lexis King. Chop coming in by Lexis. And again. Oof. Kick coming in. Another chop there by Carmelo. Driving Lexis King down. Knee to the midsection. Just because he isn't shredded doesn't mean that he's got a dad bod, says Brony. Over against the ropes goes Carmelo. Oh, I like that. Well scouted. Carmelo went on the ropes, was a little bit wobbly. Lexis King pushes him out the ring. Lexis King goes through the ropes. Drop kick to the outsides. I cannot tell if it's the hair, if it's the different shaped beards. Smile for the camera. Yeah, it's not a bad match either. It's not a bad match. Carmelo goes into the corner. I'll give Lexis credit. Cheesy gimmick, but he can be hard hitting, said Big Time. Zokiller said some women do love a dad bod. Goes with those daddy issues. Chop coming in. Another kick to the back there by Lexis King. I mean, what I will say is this is at a nice pace. They're not looking lost. We've had some nice exchanges. Lexis is throwing it in. There's a little bit of like AJ Styles about his physique. He's not the biggest guy. He's not the most muscular of guys. He's got a bit of like smaller wrestler stockiness about him. Like he's not small like Carmelo. He's not the tallest of guys, but there's a bit of size to him, you know? I know people are saying dad bod and stuff like that, but you can see like his pecs. You can see that he does lift. It's not he's not fat. He's got a bit it's interesting. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else like him actually on the NXT roster. I'm trying to think if there's anyone that's got that similar kind of stature. Smaller, but with a bit of something to them, you know? Not fat. You can clearly see he's got muscle. You can clearly see in the arms and in the pecs. It's just I think there's a bit around the stomach, but I don't see that as a bad thing at all. Kick coming in there by Carmelo, and again, I love the ring gear. Ring gear's great, classy. I like the Lexis King font on the back. Looks good. Working on the leg of Carmelo. Single leg Boston Crab being applied. I even like the long hair because wrestlers used to have long hair. You know, it's very Jericho. Again, stepping over, working. Look at that. Working on the knee. Lexis is good, said JMB. Well, do you know what? I'm getting what I wanted, to be honest. This is what I wanted. I wanted to look at him and not see someone that was struggling. I wanted to look at him and not see someone that looked awkward. I wanted to look at him and see... Yeah, I think Jericho is a great shout. Yeah. I agree. I think that's a sort of a Jericho physique, innit? Jericho hair. Jericho? Yeah. And that can't be a bad thing, can it? It's like a clean, bulking physique before a cut, says Wrestle Andy. Yeah. Put the calories on. Yeah. Put the calories on. Build up the muscle. And then trim down, cut. It's also potentially steroids as well, because if you have steroids, I believe it shows in the stomach. He wants to shake his hand. It's been good work so far. I don't know what this is. Middle finger there by Carmelo. So, okay. So he said, shake my hand like the snake you are. So when Carmelo went to shake his hand, I think that was sort of seen as a sign that they were working together. But then Carmelo sticks up the middle finger. Shots coming in there by... Lexis King, we're up top. It must be cold streaming from Gotham City. It is. I've actually got the backlight directly on me. It keeps me warm. Okay, both guys go to the outside. Oof. Lexis and Carmelo get back into the ring. Going over, throwing in a shot to Carmelo. Carmelo responds with a strike of his own. Crowd aren't massively into this. We're not getting like "this is awesome" chants and stuff like that. But the match, it's laid a perfectly good foundation. You know, there's been real back and forth, real aggression, hard hitting strikes. I mean, when this match goes to that next stage where you get the close pinfalls and you get the bigger moves and all that kind of stuff, like the foundation work we've laid has been really strong. Bang, look at that by Carmelo. Springing off that middle rope into like a crossbody, goes over to the corner. Collides into Lexis King. King in the middle of the ring. Round the houses. Lovely takedown by Carmelo into a cover. And shoulder up by Lexis King. And Lexis King showing as well here that he's got something about him, because this is the former NXT champion. This is one of the biggest names in NXT, and he's having a workout here. He's having a tough day at the office. Again, trying for a suplex, but it keeps getting blocked. Lexis King gets Carmelo up, plants him down. It's like a jackhammer. 2. Oh. Kick out. Just a 2. Merck said the match is perfectly 3 out of 5 so far. It's not amazing, but in no way bad. Yeah, I agree. I think we've laid a good foundation that we can build on. If the match ended now... I'd be like, oh, it just feels like it was getting somewhere and then it stopped. Lexis King. We haven't seen much gesturing to the crowd, to be honest, from Lexis King. They've kind of just been in the motion. We haven't seen the crowd being like involved. Kick coming in there by Carmelo. Springboard. Didn't really have much room to work. Comes off. Ends up getting hit with a forearm. Ooh, like a backbreaker of sorts. But Carmelo looked a little botchy. Carmelo gets double knees. Lexis King staggering around in the middle of the ring. Carmelo is up top. We've got an exposed turnbuckle. Nothing but net as he drops the leg on the back of the head, and Lexis King loses this one. I think you're right. That feels like we were just getting somewhere. We could have had some bigger moments. But considering Lexis has only just arrived in NXT, hasn't been around very long, and that's his first premium live event match, we have kept it relatively simple, fast-paced. There's been some big moves in there from Melo. Make no mistake about it. Melo's gone out there and he's still hit like his greatest hits. But I think what would have made that match like a "this is awesome" would have been, you know, when you get into those pinfalls, big moves, 1, 2, 3. Plus, I was amazed that they didn't involve the crowd more. But it's a good match. I think it's fine. It wasn't me that attacked Trick. Thank you for that premium live event spotlight. But it weren't me that attacked Trick. So, Lexis said it wasn't him. Now, whether he's telling the truth or not, we need to wait and see. But he said it's not me that attacked Trick Williams. So, does that mean that it was Carmelo? 275, I didn't enjoy it, said WWE AEW fan. The match was mid, said Jazzatron. That was weird, said Brony. Marty gives it 2.25. Mert gives it a 3. I thought it was solid. I thought they laid a good foundation. They didn't build on it. So I think for me, 3.25. I'm around that kind of area. Crazy, said Jazzatron. Lexis thwarted his way to a premium live event. James said Trent has signed with TNA. I'm pleased for him. I'm pleased for him. I don't know where it is that he's been, to be honest. I don't know what I know that he was in AEW like for a few matches, but I'm pleased that he's found a landing spot. Sonny, shout out to you. The thoughts within. We're just looking at Nikita. Came back on Tuesday. I'm a whole lot of woman who's ready to do a whole lot of whooping. Good striking. Love it. Her kicks are great. Okay. Nikita Lyons segment. Oh, here's Tony. So we've got a Tony segment right now. I think it's just another little superstar profile, to be honest. I think that's because on Peacock you probably are at commercials. But right now we just got a little thing on Tony. Ben said they did a WWE shop with a Yeet shirt on it. Yeah, James was saying to me that apparently Jey Uso sent a tweet out saying yeet as well. So I don't know if WWE have been trying to work something out with the person that had the copyright to try and get the copyright so that you can have yeet back. But I don't know. I'm personally, I'm not bothered by it. If he has yeet, if he doesn't have yeet, doesn't make a difference. We can still run with main event Jey Uso. But I think they would like it for his presentation. It's an easy thing to make money off in it, market and whatever. So maybe they've just slipped a bit of money to the guy that had the copyright. But he signed the contract on the pay-per-view. He's been doing a lot of OTT shows in Ireland, says James. Very good. Trent in TNA. Yes. Does Carmelo catch your eye? I like Carmelo a lot, yes. I like him a lot. I think that he is someone that's got a bit of personality about him. He can talk. He's on the smaller side, which might have been a bit of a barrier under Vince, but shouldn't be a problem under Triple H. So I'm excited to see what he does on the main roster. Here's Cora Jade backstage. I've returned. Now that I'm back, I'm going to take this to a whole new level. See you Tuesday. So she walks off. So she said that she's been away 4 months, but now she's back to the best women's division, the NXT women's division. Hello. Vengeance. Vengeance Day. ILJA. Happy Vengeance Day to you. Happy Vengeance Day. Happy Vengeance Day, everyone. Happy Vengeance Day. Carmelo, Bron, Nikita, ILJA. February 4th. Live. Sunday, February 4th. Vengeance Day. Oh, there we go. First premiere. Look at that dude in the background. Is he drinking 2 pints? Clarksville, Tennessee. We're backstage with Trick Willie. I owe you an apology. Don't apologize just yet, Trick. We don't know who took you out. We thought it was Lexis. He said it isn't. You whooped his ass tonight. Oh, is Carmelo going to cost him? Whoop that, Trick. Handle that. Did someone play some, like, panpipes or something? I just heard a... Did you just hear that? Like someone had some panpipes. I don't know where that came from. Oh, men's Iron Survivor. Wow, so we're doing the cage match next or last. What? Oh, I thought this would be last. Men's Iron Survivor challenge match. Let's go. Right. Survivor, man. I'm a survivor. If I had a copyright, I would have said 3 million now or 5% of t-shirt sales going forward, says Mark. Here's Dijak. So Dijak's going to start us off. Don't know who Dijak's going to be going up against first, but Dijak definitely in with a shout of winning this. He's been down in NXT for a while. I think we have... I mean, we're not seeing much change to this character, so I think this is the character. Dijak making his way down to the ring. Zykami said, let's go, Trick. Well, we need to jump into the chat. We need to create the poll. This, who wins? Who wins? Is it going to be Dijak? Is it going to be Trick Willie? Is it going to be... I don't think Briggs is winning. I don't think Briggs is winning, so Briggs can be there. Briggs is starting us off. Who else is in it? Tyler Bates is in it, and Bron Breaker, so Bron has got to be an option, isn't he? So, Briggs and Dijak starting us off. So Booker says the point that I'm making is they're all big guys in this. So Booker quite excited about this matchup. Tyler Bates obviously has got some size to him. Bron Breaker, Briggs, Dijak, Trick. I mean, it is true. It is this. I bet Vince is tuning into this. I'll tell you, someone that's watching this, Vince McMahon. Some big guys in this. Maybe not the most shredded of guys, but definitely some size, regardless. I love Dijak. My favourite NXT wrestler, says None You Ready. Really? Tom said, I want Dijak or Bron. Well, we've got the poll up and running right now. So vote, 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 vote. Can the community get it right? Who wins this Iron Survivor match? I feel like Trick is the one that the eye is drawn to. But is Carmelo going to interfere and cost him? Or maybe Trick wins and then Carmelo interrupts during the title match? We were talking about this earlier. Like, there's so many ways that you can go with this story. Head scissor takeover there by Briggs. That looked good. So, head scissor takeover. Dijak is trying to get back up to his feet as Briggs comes over. Grabs Dijak. Throws in a forearm strike. He's got him over in the corner. Back elbow there by Briggs. Against the ropes goes Briggs. Big boot by Briggs as well. Briggs has got the arm, picks up Dijak and plants him down. Against the ropes goes Briggs. Woo! 2 and a kick out. Days, how do we feel about the show so far? It doesn't feel like the biggest NXT Premium Live event, but it's a show that's fun to watch on a Saturday. Yeah, I think that's how I feel about it. I thought that... I think every match so far has had moments. I don't think there's been any disasters. I think that each match has had like things you could criticize about it. I don't think we've necessarily had classics. I mean, Axiom Nathan Frazier might still be the best match of the night. Don't know. I mean, definitely the ending of the women's Iron Survivor was very entertaining. The Dragon Lee Dominik match had moments. I don't know. It's a tricky one. I mean, I feel thoroughly. I'm not bored in the slightest. I'm thoroughly entertained, and yeah, I think it's been fine. But it's hard to compare to those great classic takeovers of the past. You know, those takeovers of the past. They just kept getting better. Like, when you thought you'd seen the best takeover ever, the next one would come along and blow it away. They really were something very, very special. But then it was a very special time for NXT as well. I think that was the advantage of having so many indie talents. That these are people that knew how to wrestle already. You know, we're seeing a lot of people that are still learning. You know, Lash hasn't got loads of experience. In fact, this might have been her first premium live event match. I'm not sure. Certainly it was for Kelani. Lexis King, who that was his first show in for NXT as well, premium live event wise. So we're either seeing like people for the first time or they haven't got much experience. You know, Briggs, we're not used to seeing Briggs in a solo situation. So I sort of think like comparing to those takeovers of old where we had a lot of indie talent and they might have been around on NXT for a while, like those takeovers. It's hard to replicate that with what we're doing now, but I think this has still been entertaining. But yeah, if you used to compare it to those kind of shows, I think you're going to struggle. Dijak is, we're only 10 seconds away from our next person coming down. So we've had 5 minutes of this already as Dijak's got Briggs on his shoulders. Knee strike, a GTS. 1, 2, 3, and a pin there for Dijak. Here's Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate's making his way out. So Tyler Bate gets in the ring, goes against the ropes, collides into Dijak, and again. Come on, Tyler. Gets caught by Dijak. Shots coming in by Tyler. Again gets hurled in the corner. Dijak comes over, grabs the leg. Tyler, knee coming in there by Tyler. Tyler goes to the middle. Elbow as Dijak goes flying. Over to the other side of the ring as Tyler comes over, collides into Dijak. Elbow there by Dijak, and again, Tyler goes down. Dijak picks up Tyler, he's got him on his shoulders. Tyler goes back as Dijak comes in, looking for an exploder suplex. Ooh, that was moody. You didn't quite get that height on that, and it seemed like Dijak's head was really close to the ground. Ooh. Briggs is going to be out of the action for another 15 seconds or so. Dijak has got a fall, and Briggs is in the box. Big strong boy, big strong boy, big strong boy. Now the big strong boy is picking up Dijak. He's going for an airplane spin. Yeah! Airplane spin. Airplane spin. Briggs gets out the box. Big boot. Huge boot to Tyler Bate. Hurls him to the outside. Bate goes to the outside. Briggs goes against the ropes. Clothesline. Goes for the cover of Dijak and gets a fall. Wow. So Briggs gets a fall. Dijak's going to go into the box. Tyler Bate gets hurled into the box. So Dijak now has got to go into the penalty box. He hasn't gone into the box, but the clock is still counting. So I'm guessing it doesn't start counting for when you go in the box. It just starts counting. We don't really need the box then, do we? Oh, I don't know where Dijak has gone, but he's not in the box yet. Maybe he's going in now that we're back in the ring as there's a uppercut there by Tyler. Going for the cover of Briggs. 2. Shoulder up. We got Cora and Punk interaction. She just tweeted, said James. Thank you, James. Let's have a little look, shall we? See what Cora's doing. There we go. Little lovely little backstage moment. So we've got Dijak out of that penalty box now. Briggs with a fall and Dijak in the box, said WWE fan. Tyler planting Dijak. Dijak grabbing Tyler. He's got Tyler on his shoulders. Roll up. 1, 2, 3. Tyler Bate pins Dijak. Dijak's got to go back in the box. Tyler gets knocked down. He gets knocked onto Briggs. 2. Briggs gets his shoulder up. Briggs gets his shoulder up. Okay, we're only, I think, 30 seconds away from someone new coming in. Cora and Jade are reunited. Let's go. Cora and Jade reunited. Right, we've got a sleeper hold applied there by Tyler. Briggs driving Tyler back into the corner. I replied to an AEW tweet about Jamie Hayter, and I wrote, "Mommy looks like she needs sausages, sizzling up with fried eggs and a bottle of Coke." And then I saw that Jamie had blocked me. Okay, but why did you put that though? I mean, fair play. Here's Trick. Tyler comes down and gets caught in the midsection by Trick. Oof. Loud whoop that Trick chants. He's got the crowd, man. He's got the crowds. He's got the crowds. And I love the camo that he's wearing as well. And I love the face paint. Trick Williams, man. Oh, goes over Dijak. Collides into Tyler Bate. Again, yeah, I'm still not sure about those. They're weird. These arm things. Trick duck underneath. Oh, lovely double net breaker. Goes for a cover, and we know that'll count for 2. Kick out. He's got Tyler Bate up. Lovely shot there by Trick. Back elbow by Dijak. Dijak grabbing Trick. Crowd really came alive when Trick came out. I've been waiting to chant that. I had to have my moment, said Jazzatron. Whoop that Trick. Whoop that. Whoa! Dijak and Trick collide midair. 2. And Bate makes the save. Wow. Dijak and Trick collide midair. NXT is giving us ruthless aggression vibes, said Mr. Quake. Dijak is back in the match. Trick and Mellow Gang is over, said Mr. Quake. Right, we got Tyler with 1. Briggs with 1. Dijak with 1. Bron with 0. Trick with 0. So no one's really got much of a lead at the moment. Picking up Tyler, picking up Trick. He's got Trick. He's going for an airplane spin. Airplane spin by Tyler. Man, and he's getting some speed as well. Yeah, reminds me of his match with Pete Dunne. Oh, hands on the hips. Wow. Trick goes down. Oh. People make the save. Great spot. Great spot. Love that. And he got such speed as well. He was able to put the hands on the hips. Look at this. Look at it. This is awesome. Is the champ from the crowd there enjoying it? Great spot by Tyler. Tyler going against the ropes, goes through the ropes, collides into Briggs. Dijak and Trick are battling away. We're just waiting for Bron to enter the match. We're just over 1 minute and 20 seconds away. Big clothesline by Tyler Bate. Down goes Trick. Tyler double underhooks to Trick, looking for Tyler Driver, 2, 3, and he gets a pin on Trick Williams. Tyler Bate takes the lead. Tyler Bate takes the lead. I'd love Tyler to do it. I'd absolutely love Tyler to do it. That now means that Trick's got to go into the cage. He is down, but we know, just stack a couple of people on top of each other. That'll count as 2. Bate has got 2 falls, and Trick is in the box. Big strong boy. So we got shots coming in there by Tyler. I'm going banana. I am going banana. It's banana time for me. I can't cope with this excitement. Dijak has the character of a time cop. Merc said, let's go Bates. Trick needs to win this, said Kashawn. Right. Here's Bron. Bron making his way down. Is the final one to enter this match. Big spear. Wow. Wow. Immediately comes in. Spears Briggs. Spear to... Wow. 1, 2, 3. That's 2 for Bron Breakker. Oh, and a spear there to Dijak as well. 1, 2, 3. Wow, he's took the lead, man. He's took the lead. He's come in 3 falls in a row. Trick's on 0. Trick gets into the ring and he looks at Bron. Bron and Trick going at it in the middle of the ring right now. Great match this. Trick and Bron. Let's go. Drop kick. There's 3 in the box. Bate, Briggs, and Dijak are in the box. There's only Trick and Bron out. Against ropes goes Bron. Clothesline. Trick goes down. Straps coming down by Bron Breakker. He goes over. He grabs Trick Willie. The recliner. So, recliner is applied, and Trick's going to have to try and survive for 8 seconds because Briggs is just a few seconds from coming out. Oh, they're fighting in the box. Briggs and Dijak battling away. Yeah, that referee needs to get some order. Dijak's not allowed in for another 10 seconds. Bron, you're an Argy. Bron gets planted. Bron rolls out the ring. And time is ticking away. Time is ticking away. All the penalties have expired. Everyone is back in the match. 17.5 minutes gone in this match. We end at 25. Trick is up and big crossbody to the outside. All the people go down. Make him humble! In the ring goes Dijak. Dijak is back in, said WWEW fan. Yep. Everyone is back in as Dijak goes for a cover on Trick. Oh! Dijak gets a pin on Trick. Trick is down and down big. 90-second penalty for Trick. Guys, it turns out Trick Williams is rubbish. Still no points for Trick Williams. They've got to have
They've got to have a big moment planned for him. Tyler gets a pin on Dijak, makes it 3-3. Bron disappointed because he thought that he was setting that up for a pin for him. Tyler on 3, Bron on 3, Dijak and Trick in the box. I don't know where Briggs has just been dealt with. So it's Breaker and Tyler Bate. Breaker charges at Tyler on the shoulders. Bron, double knees to Tyler. 1, 2, kick out by Tyler. Trick is back in after 25 seconds. Trick needs to get out the box. Trick could still win. It doesn't look likely. He could still win. Just got to stack people. He's going to have to do some stacking. Because he's 3 down. He needs 4 to win. And he's got just over 5 minutes. Trick Williams is out now. I mean, the fact he hasn't got any, and the fact he's such a firm favourite, makes me think they are going to have him have a big moment where he's going to, like, pin a load. Big shot coming in there by Trick, because these responses he's been getting them for a while now. This isn't a surprise. Okay, we're into the final 5. Nando said, let's go, Tyler. Maggie said, come on, Tyler, my son. Oh, I'd love Tyler to do it. Tyler remembering how he took Gunther to the limit. Tyler needs to revel in who he is. He might not be the biggest in this match, but he is maybe pound for pound the most powerful. Certainly got to have amongst the most experience. He's been in WWE since 2017. Make it count, Tyler. Dig deep, Tyler. You're in joint first position at the moment, Tyler. Dijak and Briggs are going up top. We got Bron down, Trick down. They're taking too long, but they do connect with moonsaults. Oh, wow. And it came off for him, so that means Trick's got to go back in the box. Wow. So Bron and Trick have got to go into the box. Tyler goes over into a... Oh, wow. Wow. I don't think I've seen that from Tyler before. Coming off the top into like a tornado DDT. Over the top, comes down onto Dijak. Tyler gets thrown onto the edge of the ring. Bounces off straight into a lariat by Briggs. We got 3 minutes left to go. Trick's going to be out of this for a minute. He's down by 3. It's 3 for Bate, 3 for Breaker, 3 for Dijak. Kick coming in. Trick is just not good at wrestling, said Kush. Jazzatron said Trick's not winning this one. I still think there'll be a moment for him. I don't know why you would book it to have him look so bad. I think I could see a load of people down, him stacking a load of people and tying. That clothesline looked brutal. Are you eating marshmallows? No, I was eating bananas. Just a little energy boost as we're 2 hours in. We've still got 2 matches after this as well. Cage match, championship match. Oh, it's all happening. Here's Trick. Bron grabbing Trick's leg. Trick goes into the ring post. Bron goes to the outside. Charges over at Trick. Drives him into the timekeeper's area. Oh dear, that's going to take him out of the picture for a little bit longer as well. Every second counting here as Bron gets Uranaged. Uranagi through the commentary table. Shots coming in by Tyler. We've got 90 seconds left to go. Shots coming in there by Tyler. Dijak grabbing Briggs. He's got Briggs on his shoulder. He gets knocked into Tyler. Roll up by Trick. Trick gets one. Kick coming in there by Dijak. That means Briggs has got to go in the box. Briggs is done. Time's out for Briggs. Trick gets one back. Lands on his feet. Oh, GTS. 1, 2. Oh, Eddie Thorpe. Eddie Thorpe is interrupting. So he just cost Dijak from picking up a pinfall. Big shot there by Eddie Thorpe. Kick coming in there by Eddie. Roll up by Trick. Trick goes to 2. Tyler Bate comes crashing down onto Trick Williams. He's looking to put him away, but Trick rolls through. 1, 2, 3. Trick gets to 3. Trick's on 3. Breaker's on 3. It's down between Trick and Breaker, actually. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Big knee strike by Trick. 1, 2, 3. Trick Williams wins. Trick Williams wins the Iron Survivor. Trick Willie. Whoop that Trick. 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 Well, there we go. Getting your scores for that one. The Iron Survivor. Men's Iron Survivor match. Whoop. Celebrating with the crowds. That was awesome, said Big Time Baxter. Bron to the main roster, question mark, says William. 5 stars easily, said Mr. Dell Jr. Whoop that Trick. Whoop that Trick. I wanted Tyler, but what a match, said Merc. Brony with a 4. Zycamy said 20 out of 10. Robin with a 4.5. Big Time said Trick came out of nowhere. Whoop that. Did it the hard way as well. I thought he'd come back by stacking people. He didn't. He did them all individually. He really made it very difficult for himself. Whoop that Trick. Men's Iron Survivor is the match of the night for sure, said Brony. We're just seeing replays. Dad Stuff said, it's not that I don't like Trick Willie, but I don't like all the surprise roll-ups. I would have liked it better if he'd have just stolen other pinfalls. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. If you want to be really critical, and I don't know, is it fun to be really critical? You could say it was a bit formulaic, if you will. It was a bit like, because he was so far out, because he's such a favourite, and he was on 0, it was a bit obvious that the comeback was going to come. But that's it. That's only if you want to be really petty. Which I don't. So there we go. Whoop that Trick wins the Iron Survivor Challenge. Okay, so we've got 2 matches left to go. We've got a cage match. And then, of course, we've got a championship match. Whoop that Trick. Whoop that Trick. 8 says, Greg. It's a takeover miracle, said Christian. Everyone's talking about WWE Royal Rumble. Rumbly Rumble. Right, we're backstage. Dragon Lee side plates going on. Ray is going to hand the belt to him. So, Dragon Lee with those side plates. There's Briggs. Who was that watching? Was that Baron? Hey, calm down. Wasn't my night, says Briggs. Here's Metaphor. Unlucky Cowboys. Oh! Fallon throws the shots to Oro Mensah. Now there's a big brawl between Brooks Jensen, Fallon, and Metaphor. Jakara's just like, she can't really do anything because she's injured. So she's just having to watch the carnage kind of play out around her. CM Punk has posted a selfie. Oh, the selfie. He's posted the selfie. That selfie. WrestleMania. He's put it on Instagram. I don't go on Instagram. How am I meant to find it? Well, it's all right. I mean, I think Sean's looking. I'm not sure where Sean's looking, to be honest. What's this? Is that Kiana? It's a nice, wow. So she's leaving the... Wait, what? She was at the new headquarters. That's the best look that we've had at the new headquarters. With all the screens in there. Looks sick, man. So that's the new WWE headquarters. We've left Titan Towers. What was she doing there? What was she doing there? And is there going to be hush money involved? Those are the questions I've got. But there's the image of Sean and CM Punk. I mean, look, CM Punk smiling, looks good. Sean smiling. Can't quite see where his eyes are looking. I think they're looking at the camera. The hat's kind of putting a shadow on. But, yeah, you know, lovely. Couple of lads on the town, having a lovely time. Sean should charge him. Most wrestlers charge to have a picture taken with them. That would have been great. Sean should have said that's $50, please. He's got the money. He's got the money. Isn't he? CM Punk also could have done that with the Bret Hart thing on his hoodie. That would have been fun. Roxanne and cage match coming up. Roxanne against Kiana in a steel cage match. Roxanne, you don't have to put on a red light. Roxanne Perez, Roxanne Perez. Kiana is just frustrated. About all the attention that Roxanne has been receiving. Roxanne has been the golden child of NXT from the second that she walked in. Okay, let's do a poll on this, shall we? Which way is this gonna go? Who? Roxanne. Right, who wins? Is it gonna be Kiana or is it gonna be Roxanne? I don't get NXT. I don't know who the women are, says Maggie. Hurry and check Tapology before I drop places. I don't even have it up, to be honest, for this week. Are you in a good place? Let's have a little look. You are third, William. Wow. You're never up there when we're actually streaming the show, are you? Whenever UFC is on, you're never achieving such great feats. What's this about? Eh? Why have you chosen this week to be good? Silly Billy. Would you like an Oracle card from my Season of Witch Mabon Oracle deck? No, thank you. I don't even know what those words mean. Big Time said, I forgot this match was happening. I'm surprised they've left it this late. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can only imagine it's something to do with the cage, but then they've got to lower the cage and take it back up for the NXT Championship match, so why couldn't they have done this before the Men's Iron Survivor? Perhaps they're thinking we just need a buffer. The Men's Iron Survivor is so crazy. Let's not try and follow it with for the Men's Championship match. Let's try and follow it with something different. And that is a steel cage match. So, Roxanne taking on Kiana James inside of a steel cage. Got the smile on her face. She's thrilled. Thrilled. Couldn't be happier to be inside a cage. Sunny said, I'm in 16th. Well done, my friend. LDTV, shout out to you. Okay, so Roxanne getting inside. Sometimes there's a little bit of trepidation. There is no trepidation from Roxanne Perez. She looks thrilled. Right, here is Kiana James. She looks very serious. Pulls up in a vehicle backstage. Okay, here is Kiana. I don't think she was wearing that backstage, was she? Kiana James. My blind guess is Kiana. BDP said it feels like this should have opened the show. Yeah. Yeah. Right, she's got a bag and right, we are underway. So, 2 matches left to go. Steel cage match. Roxanne against Kiana. Love a steel cage match. Definitely here for a steel cage match. And then we've got a championship match, and I'm definitely here for an ILJA Dragunov match. So we're looking to see what these two can do inside the confines of a steel cage. And then we're looking to see, obviously, who's going to win the championship match. But how does Baron Corbin look? I mean, he's tried so many different things. We're sort of there or thereabouts with a bit of a new presentation for him. We've been fleshing that out for a good few months now. But this is going to be a big spotlight, a big platform for him. So we're looking to see how he's presented. Kiana gets smashed into the side of the cage. She doesn't really sell it, to be honest. Instead, she starts climbing. I like that from Roxanne. She actually drop kicks the cage, which then knocks Kiana down, which then allows Roxanne to go against the ropes and drop kick into Kiana. That was a nice spot. Shoulder up there by Kiana. I wouldn't have the match as a buffer. It's a steel cage, and hopefully they can cook. Forearm strike there by Roxanne. Over in the corner goes Kiana. Will you see the new Von Erich movie? Not in the cinema, no. I will try and watch it once it actually comes out, like, you know, next year on like Netflix or whatever. But no, I'm not going to the cinema. I've heard that it is a good film. I think Bruce Pritchard has already seen it, and he said it's a good film. He enjoyed it, but don't think it's a film based on their story. Like he said, if you know them and you know their lives and you know the family and everything, like this is not a reflection of what actually happened. It's been a bit of artistic license, shall we say. He didn't really go into specifications as to what it was that, you know, was so different. I think it'll give you a glimpse as to what it was, you know, what it was like being a Von Erich at that time. So, yeah, I mean, it certainly is going to be worthy of a watch, but I'm not, you know, I haven't got, like, my tickets ready. I haven't pre-ordered my theatre tickets or anything. But, yeah, I'll give it a watch. Roxanne against the ropes. Kick coming into the midsection by Kiana. Who are the names in the chat that have been watching streams since 2018? Oh, wow, there's quite a few. I think there's a fair few. More than I could mention. 1, 2, kick out by Roxanne. So we're keeping this grounded at the moment as we got a chin lock that's been applied. Kiana in control. Crowd chanting away. I reckon we're going to go to like, I reckon another 40 odd minutes. I think they might want to hit like the 3-hour mark. Don't know how long they're going to give this match as a result, but I reckon it's got another 10 minutes in it. Against the ropes goes Roxanne into a spine buster, looking for a cover. Kick out by Roxanne. Kiana going back over, grabbing, standing on the hand of Roxanne. Kicks coming in. And again. So she's standing on Roxanne's hand, kick into the midsection, stomps down on the hands. Again, pushing at the face of Roxanne. Roxanne gets back up to her feet, shot to the midsection. Wes, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Time to roll up. Wes, hope you're doing good, buds. But Kiana needs a win here, said Wrestle with Andy. GC said that'll be the happiest wrestling movie ever. Perhaps it all works out. Perhaps that's the big change. Perhaps like everyone it does great. Everything's great. No one dies. And they all live happily ever after. If that's what they've changed, then wow, let's go. So Roxanne is climbing up in the corner. She screams out. Thez presses off the corner onto Kiana. Big shot coming in. Owen said, what if ILJA retains? Trick comes out. A Mello attacks. Could be stretching, but there's a possibility. Yeah. Could happen. I think if ILJA retains, I think I might be more tempted to have Carmelo sort of reveal his jealousy during the title match rather than before. Because we ain't really got that long. Well, I suppose when is Vengeance Day? That's the next big show, isn't it? That's early February. So I suppose it's a month and a half. It's about 6 weeks. 7 weeks. Can you stretch it out that long? Russian leg sweep by Roxanne. So, yeah, I mean, you could have Trick come out. He did win the Iron Survivor. And then you could have Carmelo come out, and then maybe we use those 7 weeks to do a Trick Carmelo thing, and Vengeance Day is then where Trick gets his title shot. Roxanne is going up top. Kiana is down. Roxanne's only small. I mean, that's, you know... That's a long way up for her. She's going all the way to the top of the cage. We're going back to Superfly Jimmy Snuka. Kiana is climbing up. Wasn't expecting a Superfly Jimmy Snuka shout out, but... A lot of people believe he killed his, was it his wife or his girlfriend? But that means nothing to Booker T. I wonder if he said it and then he was like, oh, probably shouldn't have said that. I don't know. He was never found guilty of it, was he? But I think they still did a Dark Side of the Ring episode on it. Kiana is on that top turnbuckle. She's pulling down Roxanne. Roxanne. I don't want to see him fall, says Humble Rumble. Okay, Kiana is on that top turnbuckle, and Roxanne collides into Kiana. Hang on. Kiana collides into Roxanne. Right now, Kiana looking for a power bomb, and she gets it. So Roxanne is down. Kiana going for the cover. 1, 2, kick out. Do you think Stone Cold should be an interim GM for Raw? No. We don't need one, do we? We've got Kiana looking to powerbomb Roxanne. Oh, driving her into the side of the cage. And into the other side as well. So she's just driving Roxanne into the side of the cage. Picks her up. That was good work by Roxanne. Delivering a pop rocks. Kiana is down. Both women are down at the moment. I remember I was down. Days just boomed me. I'm a boomer. Not the first time Books has said something and thought, if you know what I know, says Matt. Matt, shout out to you. Jim said Snuka was declared incapable of standing trial. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know. That is my approach on it. But It's a very interesting case, that one. Kiana was trying to get out the door. She's managed to go under the ring, grab a chair. She's kicking out at Roxanne. She's got the steel chair, and she looks to hit Roxy with it. Roxanne with a kick to the midsection. Roxanne grabs a chair. Kiana's on her knees. She's trying to plead here with Roxanne. Roxanne. Why doesn't Roxanne just go out the door? Oh, who's that? Is that Tiffany? Tiffany? No. Who? Who's Izzy Day? Deal breaker. 1, 2, 3. Kiana wins, but who's this boomer? Izzy Day. Who's Izzy Day? Tiffany clone. Who's Izzy Dane? I don't know. Is he you? I don't know. No one knows. There's no reaction whatsoever. I think everyone's just gone, who's that? Is that Tiffany? So, Tiffany Stratton gets involved. It's not her, but it might as well be. She looks exactly the same. Is he Dame? Is he Dame? Is he Dame? Well, there we go. Kiana picks up the win. Don't even know if I've seen this woman before. Who was that Katrine woman that was in the breakout tournament? She was blonde, wasn't she? Is that the Izzy that who Sasha made cry? That's the one. That is the same one. She grewed up. She grewed up, dyed her hair blonde, and got a black jacket. It's Izzy Days. Your sister. Oh, Izzy Days. Oh, serious game. Oh, I know. Yeah, I recognise her from Christmases. Izzy Days. Yeah, I know that girl. Oh, annoying. Oh, God. Annoying. Mitchell said, that was the tamest cage match I've ever seen. Here is the men's breakout tournament. Someone called Riley. That's Obafet. No, that's Keanu Carver. This is Tavian Heights. Where's Obama? Obba's in this, isn't he? Dion Lennox. Luca Crucifino, we've seen him. Mars Born. I'm interested in Mars Born. Trey Bearhill, aka Tatanka. Obafemi. Let's go. Let's go. Breakout begins this Tuesday. Ooh. Ooh. Right. Right. Let's have a look, shall we? Dijak against Eddie Thorpe on Tuesday. The match is made. Who wins? Is it going to be ILJA or is it going to be Baron Corbin? 6-person tag match as well. Lash, Noam, Oro taking on Brooks, Jensen, Briggs and Jensen. and Fallon, Henley. But we got one more match tonight, and it is for the NXT Championship. ILJA DRAGUNOV takes on Baron Corbin. Burn the ships! Burn them all! Did Ryback retire? If there's a God in heaven. No. Obafemi looks like a monster. I like Oba and Miles to win this, said Tom. It's tricky because I think Obafemi and Miles Bourne, I think, are the two that we've seen the most of. I've seen that Luca on TV once. I think he might have done some stuff on NXT Level Up. Some of these might have done some bits on Level Up, actually. But a chunk of them I really have never even heard of, so I don't know. I would say there's more unknowns in this than there was in the women's. The women had, like, Kelani Jordan, Lola Vice. You know, there was more about the women's that we knew. Just don't know many of these. Makes it hard to predict. Makes it hard to predict. So roll on Tuesday. We'll see what it looks like. John said the cage match would have been better with more Moxley style bleeding. These matches were made pretty quickly, said Dads. They don't mess around. They do not mess around. I picked ILJA, said Sonny. WWE AEW fan said ILJA Dragunov is going to retain. James said, all I know about Izzy Dame is that she's a former volleyball player. Zoe Killer said, I didn't watch the last breakout tournament. Mitchell has gone with ILJA. Maggie has gone with ILJA. I remember Mama Days and the kids he played with. Burn the ships. Here comes the bold pirate. Told you Kiana James would win early because Roxanne won at Halloween Havoc, said Bonkers. Hayden said Baron is gonna win, obviously. No one kicks out at the end of days, said Hayden. That Heights has been on Level Up a while and on NXT twice, says Tom. Good knowledge. Trick Willie being the #1 contender, maybe heel Corbin has got a chance. Good point. Will Izzy be spiking any balls? Well, I'm sure there are some fun nights out. Okada is going to be at Impact for the Snake Eye show on January 14th, says Jim. Mitchell said, who are you gone with? I assume ILJA. Yeah, I've gone with ILJA. I mean, I don't predict ever by, like, oh, I love ILJA, so I want ILJA to win kind of a thing. I always think what is the most likely thing to happen and why. And I think this is a tricky one because ILJA's not long been champion, but if they've got a plan to call him up, he could absolutely lose here. If he's going to lose and then go in the Rumble and go to the main roster, I mean, that could absolutely happen. But equally, they might want him to, you know, just spend a little bit longer as champion. I think this is a tricky one. I really do. Hey, look, new graphics for Baron Corbin. And he comes out on a bike! What's that got to do with ships? He comes out on a motorcycle. So, Baron Corbin, he's got some new graphics. He's got a new jacket as well. Look at this, like, long brown jacket that he's wearing. It's the kind of jacket that people used to wear when they work in warehouses. It's like a 1950s warehouse workers going wild. Nice, nice wheels. I'm not a bike person, so I don't know what that is. Well, it's a bike, but is it a certain bike? A low rider? It's a low rider. Here he is, Baron Corbin then. I like the graphics. Graphics look great, don't they? I don't know if we're burning the ships, though. Although he has got a... Hang on. So he's come out on a bike. His T-shirt says burn the ships. He's dressed like a 1950s warehouse worker. He's got new graphics. There's a lot to unpack here, isn't there? There is a lot going on. He doesn't have the arm sleeves. Right, here we go. ILJA DRAGUNOV. ILJA DRAGUNOV. Let's go Corbin, said Stand and Fight. Put Baron in the penalty box. 2 minutes for looking so good, said Big Al. Here's ILJA DRAGUNOV. I've got a sister, but she did some stupid things. My sister treated my mom badly. My mom is still refusing to accept my sister as a part. I'm sorry to hear that. How very dare he desecrate the bike? Chopper. It's a chop. Get to the chopper. Get to the chopper. Here's ILJA DRAGUNOV. He's not confused. No bikes and boats and things, ships and whatever. Where ILJA's concerned, he's just got intensity. And a lovely furry entrance jacket, which really does... which, when you think about it, doesn't really suit the intensity he brings in the ring. I don't know, perhaps it's like traditional Russian or something. I've never really thought about it, to be honest. It's just a lovely little entrance jacket it's got there. Look at that. The Tsar. He calls himself the Tsar, doesn't he? I suppose it does give me Tsar vibes. Do you think he shops at Zara? Gets all his clothes from Zara. ILJA DRAGUNOV getting his intro then. Both guys have made their way down. This should be fun. Main event for the NXT Championship. Baron Corbin versus ILJA DRAGUNOV. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. ILJA's not confused. He's just very deranged. Right, here we go. Intensity absolutely turned up to the max in this one. No half measures. There will be no phoning this in. Ooh, is that new tattoos on the back of Baron? Did Baron have that big back piece before? He didn't, did he? I don't remember that big back tattoo. Baron over against the ropes. Did he? Has he always had it and I've just never paid attention? It must be new, otherwise why would it stand out to me? Why would I look at it and go, whoa. Midlife crisis Corbin. Main event time. ILJA is all business. He really is. Okay, so these two have locked up at the moment. They both get back up to their feet. Again, getting back up. Shots to the midsection by ILJA. And again, driving Corbin back against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. ILJA goes down. Days, I got 2 weeks to live, says Daniel. What do you mean, Daniel? Dragunov. Oh, headlock takeover by Corbin. I'd move out of the way if a man runs towards me almost naked, said So Killer. No, you wouldn't, you liar. You'd stand there with your arms open. Corbin on his feet. ILJA on his feet. Middle of the ring at the moment. Days, was Baron Corbin the Undertaker all this time? Has he stolen Mark's bike? Do you know what? I think he was. I think this is Undertaker just once he takes all the gear off. Once he takes the hair off. Once you strip everything back, Undertaker is basically just Baron Corbin underneath. Chop coming in there by ILJA. Knee strike coming in. Ball taker. ILJA goes to the outsides. ILJA comes in. Big boot there by ILJA. Baron goes over against rope. Clothesline. Baron goes over the top to the outside. ILJA goes to the outside as well. So these two are on the outsides. Big clubbing blow there by ILJA. Big shot coming back by Baron Corbin. These two exchanging blows. This one just starting to heat up now. Corbin is on the outside, back elbow, misses with it. Again, goes for a clothesline into a German. German on the outside by ILJA. ILJA looking out to the crowds. Again, coming around the back. Big clubbing blow there by ILJA. ILJA getting in the ring, getting back out again. Breaking the count. Round the back of Baron Corbin. Corbin looking to try and break this hold at the moment, and he smashes ILJA into the commentary table. Corbin with ILJA. Looking to suplex. No, blocked. Again, trying to get Corbin up. Oh! Corbin picks up ILJA. Plants him gut first into the edge of that commentary table. Ooh, I mean, the table doesn't budge, man. Oh, man. That's moody, isn't it? That's moody. Do you see WWE letting CM Punk do media scrums? Yeah, after like a big event, yeah. Yeah, I do. I think there might be a bit of a conversation of like, look, this is what we want you to say. We want you to focus on this. We want you to focus on that. I don't know that they're just going to let him go out there and just say whatever he wants to say type situation. I'd imagine there's probably a bit of prep for a WWE one. Probably not the same level of freedom. But, and, you know, if you've got a frustration, then, you know, don't air it there. I'm sure these are things that have... that will either be said or have been said. But, yeah, I could see him doing, like, the WrestleMania post-event press conference. I could see him doing the Rumble post-event press conference. So, yeah. They're not the same, though, are they? I mean, the WWE ones, the journalists ask questions. They're quite tame questions. They're nowhere near as long. I mean, the AEW ones can go on for like 2 hours. These are like half an hour little affairs. They just are out there for a few questions and that's it. So, okay, Corbin is in control. Corbin is in control at the moment. Dragon Lee wrestles in a thong and tasseled boots. Big Time said, how many blondes does WWE need? Tiffany, Nikita, Solruka, Carmen, Thea, Izzy. It's ridiculously hard to even stand out at this point. Honestly, I don't know how much they look at that. We did go through a period of like people having different hair colors to try and stand out. You know, Sasha had blue hair for a bit. Obviously, Becky had orange. She's naturally ginger. But there was a few different colors. Shotzi had green. Naomi was doing stuff with her hair as well, like dyeing it to make it stand out. I don't know if that was them doing it of their own accord, or if it was WWE putting some pressure on. I'm not sure. So Corbin is in control at the moment. I think it's a strange one to have a bit of a rant about, though. How many blondes do we need? I would just focus on their like wrestling, their presentation. They can always change their hairstyles. Elbows coming in there by ILJA. Chop to the back of the head there by ILJA. This has been a real... This reminds me a bit of Lexis King against Carmelo. Again, you know, we're putting a foundation in place. There's been some little moments here and there. But we're just doing some hardcore wrestling, really, as ILJA gets DDT'd and slumps over against the ropes. This one, of course, benefits from the fact that a title is on the line. And also benefits from the fact that it's the main event, and clearly, even though we're putting a foundation in place, we're also going to build. ILJA slumped against that bottom rope, selling his heart out. There's a bit of blood on the face of ILJA as Baron grabs ILJA, gives him a little pat on the back. You want a hug? You've got it. Oh, you're an Argy by Baron Corbin. Daze doesn't mind. He is like the more the better. Dragon Sleeper being applied. Jade Cargill is attacking the winner of this. Oh yeah, we haven't seen any Jade Cargill, have we? I was adamant that she'd be shown at some point. Corbin grabbing the trunks of ILJA. ILJA is... Oh, knee to the midsection. Again, Dragon Sleeper applied by Baron Corbin. Knee coming in there by ILJA. And again, another knee strike. Daze, you said you was confident to see Jade Cargill. Yes. Are you still feeling that way? Well, not as confident, no. I think the places where I expected to see her have been and gone. Now we are in this bit. So unless there's going to be a little thing at the end where Jade Cargill, like, signs, you know, something like that. Like, the match ends and then we go backstage or something with Sean. And he's in his office and he's like, just I need a signature there. And maybe people are thinking it's CM Punk, and then the camera pans out and it's Jade Cargill. Like, they could still drop that sort of a thing on us as like a talking point at the end of the show. We've seen them kinds of things before. But now the spots where I thought she would be, she hasn't shown. But we'll see once the show is completely over. ILJA is perched in the corner. Looking for... Oh, look at that senton off the top. Big Time said, thoughts on the charisma vacuum, Drew Gulak. He's got talent. And every time he's on NXT, he's sucking the fun out of everything. Yeah. I don't disagree. I think he was probably, I say really good, but he was at his best when he was doing the PowerPoint presentation, because I think that is his personality. He is a bit of like a businessman. Like, he does strike me as someone that could easily be in the boardroom, but it just turns out he loves wrestling and he's a really great wrestler. Like, match quality wise, great. But, as you say, personality-wise, charisma-wise, it's just not there for him. But he's the kind of wrestler that, like, Daniel Bryan wants to work with. Daniel Bryan was, like, adamant at working with Drew Gulak. So, he's a tricky one to book, man. He's a really tricky one to book. There's lots of things that you could do with him. But yeah, it is a problem. His lack of charisma has definitely held him back. But in 205 Live, he was doing PowerPoint presentations, and they were getting over with people. They were pretty fun. He'd be in the ring, and he'd have his slides on the big screen. Corbin back in the corner. Oof, that was a vicious shot by Corbin. ILJA says, bring it. Another big forearm strike. ILJA with a massive blow. I love it when he delivers that, ILJA. It brings it from, like, back here. Oh, massive shot. Crowd applauding away as a big chop comes in by ILJA. Unloading on Baron Corbin. Chop, 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 chop. Down goes Corbin. Oh, another big strike there by ILJA. ILJA screaming in the ear of Baron Corbin. His chest is red. Throwing in, look at that, the foot right in the side of the head. He's got Corbin in the corner, goes against the ropes. Boom! Jesus! Look at that collision, man. Look at that collision by ILJA. ILJA with and he bridges with that German. Corbin kicks out. Whew. Just having a look at a replay here. Look at this. ILJA comes in. Bang! Damn. So now ILJA grabbing a hold of Corbin. I don't know how much these little subtleties come across to those in the arena, but like that kick in the corner was brutal, man. Look at this deadlift as well. He's trying to get him up and he can't quite do it. Ref coming over, checking on ILJA. Corbin on the outside of the ring. Corbin comes over and a big boot there by ILJA. Corbin on the outside. ILJA with Corbin. Maybe looking for a superplex. He's got Corbin in the corner. Shots coming in there by ILJA. Feel like you need some big moves, big spots. Close falls now. I think we've really laid the foundation. Corbin with ILJA. ILJA going to over-rotate. No, gets planted down. Chokeslam there by Corbin. Corbin spills into the ring. Go, ILJA, says Maggie. Kick out by Dragunov. I thought that ILJA was going to, like, rotate and land on his feet. He didn't. He just got chokeslammed. That was it. Another Dragon Sleeper being applied. Oh, it's really in as well. It's really in the middle of the ring. ILJA trying to get out of this as Corbin is really got it cinched in. ILJA, though, manages to reverse, get up to his feet. Corbin picks up ILJA. ILJA lands on his feet. Back elbow misses there by Corbin. ILJA in the corner. Corbin charging over. ILJA picking up Corbin. He's got him on his shoulders. And boom! Plants Corbin into the corner. Both guys are down. It's not. It doesn't feel like it's really clicked at the moment. Doesn't feel like the crowd seem a bit flat. There's a few chants and whatever. Maybe this is going to wake things up. Like ILJA in the corner, charging over. Oh, into a deep six by Corbin. 2. Kick out by ILJA. That was a big spot. Big spot. That's got the crowd a little more alert now as ILJA's on the shoulders. Oh! Corbin slamming him down, picks him up. Oh, brain buster by Corbin. 1, 2. Kick out by Dragunov. Kick out by Dragunov. We're at the point where we're hitting some big moves and Dragunov's kicking out. So I think we're cooking a little bit more now. We've turned the heat up a little bit. Corbin grabbing Dragunov. These two in the middle of the ring. Oh, was going for end of days. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. Dragunov picks up Corbin. Oh! Couldn't quite get him up, and they collapse down. It's a bit botchy. He's trying to save it. He's trying to save it. He picks him up. Oh! Jackknife by ILJA. Yeah, the comment, that's good there. He was like, look, ILJA's got nothing left to give. There's nothing left in that body. ILJA trying to climb up, dig deep. He blows a little kiss, gives a little wave. Gonna go coast to coast. Boom, and he does. ILJA goes coast to coast to Corbin. So it's a little botchy moment there, but ILJA never gave up on it, and he ended up getting it in the end. Both of these are down at the moment. ILJA going back over to the corner. Crowds are applauding away. Again, ILJA now. Charging over. No, gets caught. Oh, he's very good at avoiding the end of days, isn't he? Oh, into a DDT. Maggie said, come on, ILJA, give him a doing. Oh, was that the H-bomb? Yep. Corbin getting smashed and is being kept down. ILJA going for a third and connects with it. 3 in a row there by ILJA, and he fully mounts Corbin. He's on top of Corbin. Oh, and they hug. This is nice. This is nice. This is what you want to see. I don't know what he just said to him, but he said something. So he's looking to finish this off now. ILJA charges over. Collides into Baron Corbin. 1, 2, 3. ILJA wins. ILJA wins. Never, I mean, it was intense. It was hard hitting. There was some moments in that match. It's certainly by no means a bad match, but for an ILJA match to not get "this is awesome" chance is quite rare, to be honest. This is the guy that's had absolute bangers with Gunther, bangers with Dijak, and this, I don't think, reaches his lofty standards. But he retains. ILJA, finish him. Big Time said 375. Brony said, not a great match if I'm being honest, but it was decent. Oh, it certainly wasn't bad, I agree. Owen said 3.5. You can't blame ILJA, though. It's Corbin, said Brony. ILJA holding up that NXT Championship. Now, is someone going to interfere? What trick? What that trick? So, Trick coming out. Oh, Carmelo is behind Trick. Ah, that's it. So what's happened? That's moody, that is. Everyone's going to be like, what happened? What happened? We need to know what happened. Well, the answer's going to be on social media, isn't it? Did he attack him? Did he attack him? Listen, there's loads of people in that building. They'll tell us. Don't you worry about that. Dragunov beats Corbin and still NXT champion. King ILJA takes the dub. Dragunov Trick for the championship at New Year's Evil. Oh yeah, I forgot about New Year's Evil. But what happened? Bruh. It's a bit cheap, that, innit? It's a bit cheap. Because the thing is, I understand. If this was not the internet age, right? If this was the 90s, where we would have to wait until Tuesday to find out, then I'd be like, okay, I get it. But we'll literally find out in a minute. Because everyone in that arena will go on social media and tell us. Dragunov, amazing, not gonna lie. I've got to give Corbin his flowers. Why the blackout? Yeah, people weren't crazy about the blackout. Yeah, put in your thoughts. I'm going to put the poll up on the second channel. So if you want to vote as to... Seems like people really enjoyed SmackDown last night. 48% said an all-time episode last night. I only just saw that. What are your scores for NXT Deadline? NXT Deadline. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bum, 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 bum. I'm definitely going to keep the scores over on that other channel throughout next year as well. So this means that I've got hopefully all the scores like in one place. And next year we should have a full year of scores. So we'll be able to compare shows, Raws, SmackDowns, premium live events, all that kind of stuff. So we're definitely keeping with that. What do you think of the show, said Kashawn? I think the show was fine. I don't know that it was exceptional. I think that it was fine. I think there wasn't really anything that was bad. Maybe my least favorite match might have been the cage match, actually. I mean, I do like cage matches, and so I did sort of make the mistake of going in with a bit of an expectation. I think it was very hard for them to follow what we had before, you know. I mean, you know what? The best match might have been that men's Survivor match. So I don't think anyone wants to follow that, you know. I don't think anyone wants that. So they were just in a very unfortunate spot. I suppose in a way it's a shame that the main event couldn't just give us that little bit more. But, I mean, I was honestly entertained. I was not bored at any point. None of the matches stunk the place out. I think that there's some really high expectations for NXT. Some really high expectations, and I don't think this reached that level. So if you want to gauge it against expectations, I would say it may have under-delivered. But if you just want to have some fun to watch on a Saturday night, I can't see that that was bad, to be honest. I can't see that that was a problem. I'm just fixated to see what people are saying about Carmelo and everything, and still no mention at the moment. I wonder if Sean has got anything. Have a look. Sean Ross Sapp. Sean Ross Sapp, where are you? No. Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes peeled. But yeah, let me know in the chat, what did you think? What did you think of it? Was you happy with it? Was you sad? If you've read anywhere about what happened after, let me know. It's just people sharing their thoughts at the moment. But no word as to what happened. I mean, if there was any attack, I'm sure it'd be doing the rounds. To be honest, people might not realise that we cut away. If you're in the building, you might think we saw everything. My guess is that Carmelo either stood behind Trick for a little bit and then just walked away, or he celebrated with him. I think if there was any attack, that'd be all over social media. Do you think they should bring the Iron Survivor to the main roster? I think it could be fun for a #1 contender or mid-card. I don't know, to be honest. I'd say probably not, because I think that it's a fun match type, and I think it's kind of good that NXT has got its own match type, you know. I mean, it used to have War Games. It doesn't have that now because that got brought to the main roster. If the main roster is going to take this, then NXT is going to need something else. So I think that it's good, it's fun, it's something different. I still don't think it's perfect, but I think it's clearly entertaining. And I wouldn't take it to the main roster, because then you're taking from NXT, which is fine. I mean, in a way, that's what NXT is there for. Take talent and whatever, but NXT would need something else then. It was Unreal Night. End the I feel sorry for fans of another company. I am going to give this a 9, says NXT-EF. So some excitement there from a NXT stan. CM Punk was right. It's not like the others running around double punching each other. Every single match, including the kickoff, was great, said Elijah. Mr. Dow Jr. says, I'm going to give it an 8. Angel said 9.5. Elijah said 8.5. John said 6.9. K-Dub says 8. Big Time said the match placements were clunky. Didn't feel like things were organized correctly. No Mercy set NXT Premium Live event to a high standard. I reckon this was about a 7. About a 7. 7.25. It was good. That's my good range. With a few great moments. It was lovely seeing CM Punk, and I thought the ending of the men's was pretty good. But as we said, maybe if you want to be super critical, you could have a little grumble that it was a bit predictable that Trick was going to come back. The ending of the women's was pretty good. I think the cage match didn't live up to expectation. I think the main event didn't live up to expectation. It seemed like people were pretty flat on Lexis King and Carmelo as well. So, I mean, I can't be in the 8s and 9s for those reasons. So, I think a fair score, 7.25. But feel free to get in your scores whilst I'm still looking to see flipping where we are with what happened after. David says 6. Kyle said 7. The only downside was the steel cage between Roxanne and Kiana, said Kashawn. WWE should bring back a championship scramble match, says Elvin. Are you sticking around for the song fight? I'm not, buds. No. I'm not. If we do UFC, we'll do UFC. If we're doing NXT, we do NXT. And we've done NXT. So none of this, we'll stick around for this, we'll do this, we'll do that. I'm not doing that. I'm still looking for answers on Carmelo. Maybe we didn't need Carmelo and Lexis on this show. That's fair. I thought it was still fine, solid. Solid is what I would say. I actually thought Lexis King looked decent, and to be honest, I had my concerns about him. So it was good to see. It was good to see him actually looking pretty decent. Popcorn is best served drenched in butter, said Lance. I can't believe there's nothing about what happened after. I can't believe no one in the venue has put anything about what happened. How has that happened? How have they not sent a little message out going, wow, I mean, it must just be, I mean, clearly nothing happened. That's clear. If something had happened, it'd be everywhere. But what did he do? Did he just walk away? Did he even acknowledge Trick? Did he celebrate with Trick? Was there a little dirty look that was given? What did he do? I wonder if WWE will put out their own little video about, like, you know, showing you what happened after. Stephen gives it a 6. Alexa Bliss Gamer gives it an 8. David said it was an okay show. Big time, shout out to you. Yeah, it might be one that we just have to wait on, to be honest. Might be one that we don't get an answer on right now. Someone, somewhere, at some point, is going to give us some information. Let's get into the chat and get a few final thoughts. Mello did attack Trick, as the look proves it. I think if he had, it would be all over social media. I think if he had, people would have shared their footage of it. It would have been a big moment that people would have wanted to have gone, yeah, look at this. This is, I was, when it happened, I was here. Because I'm not seeing that. That's making me think that nothing of significance happened. Because no one has posted anything about what happened after. That makes me think pretty much nothing happened after. HBK made every fan tonight sign a contract to not say anything, says KW. Steven, shout out to you. Kashawn said Dragon Lee is the new NXT North American champion, which makes me think he's going to stay on NXT for the time being. America's sweetheart, Travis James, said 7.5. Lee said, I'm just on my tea break. How was it? I'll watch it when I get home. It was all right. It was all right. I think there was some good moments, some really fun moments, a few little talking points in there. So I won't spoil anything, but I would say it is definitely worth a watch. Definitely worth a watch. Alvin, shout out to you. Well, I think we're done. I was waiting around to see if we would get any more news, and sadly there isn't anything. If anything does drop, I'll put it onto the channel, because I think that's something people would like to know, even if it's not that he attacked him, but it's just, you know, even if he just stands and stares at him for a bit, shakes his head and then walks away, like, that would still be interesting to see and know. Or maybe he goes over, grabs his arm and raises his arm. I don't know what he did. So I'm sure it'll come out eventually. So yeah, there we go. Appreciate people joining us for this NXT Deadline watch along. It was the last big show of the year, and it was nice to see Punk. Pretty exciting way to start things off. And obviously we're back tomorrow with a Sunday stream, and we'll be back on Monday as well with Raw. We'll also have another of those LOL videos tomorrow. So we'll have another of those tomorrow, as well as that Sunday stream. So yeah, have a good evening wherever you are. Appreciate people joining us, and I will see you again